Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well. We are back with our first 1.3 tournament. So this is going to be throwing it down in the new Total War Warhammer patch, which of course has had very, very substantial changes pertaining to the shooting units. Now, I have been watching a fair amount of games today that have been played. Of course, wasn't live and casting them, but we've seen pretty interesting results with shooting. I do think it's obviously very strong, but we have seen games where it's lost pretty decisively in very similar fashions. So it should be cool to see it here in the top four. We're obviously going to be seeing some of the best players in the entire world in the top four playing today. So let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets. Consider this the pregame show as we load in and get closer and closer to casting our matches. Now, taking a look at the brackets so far, we are in the round of 8 at the moment. On the top side, we have Tim the Wilder versus Vicious Satsuma, Ulrich Rahl versus Takoyaki here. Hadri's going to be facing the winner of Fistful and Houseplant, and they have yet to finish, if I'm not mistaken. And a little bit lower down, we have a big, heavy-hitting match between the number one player, Inticity. I think actually Houseplant and Inticity are currently kind of tied for number one on the leaderboard. We'll have to check. But it is Inticity in Outer Region, and last I checked, their game was currently 1-1. I think Inticity had won the first game, and then with his Ogres against Cathay, so Cathay was defeated, and then it was a Cathay versus Kislev match in the second game. Pretty interesting stuff. Going to be kind of cool to see how the meta changes, but we are going to be advancing into the top four here in just a minute. So once again, want to thank you all for joining, and we're just going to kind of hang out, enjoy each other's company, and be getting started very, very soon. How you guys all doing? And of course, we'll have our picks and bans going down. So let's go ahead and switch on over to this screen here so we can pull that up. And excellent. So we don't know who's going to be making it into the top four yet, but if you guys have any questions or want me to explore anything while we wait, we'll probably be getting to the top four, I would guess, in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So good to be firing up the game and getting a lobby all set up. From the videos I've seen, the original line of sight issues with range units still seem to exist. Yeah, it's I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit weird for sure, being able to stack like right on top of the infantry units. I mean, it is kind of like a pike and shot type formation sort of, but I don't know about the implications for a campaign. I think it's actually going to be a pretty substantial issue for campaign stuff, more so than it might be for, let's say, like multiplayer. I mean, obviously factions like Cathay and Kislev and Empire and Dwarves are going to be much, much stronger without the line of sight issues they've perpetually faced. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Medley says, I had some practice games earlier, but I ended up missing the start of the tournament because I thought it was tomorrow. No worries, no worries. We're going to be having a lot of tournaments. And when Immortal Empires comes out, we're going to be having a big week of events. It's going to be super, super fun. So I'm very excited for that. Very, very hyped indeed. Alrighty, 1 second. And let's go ahead and switch on over here. Perfect. And we'll be good to going. Thank you all for joining, by the way. Is the Everchosen a thing anymore? Asks. Yeah, so it's been rebranded. So I created the Everchosen with Italian Spartacus back in 2017. And since then, Games Workshop has started a painting competition with their, obviously with their business. And it's called the Everchosen. So I'm pretty sure because of the painting competition, Creative Assembly, we had to change the name essentially. So now it's just called the Summer Championship, which is essentially the Everchosen. Certainly not as cool of a name, but it tries its best. It tries its best. All right, so taking a look at some of the units here. Of course, we have the new RORs. I think one of the big heavy hitter RORs is going to be the Plague Toads, because they have that really nasty aura, which lowers damage by 25%. On top of that, poison also lowers damage by 15, so that's going to be a 40% damage nerf just by having these guys around, which is very, very good. Another big heavy hitter ROR change that I think we're seeing here is Grand Cathay. The fact that they have something that can deal with armor effectively that isn't shooting is quite nice. I mean, granted, their shooting, of course, recently got buffed, but the Righteous Lancers of Wei Jin, I think these guys will be an auto pick in a lot of matchups. I think they're going to be pretty awesome indeed. Out of curiosity, how hard is it to implement a change into multiplayer but not campaign? So that's something that we have talked about with, I was about to say with Relic, but with Creative Assembly, and it sounds like something I don't think that's going to happen, which is a little bit unfortunate. It's hard to do. I mean, we as a community could do it through mods, but you want everyone to have the same experience that's being played on ladder, so that's kind of not really a feasible option in my opinion, unless there's something that's really egregious that they just refuse to fix, which I don't think is the case. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think that Domination's going to be getting, the fact that they got rid of the comeback mechanic for me is huge. That was one of my biggest issues with the game, hands down, just miserable. I hated the comeback mechanic. So now that that's gone, I think there's one other change I really want to see in Domination mode, and then I'll be actually quite happy with it. I still am enjoying it a lot more now, but I think they need to make it so when a unit dies, it stays gone. I think one of the things you kind of miss out in Domination compared to land battles is in the land battle when somebody's army gets wiped out a lot, and it becomes very intense, right? When you have smaller forces skirmishing and scrapping to get that W in the end, I think it's pretty cool to see an army be beleaguered and beat down and just scrapping for a victory. Whereas in Domination, the army size stays pretty similar throughout the battle because of reinforcements, unless it's one-sided, and then of course one person just steamrolls. But I would like there to be kind of a point where the armies dwindle, things are beat up and injured, and you have all these units kind of scrapping on the battlefield and all that. And I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be really neat for sure. So when will the tournament start, you ask? Well, we can take a look. We're currently waiting for the top 4 right now, and we're very, very close to it. If we look here, so let's go to the old news. Perfect. We can see Anticity just won his match versus Outer Region 2-1. So he's in the top 4 right now. So we're going to be casting his game when we get to it. And we have Tim the Wilder and Vicious Satsuma on the top side, and Ulrich Rahl and Takoyaki. So whichever side gets to the top 4 first, we're just going to be casting that. So I'm very excited. The new Doom Knights are kind of cool too. I don't know if you guys were on the stream the other day, but we saw that their bombardment ability actually does some really, really good damage. I know that land battle has its flaws, but the strategy of army versus army, yeah, I understand. I'm kind of torn between two worlds because there's a lot I like about Domination. There's a lot I like about land battles. It'd be cool if we could kind of bridge that gap and just make it something that everybody enjoys. Chris says, let's see. What do you think about the new Slanesh ROR having Guardian for them, but it's buffing attack, not defense, to fit the army better? It could be interesting, Chris. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't really played with it too much, so you'll have to give me a little bit more time. You'll have to give me a little bit more time indeed. So why do you think that the Cathay sharpen the house? Let's see. Seems like a weird oversight for the Empire gunpowder and stuff. Not sure what your question is, Nathan. Not sure, brother. Not sure. But I would like it to maybe not have units respawn. It just feels very I'd like it that if I'm in a game, if I pick off something valuable, then it's going to stay gone. If I take down one of their 4 Cornhounds that they're going to be having in the army, I'd like that to potentially be gone. So looking at the leaderboard situation in the Total War Warhammer community right now, let's go to the front page. I believe Anticity is currently, ranked number 1. So you could see here with 30 wins and only 2 match losses. Now, he's lost more games, of course, the way that the leaderboard works is these are matches. So he's won 30 matches and only lost 2 matches, which is pretty incredible for sure. If we look at his record, let's see. Yeah, so he's obviously going to be playing here. He's lost to Houseplant and to Trader GG. Those are the only 2 individuals he's lost to. I mean, crazy, crazy record. Really showing that he's the #1 player right now with Houseplant here. Houseplant has lost 4 matches. I think, yeah, to 1 to Puggington in my big summer championship qualifier, and then also 1 to Anticity and several other strong players as well. So if you guys are wondering about the leaderboard and all that, essentially how it's going to work is when the Immortal Empires launches, the first week of Immortal Empires coming out, the weekend after launch, whenever that is, we're going to have the grand finals for Season 1. So if these players are in the top 16, you are going to be earning a spot in the Season 1 of the Total War Warhammer 2 Grand Final Tournament with the Total Tavern. So that should be quite a bit of fun. So yeah, if you win a tournament, it gives you a pretty good chance of getting in there for sure. But very, very excited for that. Yvonne says, for a beginner to multiplayer, would Khorne and Ogres be a good... Yeah, Khorne and Ogres are very good factions for beginners. Khorne has been nerfed a little bit because of the shooting changes, but even still, I still think they're very strong. They just have good individual units that typically trade well. But I would say Khorne and Ogres are... Khorne more so. Khorne, I think, is probably the best faction for beginners. You don't have to manage any magic, and each of your units individually are just very strong. So even if you have lapses in micro, typically your units will hold their own and trade very effectively. What if you unsummon a unit? Should it also stay dead? I would honestly get rid of unsummoning. You know, I would just get rid of unsummoning, get rid of units respawning, and then I think Domination would be in a pretty sweet spot. That would be my last change that I would like to implement. I tried to have someone help me mod it out, like with a mod, so we could test it, but unfortunately it's really hard coded into the game, so we can't do that without Creative Assembly's help. Yeah. Should be fun. What buffs do you think the High Elves need going into Game 3? It's hard to say. Maybe some minor cost reductions on some of their core infantry could be nice. I would like to see... Like, I feel like High Elf Spearmen shouldn't cost 500. I feel like they're kind of flimsy. Maybe more like 450. Like, just little micro changes across the board. We don't really know yet, though, because we haven't had a chance to see them in action. The risk with not having units respawn is that it can limit you from bringing just-in-case units? I don't think so. I don't think so. If units don't respawn, you just have to be more careful. You have to be more tactical, because what often happens now is people just kind of randomly throw shit on objectives, and what ends up, you know, like, they're not really punished for sloppy play as much. I mean, you still are in terms of value, but I would like there to be a little bit more tactical usage of units. And I would still totally bring units like just-in-case units, 100%. 100%. So let us go ahead and check the old bracket now and see if we have our top 4 yet. We should be there pretty damn soon. Like these 2 matches have been going for a while, unless one of them is a little bit laggy, and then we'll have to see. Hadri's facing Fistful here. So it looks like, man, seeing Anticity versus Hadri's would certainly be like a throwback to the old Warhammer 2 days. We have a couple other tournaments going on today as well in the tavern. Let's go and take a look at those. But pre-game show right now. This is a cool one. So this is being hosted by Umais. He's a great player and also an awesome host. So he's hosting a hybrid tournament with Warhammer 2 and 3. So some of the matches are played in 2 and some are played in 3, which I think is very fun. Looks like Swarv was able to win that event there. So yeah, it's like a combination of land battles and Warhammer 2 and 3. Very fun stuff. So yeah, if you guys are looking to get involved in events, head on over to Total Tavern. You can see we had 3 tournaments that were just wrapping up in the past couple days. We're, of course, on the Is Shooting OP tournament, so we're going to be testing the waters there. And if you want to join the Discord, which you can find other Discords from, up here in the top right, you're going to be able to get to all that goodness, which is great. Do you think Cathay's defensive nature could outcompete? See, that's the thing. Cathay has struggled against many of the melee factions that can just kind of stuff them into the box. Things might be changing with the shooting changes, although like I hesitate to call these changes permanent. I think there's been a pretty substantial backlash towards them, so I think there's going to be a middle ground. Like I would like to see shooting units get better like line of sight and like a little bit better shooting, but not when they're like stacked right on top of something. That feels really weird. I mean, I kind of like the pike and shot thing, so I'm very torn, but seeing like just a blob of guns, like 10 units stacked on top of each other feels weird. Maybe like 1-to-1 is fine. I'm not really sure. It's a really tricky thing to balance, but I think Cathay will have decent matchups versus like Empire, versus Bretonnia, versus Dwarves. I think they'll be good. I actually think Cathay will outtrade Dwarves probably because Cathay infantry with halberds will trade cost effectively against Dwarf armor. And then you're going to be having like triple crane gunner with like double cannon. And I feel like the Dwarves might actually lose that. And Cathay has like cheap cav to swarm them as well. The Dragon Lord can be flying and dropping AoEs. Like I do feel like there's some decent options there for sure. The rain changes is going to change back for sure. Yeah, most likely. So that's why I'm not really banking too much on it, but it's going to be an interesting showcase today to see, because we've had a lot of, people saying like it's going to completely break the game in terms of multiplayer. So it'll be interesting today to actually see, because now we are going to have some hard evidence, right? We're going to have, top tier players playing in the top 4, and let's see if they actually use those changes to good effect. It's very easy to, especially on YouTube, to see like really sensational videos and content that, tend to blow things out of proportion with skewed narratives within them, but now we're going to get some like hard facts. Not that they're wrong, I'm saying those videos could be very much correct, but I like to kind of see practical application rather than like testing if something's OP against an AI, right? Because I could go in against an AI and bring a Luminarch, Marcus Wolfheart, and like a Spirit Leech caster and just make it look like broken by one-shotting Lords, right? But against an actual player, it might not be as good. Like I played a couple quick ladder matches on Domination, and I played against the Cathay box, and these folks were stacking their Iron Hail Gunners in a box, and I was playing Ogres, and I basically just dropped the Maw ability on them and then used the Power Fist ability and was able to just annihilate them. So like, and even with using Furies to shut them down, it worked pretty well. One situation I can see being a little bit egregious is seeing Ogres, like monster shooting boxes are going to be kind of tricky. Like an Ogre shooting box might be harder than an infantry based one because of their mass. Like, so maybe like a Lead Belcher box that can shoot through their own infantry might be very, very tough to take down. I can see that being a problem with like Ushabti Great Bow maybe. That kind of a thing for sure. Yeah, you see, that's what Precipitous in chat saying, I saw what Anticity's Lead Belcher blob. That's what I'm a little bit more concerned about is mass. Because an Ogre shooting box has the mass to protect itself really, really efficiently against all threats. Whereas like an infantry shooting box can be punished, because you can't punish an Ogre shooting box with like AoE spells, except like a Final Transmutation, which not every faction has. Whereas like a Cathay shooting box or a Kislev shooting box, you can nuke them with things like the Power Fist or the Maw spell, but you cannot do that to Ogres. So it becomes a little bit tricky for sure. There's a lot of weird angles with it. But I think ultimately it'll probably get reverted, which probably makes the most sense, and just kind of reimagine it a little bit. I like that they tried to buff range units, because range has been very, very weak in Domination so far, with the exception of Tzeentch, who already has really good melee. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It is a big nerf to Khorne. I think they have to rethink it a little bit, maybe. I don't know how they would do it. Like standing right on top of something and shooting seems a little bit funky to me. I like the idea of them being able to get like better line of sight. So let me go ahead and show you guys real quick. So let's switch in here while we wait for the last match. So let me go ahead and get you, and we can actually, let's test it out with Kislev. I'm not gonna like play through like a full game here, but I just want to show you guys what I mean. Like, okay, that's fine. And then Khorne, what does Khorne have? Khorne has a couple of these guys. Okay, great. So I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Yeah, it would be interesting to see like special traits be given to like factions that are a little bit weaker in the melee department, like Empire getting a pike and shot ability where they can do that. But like, other factions that are a little bit less disciplined, like Lead Belchers, Ushabti Great Bows, can't do it. It's very, very weird. Oh yeah, I saw Zerkovic's video on the Nurgle ROR. I think Anticity did the first video on that. Maybe Zerkovic did it as well. But yeah, Anticity does a really good job putting up videos with those types of analysis and whatnot. All right, so here's what I would like to see. Right now, you can do this kind of a thing, right? So you can stack like all these on top, and they're just going to get you pretty good value against a faction like Khorne. This is going to be something you're going to see in campaign a lot, probably. This I'm not like as much of a fan of. I think this is a little bit funky. What I would like to see is shooting units be more effective like this, okay? So you have the 3 shooting units. And they can shoot, like, when these guys are engaged in melee, they can shoot, like, what's right here. Because that's always been a bit of a problem for, like, Empire in dealing with armor. It becomes way harder for you to deal with it than your opponent is to just send melee units in, right? This would be fine, like, so let's go ahead and fast forward here. We can set the formation, we can move up. Oh, hello, okay, it saved my previous formation for some reason here. I don't know why it's doing that. So you're here, and you're here. So an issue that we've kind of often seen is that like if a unit is fighting right here in front of these guys, the Streltsy won't be able to shoot them, which I wouldn't mind that being changed. But stacking like right on top and having them just have this like shooting box to me is very, very weird. I mean, I don't hate it yet, but like it does, in terms of immersion, it's very strange. I mean, look at that. That's just some brutal damage, right? And especially with the faction like Kislev, this is very good, right? What you do is you just put these guys in guard mode, just have them, keep shooting, and they're going to be able to just rip some fat shots for sure. Those guys are broken, and you can get even crazier too. You can switch and just target lords down. So you can see this lord's just going to get karate chopped now. He should at least, right? Let's see. Yeah, there he goes. All right, they're shooting. This one unit's a little bit obstructed here, but you guys more or less get the picture. Like the stacking on top thing to me is a little bit strange, but I would like to see like shooting not be as obstructed in like a practical situation. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the checkerboard positioning, I understand what you're saying, Loopy, too. Like, I get it. The checkerboard positioning is very, very cool to see. It's much harder to pull off, though. Like, if we look at the end of the meta for Warhammer 2, let me just check and see if the players are ready yet, just so I don't keep you guys waiting around, waiting for all this sweet, sweet action. All right, so we got Takoyaki on the top of the board here. I don't know where he's from. I think he's a Korean player, so it should be kind of cool to see some different styles. But with individual guns drawing line of sight, yeah, that would make sense too. I wouldn't be against that. You can have some spacing between them. Yeah, I know you can. If the deeper set that the handguns are, I'm an Empire main, so I'm pretty familiar with how powder works. But when you have the powder like deeper set, you're going to be getting better shots. I guess that's the advantage though that you get from bows. Like the bows shoot over, but I have had a lot of issues with gun obstruction myself. What about trees for artillery a few meters and they get to pass through trees units? Yeah, I'm not really sure, guys. It's a really tricky situation. Yeah, Loopy, I agree. The game should be hard to pull off powder effectively, but there's also a little bit of an imbalance with how easy it is to play like grindy melee factions versus like shooting factions. Like if we look at the end of the meta for Warhammer 2, heavily dominated by greenskins, by vampire counts. Warriors of Chaos actually had a really good win rate, even despite being super outdated. We didn't really see shooting factions outside of the elves, which had bows, mind you. The elves use bows, and they have armor-piercing bows typically, so they don't really suffer the same issues that powder factions do. Like Vampire Coast was okay, and the only reason Vampire Coast was okay in many ways is because of how good Anticity was. Like you see, there wasn't very many Vampire Coast mains who played gun lines. You almost never saw Empire players playing, gun lines. Like powder was kind of, in my opinion, underutilized in Warhammer 2. Just because it was much harder to play with. Whereas like playing with like bows and playing with melee factions is just much easier. I don't really know. I don't really know what the solution is. I mean, I'm not a game dev, so I'm not going to pretend to be one. I don't really. It's tricky from a balance perspective because powder is also a touchy one because it hits very hard and you can't really dodge it, so you have to be careful with bounce on it. And now it's got to be pretty crazy for sure. So all right, let's post this up. Turin top 4. Tourney, and password's going to be 123. All right, let's get this started. What is the weakest Warhammer 3 faction? It probably is still Cathay, honestly. I think even with some of the changes, Cathay is probably still the weakest. I could be wrong, but I would say yes. Yeah, like there's some factions that are going to be really gross with this change. Like I think Skaven will really love it. Like getting Rattling Gunners on top of like your clan rats and stuff is going to be just brutal damage. Oh my god. Yeah, powder factions weren't really played at the end of Warhammer 2. Like, elves were good as far as shooting factions go because they had armor-piercing bows. Empire, for example, didn't really see a ton of play outside of niche matchups. Dwarves struggle against chariots. You know why dwarves often struggle against chariots is because they get line of sighted and they can't, like, shoot their guns into the chariots when they're running through infantry and stuff. Like, they kind of can, but it's very weird. Yeah. Oh, Anticity is for sure. He's very, very strong. I mean, he's hands down the strong, probably... If Anticity focused purely on just multiplayer too and not like doing stuff for his channel, he would be even more of a terror. He's very good. I play a lot of games with him. I practice with him a lot, and it definitely teaches you that there's levels to things. And I would say one of the biggest strengths of Anticity is his ability to really, really like learn the mechanics of the game. He like gets down to it at a scientific level. Like he'll look at the capture weight of every unit, like evaluate that. He looks at like every single spell and evaluates the efficiency of said spells, which is something a lot of players don't do. He takes a very mathematical, scientific approach to the game, which is pretty big for sure. Yeah, Warfire throwers might friendly fire their own halberds if you shoot through them, though. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this tournament goes. I'm really interested. Gunpowder factions are historically underpowdered. They are. Yeah, they are. Empire has always been weak. And like, Empire's always been pretty weak. They were only really dominant for a very short time in Warhammer 1. Vampire Coast has been pretty weak. Dwarves have always been very weak in each faction. Like, name me a powder faction that's been good. Kislev might be the first case of a good powder faction because they have really good durable infantry too and peeling tools. Yeah, I'm really eager to see today's matches, man. It's going to be really fun. So heading on over to the tavern, and we're still waiting. Man, that Tim the Wilder Vicious Satsuma game's been going on for a long time. That must be a ferocious battle. And Hadri's and Fistful are playing here. We actually have a little bit of an upset. If we take a look at the leaderboard here, or the brackets, you can see that Houseplant, who is the number 2 ranked player in the world, was actually defeated by Fistful here. Fistful is now playing Hadri's. So that's a pretty big upset for sure. Let's go see who this Fistful gentleman is. So going on over to our handy tools. Wow, okay. So Fistful, before today, had a 2-3 record, had like a 40% win rate, but comes in with the steel chair and defeats the number 2 ranked. I mean, obviously, you can lose a couple matches, especially since a lot of tournaments are best of 1. Let's see. Yeah, so we lost to Big Bees. Big Bees is a very good player. Lost to Platypus. Okay. So in many ways, Fistful here has had just hard matches in other tournaments, but coming in and taking a W off Houseplant is a very, very nice accomplishment. We're going to be adding some more features to the website too. Vampire Coast were kind of strong for a while, but that's until people, here's the thing about Vampire Coast. They were strong, but they were strong largely because of the person piloting them. There was literally one player playing Vampire Coast, Anticity, who is an insanely skilled player. And aside from that, there was really no other Vampire Coast mains that were playing gunline style. There was players like Evenstar and Fistek who would use Vampire Coast occasionally, but those guys were just using them like with Siren spam and that kind of play and like gooning characters and monsters and stuff. But Anticity was the only one to play them gunline. And the reason why it worked is because he's so incredibly good. We started to see Vampire Coast lose a fair amount. I mean, like the amount of people who played Greenskins or played like Vampire Count mains, it's a whole different beast. Yeah, it's a whole different beast. Indeed it is. Yeah, Anticity's he's a great player and he's a really nice guy too. He's awesome. An absolute gem in the community. Let me look here. Yes, so we will stream semis and Anticity. All right. Perfect. Let me go ahead and check the brackets, see the progress we're making. Should be getting started here in a moment. Man, those guys are still going. Pretty crazy. Yeah, hopefully the little analysis of all that helps. Warhammer 2 factions, yeah, I don't think there was any really strong powder factions. Well, yeah, Anticity is going to be very good at taking advantage of the gunline stuff too, because he's so practiced with it. Granted, now it's completely different. Like before, you had to use a little bit of a checkerboard formation or have a little bit more tactical positioning, but now you can be more loose with your guns and just kind of place them in a very, I mean, you still want to spread them out so they don't get compromised. But yeah, we'll have to see. We will see. Faust in chat saying Vampire Coast benefited massively from the lack of animations to allow zombies to be pushed through. Yeah, makes sense. Will the Bloaty Boy be... Oh, the Bloaty Boys do friendly fire damage. Yeah, so you got to be careful with those. I actually think if you're playing Vampire Coast in Domination mode, you should always probably bring like one bloat. I think is going to be pretty important. Just one. If somebody's like spawn camping you in the back or trying to intercept your reinforcements, you just pop out a bloat and chase them down. I think you could also give Bloaty Boys a speed buff. Like make them be like 36 speed so they could actually like catch infantry units. I think that'd be pretty cool. Anticity is saying melee only Cathay is the way now, stacking buffs on Jade Warriors and spamming AoE heals. Yeah, it's pretty funny, see? Like, yeah, the top player not even using the gun spam. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the gun spam is good. I think it's more of a campaign issue. It also is aesthetically kind of ugly to see all those units stacked, but yeah, we'll have to draw our conclusions here. How are you going to deal with the new patch? In what regard? You have to let me know, and then I can answer your question there. We're going to be getting started any second, my friends. Any second. They should be wrapping up. They've been in that best of 3 for a long time. Hopefully, there's no lag there. We'll have to see. But whoever's best of 3 finishes first, we will play Fistful versus Hadri's in their best of 3 match, and then up on the top we have Tim the Wilder versus the Vicious Satsuma. We got some new features coming to the website soon too. I'm going to be speaking with the developer once I get paid again, because it's certainly not free. And we're going to be adding some new features. We will be adding a way to track win and loss rates for factions, which I'm very excited for. So essentially, when you report your score here on the tournament page, there will be an extra button where you have to select the faction you played in each game, and then also whether you won or lost. And then what's going to happen is we're going to have another page on the website, like a drop down here, where you can go and you can look at all of the that's the Warhammer 1 Hall of Fame there. You can look at all of the win and loss rates for your faction. You can see what their win rate is against Nurgle, what their win rate is against Slanesh, whatever. So I think that's going to be really interesting data to help us with balance, because what was going down is we really don't have like good data on that. Creative Assembly has data from the quick battles. Quick battles is a very different beast. The skill of the players is generally lower. There are some very good players who play quick battles, but it's not really the best metric of balance in my opinion. It is not. I watched Anticity. Anticity played last night. Yeah, he won a tournament last night as well. He's been testing out a lot of the new stuff. So very excited to have that data. I was actually sent something that's pretty funny. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you guys real quick. So this data was sent to me by, let me go ahead and get this. So this is something I wanted to share with you guys before we start today's tournament. Where is this? Okay, perfect. Boom. And all right. So let me check this. All right, perfect. So this data is pretty interesting. Let me go ahead and add this. So of all the games that were casted in the Summer Championship, there was an individual. Let me see if I can go ahead and get the name of that person to go ahead and give him a shout out. Okay, this was sent to me by Moore, who was one of the main organizers of the World Championship. He didn't tell me the name of the gentleman who put this data together. So shout out to you, man, for sure. But this data, and data is certainly very fun to see, was the win and loss rate for factions in the Summer Championship for casted games. So obviously we have no way of gathering data for all the different factions, right? But these are all the games that were casted between all the Summer Championship qualifiers. So shout out to the individual who put this together. If you're in chat, man, thank you so much. This is really cool data. But we basically get to see the win rates between, 8 qualifiers? Yeah, we had 8 qualifiers, and these are all the games that were casted. So Cathay had a 12% win rate. Okay. Ogres, 56. Nurgle doing very good, and Slanesh doing very well. Khorne and Tzeentch in a very good spot as well. Khorne, one of the reasons why Khorne actually, from what I went back and looked at, had a little bit of a tricky win to loss ratio is because they got caught in mirror matches a lot. So there was like literally 10 Khorne mirror matches, something insane like that. So that's partially what kind of screwed up the Khorne business, right? But Slanesh, Tzeentch, Nurgle doing very good. Ogre is very solid too. And we see Kislev and Cathay just being terrible, right? Like Cathay was picked 17 times and they won twice. So I think this is one of the reasons why maybe Creative Assembly is maybe pushing out some shooting changes, because it's very obvious factions that are based on shooting are just substantially worse than melee factions. You can see Ogres are a bit of a hybrid faction, but for the most part, Nurgle, Slanesh, and Khorne doing super well. Tzeentch as well. But Tzeentch doesn't even play with a ton of shooting. Typically, they're more melee focused. So these are stats from the Summer Championship. Now, please note that these are what's it called? This is before the changes. So I would be really interested to see this kind of data after these changes have come into effect here. It's going to be really interesting. All right, so checking here. So shout out to the gentleman who sent that, the nameless champion who went through all the effort to gather that. Cathay's problems run deeper than shooting. They do. They do. I hope to see some Cathay today. I hope to see him in the top 4. I've already seen a fair amount in the earlier rounds. Cathay has had a decent matchup against Tzeentch and Ogres. That's like one situation where Cathay, I've seen them perform relatively well. And having those new longbows with armor piercing is certainly a pretty huge boon, to say the least. All right, let's go check the leaderboards and see if we're there. Thank you all for joining, by the way. Man, we got 1,000 people. The fire rises. The hype is here. Soon we'll have the Immortal Empires, my friends. We are going to have an Immortal Empires week, where when it launches sometime in August, we are going to be doing an entire week of tournaments every single day. Oh yeah, for sure, Ian, for sure. Land battles, like, there are some big balance issues in land battles, but you have to remember, they've always been here. Like, the land battle bounce issue, like, dwarves and land battles just get dumped on so hard by Skaven. And the same thing goes for, like, Nurgle fighting against Slanesh in land battles. In land battles, without objectives, there's inevitably going to be matchups where there's just super big imbalances. Yeah. New Cathay basically takes down Nurgle and Khorne now. That's okay. I mean, Nurgle and Khorne have plenty of good matchups. And we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see at the highest level. We don't know. To be fair, Khorne has to compensate for his low magic options. It seems clear. Yeah, Khorne is very strong. Magic can be a little bit harder to use too, and I think that's why Corrin is so strong, because they do have some benefits for not having magic. Cathay just needs capture weight. That's the problem. Cathay can still be stuffed pretty bad. Like you can still do a lot against them, and Cathay shooting can be very effectively shut down by the what's it called, by Furies. Now, one of the big changes too is the change to the cultists. Cultists not having instant summons has made Cathay a lot better too. Y'all, thank you, man. No, I will not, but I do appreciate the donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh man, got to go back to the proper funds here. Okay, why is it? There we go, default funds. Army caps are on, and we're all set. Hey, y'all, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. But yes, donations, not donations, but thank you for the donation. And pertaining to the cultist nerfs, big change. Now, cultists are no longer like egregiously OP. They're not as bad. So that really helps Cathay a lot too, because there's just not these obnoxious cultists dropping the goodies. We've had these two individuals up on the top, Anticity and Takoyaki here, waiting atop their throne of skulls. How is the new formation stance? I don't know yet. Apparently it's better. I mean, it's got to be better than it was before. I noticed that people usually keep it on and only turn it off when they want to chase something, is what I've been noticing in some of the games here. Pre-game shooting, guys. Pre-game talk show. Let's look at the leaderboard, see who's still playing here. My goodness. There's got to be some lag at hand here. So Takoyaki, let's go ahead and take a look at this individual. Can we go look here? Okay, he's got 9 wins and 6 losses. Pretty solid. Lost to Swarv, Arrow, Even Star. But has some solid wins as well, for sure. Defeated Alric Ral. Yeah, very exciting. Let's see how this goes. What are some other features you guys would like to see on the Tavern, by the way? What are some things that would be helpful for all of you? Let me know in chat right now, and we can discuss some of those to see kind of what the tail of the tape is going to be. Love the channel. Thank you for all the entertainment. Hey, Shadowfire27, I greatly appreciate the 50. Thank you, thank you. Big money indeed. That is some big money. Thank you. That's a very, very kind one. Yeah, I wanted to check the Tzeentch Flamer stacking on top of Spawn too. Shadowfire, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is mega generous, and it helps me pay the prize pool to the players today, so thank you for that. So maps for the grand finals, what are those going to be? Let me go ahead and take a look, get that set. So for the grand finals, we have the Battle for Itza is first, so Battle for Itza. And I can't wait to get some new maps too. It's going to be so nice. It's going to be so nice. Do you think Dragons will be good in Domination? No, I think Dragons are going to be terrible. Dragons are just a bad unit in general. All right, so he says, Turin, it's difficult if single player and multiplayer bounce together. It's a bit of an issue. I agree. It can be a little bit rough. You doing quick battles or King of the Hill? Today is a tournament, so we're just waiting for the players to get to the top 4. I was going to push back the stream a little bit, but I figured I would just chat with you guys while we wait. Just played my first Empire Total War Warhammer 2 campaign of the Golden Order. Any tips and tricks for a brand new Empire player? Hope the stream goes well. So are you, Commander Brown, are you talking about for campaign or for single player? Let me see here. Commander Brown, let me know. I'm going to type to you in chat as well. SP or multiplayer. I will answer your question as soon as you get back to me on that. Build sharing and faction matchup win rate. Yeah, so we're going to have faction matchup win rate. We're going to have that. That's for sure happening. More updated faction guides. Yeah, the faction guides we're just waiting to do for when Immortal Empires comes out. I'm going to hire some people in the community to write them. Yumai is super talented at writing those guides, so I might hire him to write a couple. Maybe I'll see if Anticity's down to do some. I have a feeling a lot of the really high-level tournament players might not want to write guides because they don't want to give their tricks away, but we'll have to see. Manuel, it's getting a little bit better. Warhammer 3 is still not in the great spot, but it's getting better. It's getting better. All right, let's see here. Make a troll trader tour. Ah, you guys want that, huh? Okay, we can do that right now, sure. Okay, just double checking to make sure the players are not ready yet. Nope, they are not. You guys want to head over to the Troll Trader? So this is the website. So just to be completely opaque here, I have no relations and no deals with these guys. This is actually just where I get all my minis. This website is great. Let me go here, check it out. Perfect. So they still sell Warhammer Fantasy minis, which is super fun. So you can go back and look at all these old school minis here, which is pretty great. Let's look at some High Elves. High Elves have some models that certainly look pretty good. And you can see these are Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warriors have really cool models, actually. I think these guys hold up very well for being an older model. Like really badass. So yeah, this is Troll Trader. If you guys haven't seen this, you can, because I have an Empire army that I got. Oh my god, look at Archmage Teclis. This is actually a pretty nice little paint job here too. He's got like multiple platforms he's standing on. That is not a bad paint job at all. So this is what Teclis looks like. This is very old school. He certainly looks a little bit more majestic. He's got the big hat, of course. That is the Archmage Teclis. Yeah, high elves are always fun. But I always jump on here late at night and see if I can find anything. And this is a unit I'm curious if they're going to be adding to the game. Yeah. I'm curious. Yeah, Baker, I get it. I realized that after I said it. Check out this guy here. Oh yeah. So this right here is this is the Lothern Skycutter. This thing is super cool. Look at that, $95. Geez, because it's out of print. Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to add these to the games. It's like a flying chariot being pulled by like an eagle or something like that. Oh my god, look at these old Warhammer Fantasy minis. It's crazy stuff. There's an Archmage on a horse right there. Here's a Teclis, unpainted actually. Oh, that's pretty cool. Koril, Captain of the White Lions. Oh, look at that guy. He's pretty cool. He's like a White Lion special character. Interesting. What are the factions that we want to look at here? While we wait for the players to get to the top 4. Let's look at some Tomb Kings. Oh man, this is going to be some old school stuff. Skycutters are an SFO. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Oh my god, look at the Lich Priest. Jeez, that is janky looking. Yeah, Tomb Kings. This model is actually really good. This is Khalida. This is High Queen Khalida. That model looks pretty good considering. Like, it's a great pose for how old it is. 100%. And scrolling down here, we got Carrion, Skeleton Archers, yeah, Chariots. Queen Khalida, that's like a cool paint job. That model's really rad. I would totally get that. When the old world comes back to tabletop, I would definitely be interested in a Tomb King's army. Now, this model is sweet. This model is sweet. Check this out. This is the Necrosphinx. That one's like super rare and hard to find. Dude, this seems like a nightmare to paint though. The amount of detail on this guy, oh my god, that would just take forever. Yeah, he's pretty rad. That's pretty cool. Imagine having like a couple of those on table. We got Necropolis Knights. Wonder if we have any named characters. There might be some here. Tomb King's Chariots. Tomb Guard. Oh, look at this. This guy put gravestones on his. That's cool, and they all have names. Oh, that's fun. I like that. The Cetra model is, oh my god, look at the Boner Giant. Oh my god, look at the Bone Giant. My Empire army is almost fully painted. Lich Priest right here. See, this could be DJ Kotep. If you wanted to, you could display this as like DJ Kotep, right? Here's a Lich Priest on the Casket of Souls. Oh man, it's so janky looking. I love it. You know, if I were to play Tomb Kings, I might even do like a Sandstone type army. Like a really simple Sandstone scheme. But they have so many metallic details on them. Might be doing them a bit of a disservice. I wonder if they have Cetra on the website. Let's see. Probably not. Cetra is pretty rare. Yeah. There was one last time we were looking, but he actually sold out. Vampire Counts, Wood Elves. Let's look at the Wood Elves. Let's see what's going on over there. A Tomb King Chariot army, yeah. Could be pretty rad for sure. Okay, let me just check, make sure. I don't want to keep you guys waiting for the action any longer than we have to. Wow, still not in the top 4 yet. Goodness gracious. Okay, we got Dryads. We got a War Dancer. Oh my god, look at this War Dancer. It's like a woad warrior with an axe there. So here's Durthu, Dryka in her like Transformer suit. Elven Blood Bowl team. A Lord on a giant stag. Wow, that's old school. Here's Eternal Guard. These are the older Eternal Guard. I think the newer ones have shields. Durthu's a really cool model to paint. You can actually do a lot of him with contrast and dry brushing too, in my experience. A lot of Durthus. Oh my god, look at this old Dryad. Look at this. Look at this thing. Oh my god. That's so old. That's probably like early 90s. That was like when I was like 2 years old that model came out. Okay. I'm getting up there in years. Lupus War Dogs and a Keeper? Oh my god. Oh, this is the Treebeard model from the Lord of the Rings game. Oh my god, is this real? Look at this thing. Is this actually a Wood Elf model? Jeez, look at that. Holy shit. How much better do you think Cathay would be if they're Lord triggered? I think that'd be really helpful, Gabriel. It's a change I've actually suggested, which I don't think even campaign players would hate. You know, there's always that little bit of a paradigm between people who only play campaign and multiplayer in terms of like changes, which I completely understand. Wow. Oh my god, look at these old War Dancers. This is so 80s. This is so 80s, dude. Look at that. Oh my god, that looks like it's straight out of like the Dark Crystal or something. Wow, you could buy, these are all the old school war dancers. Imagine rolling up to a table and your opponent has like a bunch of new cool minis, and then you just roll up with all these like haggard, like ancient, and you end up winning with it. Elven Attack Chariot. The dreaded Elven Attack Chariot is here. Oh man, what is this? Beastmaster and Bears? Is that Warhammer Fantasy? I feel like it's not. Bowman of the Orion Regiment. Oh, so this is like a regiment of renown? Orion's Bowman? Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, definitely the mono pose is always funny. I wonder if they have Orion. Let's look through some named characters here. All right, so let's go to the top. Orion. See here, the Master of the Wild Hunts. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I would actually consider, man, it's too expensive for me. I'm not made of money. This one is, yeah, so this is Orion in his hounds. War dancer straight out of a Berlin nightclub, says Loopy. Oh man, look at Orion. Look how cool this model is, dude. That's so retro. I love it. And it has he's got like the two like Irish wolfhounds with him too. Look at that. Well, Evan Sherman, the ones we're looking at are expensive. They're not all as, like, I got my entire Warhammer Fantasy Empire army I got for like maybe $300, $400. And I never have to like buy another mini again. So it's not as bad. It depends. Like the average Magic the Gathering player spends $1,000 a year on Magic cards. And for Warhammer Tabletop, I probably spend like, I don't spend that much a year. Yeah, I definitely don't. Oh my God, look at this. So that's Orion. That's a retro model, man. That's really retro. Just gonna double check to make sure we are not missing the players being ready. Okay, we're ready. So now it's go time. So we have Tim the Wilder. Okay, so Tim, you two are up first. Good luck, have fun. All right, so let's invite those gentlemen. Perfect. And let's get this party started. All right, so they're going to be joining in just a moment, and we'll be getting into our first match of the day. And we're good. Does Professor Pone ever play in these tournaments? Yeah, he does. Yeah. Not like super often. He'll play more when Immortal Empires comes out, I would imagine. Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Time for chaos, yes. And let's go ahead and open another spec slot. All right, so first match of the day. Let's go ahead and get these score plates all set up. It is time. The hype train is here. Let us see if there are going to be Cathay and Kisleving people with their shooting. Tim the Wilder. Tim the Wilder is a top 10 player in the community. Takoyaki. Up and comer here. Getting ready to party. And let's go ahead and do it. Yazili Click. Oh man, I mangled your name so hard. Yazili Click. Thank you so much. Some for the tourney, some for a model. Thank you. And there is one model that I'm looking to get, which is an old school Empire Witch Hunter. So maybe I'll do that just for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is a huge chunky donation. And what part of Canada do you live in, by the way? Pretty fun story about Canada. My dad, of course, my dad was born in New York City, or New York State, and grew up in New York City. But he became a dual citizen of Canada. And because my dad was a television actor, and he was filming a TV show in Canada, and he was there for like 4 or 5 years, so he ended up getting dual citizenship somehow. So my parents split up when I was very young, so shared custody. So during the summers, I would go stay with my dad in Canada. And I always loved it, dude. The Canadian people are awesome. And yeah, I had a blast, man. Where do you live? Dude, thank you so much for that donation. Thank you. Lord Noob, we got a new member too. The fire rises. It's Gorston time. That's right. It is Gorston time. So go ahead and Tim and Takoyaki. Picks and bans here, please. Alrighty. Cool. So they're going to be doing their picks and all that sort of good stuff. The map is set. We'll be getting started any moment. The hype train is here. And thank you. Tiny like Prince Edward Island on the East Coast. Oh, got it. So you're in the Far East. So what time for you right now? It's like 3 or 4, huh? Turn's dad is Rick Moranis. No, that's not my dad. Although it's a lot of that was a running joke for sure. That was a running joke. Thank you. All right, perfect. We are all set. Yazili, once again, thank you for that donation. Really, really do appreciate that. Going to be helping to pay these prizes for months to come. So heading on over to the picks and bans. Let's get these guys going. Tim the Wilder versus the dreaded takoyaki, which sounds like a delicious food of some sort. I'm sure it might have some other meaning, but nonetheless, we will find out. The first map is going to be the Battle for Itza, ladies and gentlemen. Classic map. And we will see what the picks and bans are going to be in just a moment. So let's go ahead and switch on over here. And as soon as the players let me know, we will type it out and let you guys see how the tail of the tape is going to be. Tony's dad is Tony Soprano? No. It is not. Artosis is moving to Canada. Yeah, dude, I'm a huge Artosis fan. I love all his streams. Oh, Turin is sucking up to his Canadian audience. My Canadian husband, as well he should. Dude, I loved Canada, man. It was great. I went to Canada with one of my friends once, and we went to like the far north, like kind of more of the the wildlands, and we went like fishing on the river and everything. And it's a pretty magical land for sure. It is. It's a Japanese food, right? It's a fried octopus covered in dough. Okay. So desu. Totemo oishii tabemono desu. Okay, where are you? We haven't seen the picks and bans yet. We will see it in just a moment. The players are scheming their goodness here. I speak a little bit of Japanese. Sugoshi nihongo o hanashimasu. How do I say? Nihongo o benkyou shimashita. Yes. I speak some. I could have a basic conversation with someone. Like basic. Like if I was in Japan, I could find my way around and ask where things are and all that kind of stuff. But it's been a long time. It's been a long time getting from here to there. Oh man, if I could use the Star Trek. You guys remember the Star Trek Enterprise? That had that really like corny 90s song, like the Spirit Faith of Heart or whatever. If I could use that for the stream song, that'd be great. All right. So first pick is going to be Tzeentch and Nurgle for Tim the Wilder. So Tim is going to go Tzeentch and Nurgle. And then we are immediately see an Ogre pick coming out. Outstanding. And, oh, no, well, they look similar enough, Nurgle and Ogres, but that is the wrong one. All right. Ogres, and then it's got to be Tzeentch. Yeah, because Nurgle gets wrecked by Ogres now with the new shooting changes, so it's going to be your boy Tzeentch. All right, so we got a Tzeentch versus Nurgle matchup. The die is cast. Let us have some fun and jump into the match. Hey, Conrad, thanks for becoming a new member. Turin Durst. I was actually listening to some Limp Bizkit this morning, not going to lie. I was listening to... which one? Was it My Way? Yeah, it was My Way. The song's great. I started the Duolingo Japanese course a month ago, still doing hiragana. Yeah, hiragana is not too bad. And kanji is the really annoying one. That's super hard. The Faith of Heart. It's been a long time getting from here to there. Yeah, dude. I feel like Artosis balances Turin in the streaming universe. Yin and Yang, Rage versus Chill. Yeah. No, he's great, man. He's always a good time. The song slaps so hard. It does. It does. Why do I speak Japanese? I studied it for 4 years in high school, yeah. Because it was either Japanese or Latin or Spanish. And I can't roll my R's to save my life. So basically, yeah, it was just... I was so bad at Spanish. My dad is fluent in Spanish. He just learned it randomly when he was like 35. And just studied super hard. But I could never learn it. But Japanese came to me fairly easily. So I just decided to study that. Next Generation. By the way, I got to see the new Star Trek show, the Strange New Worlds. I heard it was pretty good. Hey, Seven, welcome. We are having a tournament. You're in the first best of 3. It's going to be Tim the Wilder versus Takoyaki. Inticity and I are going to be casting, so he's casting over on his channel as well. Because he's playing in the next round, so I wanted to give him something to do so he's not just waiting around. The Ogre shooting blob will potentially be good, but Tzeentch has its own shooting, so Tzeentch can bring blues and pinks to return the favor. Ogre shooting isn't as good against wide Tzeentch. Like if Tzeentch goes wide with blues and pinks, I don't think they're going to be that vulnerable to lead belchers. Oh yeah, Latin, Spanish, and Italian have a pretty strong R. Yeah, it's very tough for me, Samurai. Even though I'm like more or less half Italian myself, I I can't really roll the R's. Like the Romance languages have never come to me, whereas Japanese, Polish is tricky too. My wife is Polish, but some of the I feel like I could maybe learn some Polish. Yeah, Japanese conjugation's a little bit easier. Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. It was easier for me for sure. Strange New Worlds is basically putting them back into classic style. That's good to hear, Nakamura. That's good to hear. I love Star Trek. I haven't really been watching too many shows lately, but we'll have to get back into it. Dominic, I have not seen the newest one, but I've seen some of the. I think I saw the first one. Yeah, far better than Picard, but it's a low bar. Christian, I love what I do now. I'm not looking for other jobs at the moment. You know, I love doing YouTube and hanging out with you guys. It's I'm just really privileged to be able to do this. It's super fun. So yeah, Polish is hard. Polish is hard. My wife was I got to adjust the nameplates up top. Man, that looks ugly. Sorry about that. Did not notice. My wife was introducing me to some Polish tongue twisters the other night. So like Polish is obviously a tricky language to read. And she was doing these Polish tongue twisters to me, which was so brutal. We think we have like hard tongue twisters in English. It's like, come on, that's like a whole nother planet. Okay, so let's get this going. Looks like Tim is ready. Outstanding. Tzeentch versus Ogres. This is a classic one. Ogres, I think, usually play the objective game here, and with the stupid comeback mechanic being gone, I think we're going to be seeing a much better game here. Frank says, Polish is hard. I'm Polish and I struggle with it. Yeah. Yeah, German is pretty easy in general. That's what I've heard. Yeah, that's what I've heard. All right, guys, loading into the first match of the day. It is going to be Tzeentch, led by Kairos Fateweaver, facing off against an Iron Blaster Lord. The dreaded Iron Blaster has assumed command over the Ogre tribe, usurping even the Slaughtermaster. So if you guys are new to Domination mode, you can actually bring your Lord in reserves. And when you do that, it actually makes something else the Lord in your army. So the Iron Blaster actually counts as the Lord in the army, which is very, very funny. But yeah, it's going to be a rush. It's going to be Forsaken, backed up by Pinks and Blues, which is good. Against the new shooting, quote unquote, I hesitate to call it a meta yet. I probably wouldn't bring any big targets for them to shoot. Going wider, I think, is going to be a little bit safer. Pinks do a ton of damage. I mean, Iron Fists are somewhat durable with their shields, but in general, Tzeentchian shooting is very effective here, and I'm curious what your boy Kairos is going to be doing. You're going to be flying in, cooking up some good old KFC drumsticks, feasting. Should be a good time for all. All right, guys, so here we are. Let's take a look at the armies. So for the Ogre Kingdoms, it is going to be more or less a melee-focused build. It's going to be Ogre Bulls backed up by Iron Fists. Of course, you can only take so many of one variant. So the Iron Fists, you can see they have these like little wrist bucklers. So they do have a 35% block chance or something like that. Yeah, 35% against small arms, which is quite nice. We got Noblars and Iron Blaster in the back. Iron Blasters got heavily nerfed, but they do still have some niche applications for blasting down infantry and things like that. So you can shoot at Forsaken, and it's not necessarily the worst trade in the entire world. Ogre Bulls backed up by more Ogre Bulls. Bulls on parade, Rage Against the Machine, all up in this game. Now, looking here at the Tzeentch army of Tim the Wilder. Going to be Forsaken, backed by Blues and Pinks. No spawn, so a little bit of a meta adjustment to the Leadbelcher shooting. I think that Tim the Wilder was heavily expecting a Leadbelcher Goon Squad to abuse the new shooting mechanic, but in this case, we are going to be seeing no spawn. I would wager, though, if we could look at the reinforcements, that'd be kind of a neat feature, although not super important to implement. I do think there's probably going to be 2 or 3 spawn in here, because he's going to see there's not a critical mass of shooting, and spawn have the capture weight of infantry for some reason, so essentially they can move out and they don't lose models as quickly. So here's the thing, if you have like a spawn unit, it takes a lot longer to kill a model, whereas infantry can lose a lot of models very quickly, so spawn can often out-capture infantry simply because of that. Like, they might lose a lot of HP, but as long as they still have their models, they're going to be capturing like absolute beasts for sure. So the game is on, my friends. Let's get this party started. Thank you all for joining. Can't wait. We're getting closer and closer to the Immortal Empires. You know, we've invested quite a bit. Want to get this Immortal Empires going. Super hyped for the big tournament, seeing the Sons of Sigmar and the Bretonnians and all these old world factions that we know and love battling the demons of chaos. It's going to be very, very fun. All right, battle's on. 2 minutes until the objectives unlock. The dreaded Iron Blaster is going to be scooting up. Let's get some, dude, look at that guy. This guy for sure does some lat pulls. He's been working out. Going to be blasting at the Forsaken, I would wager. Or the Pinks. A little bit hard to tell. Iron Blaster's not as OP as they once were. Kairos spells. He does have the Blue Fire and the Gateway. That's pretty much it. No, actually, no. That's Gaze of Fate. Okay, so he's just going to Blue Fire down this bad boy here. Dude, look at the dodges. Whoa, every single shot missed. What the hell? That spell almost never misses. So every single shot coming in from the Kairos misses there. Wow, that's really unfortunate. That's got to be a little bit of a sad one there for Tim. Wonder if he's going to be switching up his targets. There's really no good sniping targets here. We don't see any lords from the ogres. Although the Butcher of the Great Maw is hiding in the bushes. Captain Pegleg back here. I like how like every ogre character is just like missing a leg. I guess they kind of sacrifice it to the Great Maw is kind of the thing here. But yeah, he's just going to wait in the bushes. And there we see the blue fire actually hit that time. That was very, very strange. So Tim the Wilder there, able to get an excellent shot on the Iron Blaster. And both armies basically just going to be posturing up until the objectives open. Very, very standard stuff. I would actually like to see the objectives open up at the, you know, if they had a minute and a half, I think that'd be a pretty good sweet spot. Like, I think 3 minutes is a little bit too long for the objectives because people just tend to stand here and just cheese each other with magic and shooting. I think getting to the action a little bit quicker would be cooler, so if anybody from CA is listening, maybe something to take into account. I think most players would agree with like a minute and a half. I think that'd be fine. Like a minute might be too quick for some of the slower factions, but I think a minute and a half would be a nice sweet spot. My testing with a minute and a half, I found that like Nurgle can get there pretty adequately, and it's going to be good. So Kairos Fate Weaver, very, very good value there, blasting the Iron Blaster. Hey, you know, on the broadside, the Iron Blaster is absorbing a lot of the Tzeentchian magic, and look at this, nice shot right there. Iron Blaster showing that despite the nerfs, they're still a pretty effective unit, doing some substantial damage and nullifying the combat effectiveness here of the Pink Horrors of Tzeentch. So really, really do dig that quite a bit. Oh, I love this. We got some Mournfang Cav with great weapons. Very interesting choice. You know, I was maybe thinking we see Mournfang Cav with the Iron Fists, the ones that do have a little bit more missile durability, but in this case we're going to be seeing the Great Weapon variant, maybe expecting Spawn, but again, they will do a little bit better damage, maybe. I don't know, it's hard to say with those Great Weapons. Here we do have the Ogre Bulls waiting up on the high ground. These are the Iron Fists, going to be doing some battle with the Forsaken, and we do get Screamers coming out as well. I feel like this Ogre position by Takoyaki is very, very risky. I feel like they're just going to get killed by the Screamers and the Forsaken. And where are these other ones going? Are the Ogre Bulls going to go all the way around the back and try and tie down some of the shooting here? Perhaps. All right, Bulls on parade. The big Chunguses have moved in. I love some of the animations. I think Ogres have some of the best fighting animations. My favorite is when they charge and do the big Sparta kick, the Leonidas kick, and kind of bandage someone down to the pits right there. So, Blue Horrors of Tzeentch battling pretty heavily. Objectives are going to be open in 9 seconds. And remember, there's no more comeback mechanic. Thank the Dark Gods. So there's no penalty for grabbing the objectives anymore. Now you just want to actually play the game as it's intended to be played. And the Great Weapon's going to be charging in with a little bit of a flank here. An awkward charge, though. A little bit of a flaccid one, to say the least. They charge in there, and they get a little bit of work in, but they're kind of awkwardly stuck here. I think pulling the Mournfang Cav away from here would be a little bit better. Granted, the Screamers of Tzeentch actually are considered large, so the Mournfang Cav with Great Weapons will crump them. Now, Ogres get one objective. We get double Ogre Bull on the other side moving in. In the center, we do have some Ogre Bulls moving in to fight. These guys are going to get melted by the Tzeentch shooting, most likely. They are the tip of the spear, as they say, and most likely will be suffering as such. Although, it doesn't look like most of the Tzeentch shooting is very occupied here. This is a really, really curious tactic. That the Ogres are like overloading this like spawn flank right here, trying to just, but they don't even have the objective yet. This is a big mistake. Takoyaki should get up here and grab this point, because Tzeentch is going to be out trading you a little bit, especially if you're fighting in their deployment zone. But if you get all 3 objectives, you know, it's going to be worth. He's only grabbed 1. It looks like the Ogres are really, really going for the kill more so than playing the objectives. This man is certainly playing it like a land battle, which I don't know how that's going to work out, but some of these little popcorn are getting popped here by the Ogres. Ogres taking them to the candy shop, and they do look like little popcorn cotton candy things. They certainly do. Kairos moving in, attacking, trying to get a terror out on some of the Noblars here. Might be able to do it. Ogres still have yet to grab the top objectives. This, in my opinion, is a really, really massive blunder. The comeback mechanic is gone. There's zero reason that you shouldn't have just had like an Ogre Bull over there grabbing this. He's trying to really stuff Tzeentch back in the deployment zone, which I think is going to be a colossal mistake and is going to allow Tzeentch to probably win this game. Whereas if the Ogres had triple capped the objectives at this point, you know, they would probably be up over 1,000 points, and Tzeentch would be sweating bullets right now, because the Ogres are very, very tough to remove, and they have excellent capture weight, being, you know, monstrous infantry and whatnot. But the Ogres charge down the hill, they got their big scimitars out, and they're going to be getting in there with some of the saber tusks, getting on top of the Tzeentch shooting here. So these guys getting karate kicks. That's the animation I'm talking about. The straight kick coming in with the right cross there. Certainly quite nice for sure. But Tzeentch is able to wrestle the high ground. What? Why do you know? Grab the objective. Get it. Go back here right now and get this objective. Stop. God, it hurts my soul to see this, guys. It does, because I feel like the Ogres would be in such a good dominant position, but now Tzeentch is just going to be grabbing the objectives back. And the Ogres are simply going to be down by quite a bit of value. He's almost playing this like there is the comeback mechanic, because there used to be a school of thought that you just capture like one objective to not give your opponent the comeback mechanic, but that's not the game anymore. And now he's going to be losing this. We finally see some Nobblar Trappers moving over here. The high ground objective, he's going to move these Nobblars back maybe, but now it's like he's lost a lot of his mass in the battlefield. Granted, despite the inefficiencies, he's still playing very well and trading pretty evenly with Tzeentch, considering that he's fighting in Tzeentch's deployment zone. We now get Spawn of Tzeentch coming out for Tim the Wilder. In the back, the Iron Blaster is being assailed here by some of the Screamers. Screamers are going to get chewed on by the Saber Tusks. Hounds and Saber Tusk units, pretty much anything that does, high DPS against light armor is going to be very, very good against these Screamers of Tzeentch. Just remember, are currently active on them as well. So Ogres do finally grab the side objective. Number 1 is controlled by the Ogre Kingdoms. And are they going to be taking the high ground objective as well? Oh my god. Maybe the routing Nobblars? No, they're not going to do it. God, just grab it. Please, dude. Please. He's gonna come back and watch this and probably feel pretty bad. Because, like, dude, the score would straight up be like 3,000 to nothing right now. Somebody in chat saying maybe he's a new player. He's in the grand finals of a very competitive tournament, and he defeated some very strong players, so he is far from a new player. Kairos Fate Weaver in the back, going to be going after your boy Iron Blaster, so the Lord of Lap Pools here is going to be getting chased off the battlefield by Kairos. And not a bad usage. Kairos doesn't really have too many good targets here, but the Ogres are still up on points. They're finally going to be sending some Ogre Bulls to the side objective. And if somehow Takoyaki manages to win this, I'm going to be super, super impressed, because just colossal misplays early on. And if he had grabbed the objectives, it would be close to 3,000 to nothing right now. And Tzeentch would have just lost the game. It would have been just over for sure. But, a little bit of a throw. Sometimes people get set a really, really big hard-on for fighting, right? In the back, Kairos Fate Weaver being attacked by a combination of Saber Tusks, Nobblars, and Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, none of which will be very good against him. He's going to be able to get away. It looks like he's got enough mass to push through those guys and can use his flying to kind of hug the edge of this wall and then eventually maybe fly up it. It's a constant, classic trick. Middle objective owned by Tzeentch. Tim the Wilder's got to be feeling pretty cozy. He's only down by about 1,000 points. As you can see, the comeback mechanic is not a thing anymore, which is great. And Ogres do have a pretty good stranglehold on the objective number 2 up here, but Tzeentch does have a little bit of a force moving up there. He might be able to get it. If somehow the Ogres could find a way to get Kairos or Goon him, that could equalize the value equation. We have yet to see the Ogre Lord coming out. Nobblar Trappers moving here. Nobblar Trappers, a very, very good ninja unit. And these are really testing the efficiency. Oh, look at the little ninja stars coming out. Hey, they're actually doing some work. Some of these Forsaken are going down. Look at these little guys, man. But I'm really excited to see units like Death Runners and some of the Skaven stalking units and just stock units in general. Grabbing objectives, I think, is going to be really cool. Like Warngulls do have stock as well. I think there's going to be a lot of cool tactics coming in, so there you go. Blue Horrors taking down the Nobblars. Leadership looking pretty fickle here for the Ogre Kingdoms. Takoyaki really feeling the error of his ways as he does maneuver over with some bulls to try and get that objective. So they're going to be hustling there to try and shut that down. But alas, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Tzeentch is going to be cleaning up the show. But, it's only game 1. It's a best of 3. All the matches in today's tournament were a best of 3. I think that's going to be the standard going forward because it feels pretty bad to be eliminated in a best of 1. And I think there was some really good best of 3s that we had in the earlier rounds of the tournaments today. Night Goblins, for example, are going to be another one. I think Night Goblins are going to be absolutely B-A-N-A-N-A-S. As each moves on to claim this objective, typically if you sacrifice value to play the objectives, you need to get all 3 of them. Yeah, the game would honestly probably just be over right now. Like, the Ogres would have won it if they had just grabbed the objectives. And all it would have taken is about 5 seconds of his attention. It wouldn't have really even changed his tactics too much. Like, he had his troops up here. He had plenty of things he could have grabbed these with. It certainly hurts my soul. It certainly hurts indeed. So, somebody in chat asking about the comeback mechanic. So the comeback mechanic is gone now. It does not exist anymore, thankfully, at least in my opinion. And how it worked is if you were down by 1,000 points, and it increases the more you're down, you would get free resources with which to summon units. However, what would end up happening was a player would let their opponent capture an objective. They would let them get 1,000 points ahead, so they get a bonus, and then they would attack and just have more units over the course of a battle and would almost, not almost always, but would often win because of that, which is really stupid. So it's gone now, though. Troll Guts going down to the Ogre Bulls, going to help them a little bit as they do dogpile in to fight the Blue Horrors of Tzeentch. Looks like the Butcher of the Great Maw is over there, but yeah, Forsaken should be able to clean these guys up. And Tim the Wilder has really, really taken over this game. The Ogres kind of actually playing like it was the previous patch a little bit, not really going for, or maybe playing around the comeback mechanic. Yep, Bull Spam is a very viable tactic. It's quite good, actually. It's quite good. I mean, Ogre shooting isn't amazing here. Let's see what he had in reserves. In reserves, we had Slaughtermaster, we had some Mornfang Cav, which didn't do that good. Mostly melee focused, but yeah, Takoyaki, and in their defense, played a very good game, a very, very good game. Just if Takoyaki had grabbed the objectives, I think he wins that game. Like 100% sure. Like he was really doing good at stuffing Tzeentch, but you're not going to get any benefit from stuffing someone in their deployment zone if you're not playing the objectives. So game 1 is going to be going to Tim, the Wild Man, Tim the Tool Man. He's coming in. All right, Total Tavern. Next map is going to be the Broken Leg Gully. So the Broken Leg Gully is upon us. Another fun map. Oh yeah, Chameleon Stalkers are going to be awesome. Blue Horrors are still very good. They were very undercosted back in the day when the game first came out, but they're in a good spot now, I think. Blues feel pretty good. So that's game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Now let us head back on over to the picks and bans. We can clear all this out and see what the players want to do here. Tim the Wilder does go up 1-0. The next map is going to be the Broken Leg Gully. Thank you all for joining. Let's get this started. All right, so here we go. And on over to picks and bans. Outstanding. I'm not sure. I'm sure he'll explain it later, perhaps, why he didn't opt to pick and ban. It's an easy thing to forget. It's an easy thing to forget. Honestly, guys, so, you know. Give him a break here. Didn't seem to lag at all for me. I will rehost. Perfect. Turn top 4. Let's host the game as a spectator. And perfect. Perfect and perfect. Just resetting the lobby here. Outstanding. Domination. Broken Leg Gully. And we can go ahead and make another spec slot for Anticity. And we should be good. Is Warhammer 3 worth buying right now? You know, I would probably just wait for the Immortal Empires to come out. It depends on your budget. Like if you can afford, if it's no sweat off your back, then yeah. But I would probably just again wait for the Immortal Empires myself. Tim the Wilder jumping back and forth here. All right. Outstanding. No drama there. Tim's randomizing sides. One sec. Perfect. All right. So if you guys have any questions, of course, do let me know. Mortal Empires, hopefully coming sooner than later. Just thirsting to play my Sons of Sigmar in this game mode. I'm a little bit with the shooting changes. I think they would be pretty good. I don't know if they're going to get reverted though, so I don't want to get my hopes up. But Empire would be very solid if you could have like a flagellant halberd front line backed up by like handgunners. Oh man, that feels like it'd be very, very good. Yeah, if Total War Warhammer 3 is on sale right now, certainly could be a good time for that for sure. Okay, let me check here. An error appears. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, let me rehost. So one of the players is having some connection issues. I believe he's connecting from Korea. So turn in top 4 tournament, test lobby. All right, so let's rehost that, see if it works. The dreaded lobbies in Warhammer 3 are always fun. Okay. Funds, let's go to default funds. Try that one now. Let's see if we can get into this one. If you can't get in here, then we'll have him host. And we will try that. Perfect. All right, let's see if they can get in there. Perfect. So we just need to switch the nameplates up top. God, I hate getting phone calls. I hate it. I hate it. It's such a stressful thing. I don't know why. It just fills me with anxiety. Okay, so we're all set. The map is going to be the Broken Leg Gully. Anticity, you're more than welcome to try and join. The game didn't seem to lag at all, although some of the players said they did have some lag issues. I think one of them is connecting from Korea and the United States, myself, of course, from the States as well. So it could be a little bit tricky for everyone. But we'll see what they do with their picks and bans here in just a moment. All right, what do you got for me? Aces. Working now. Alrighty. Yeah, I honestly think some of the Warhammer 2 stuff, the Warhammer 3 stuff, I think will be very strong. Like, I'm not concerned about balance between Warhammer 3 and 2. Like, some of the demon factions, I think, with the cultists were a little bit overtuned, but now that cultists have been put in their place, I think it's going to be fine. Like, the demon factions just have a lot of good units, and of course there's going to be more coming. I know the dreaded phone call. I better turn it off. I get so many spam calls. It's Creative Assembly calling, yes. To tell me some top secret information to share with all of you guys. I'm sure that's what it is. All right, so the Broken Lake Gully is here. The phone hath been silenced. And let's see what happens. So for the best man. $1 per end turn click. Oh my god, that would be destruction. No, this isn't Blizzard we're talking about. It's Broken Lake Gully. Yeah, for some reason he's seeing the Broken Lake Gully, or he's seeing the wrong map. All right, outstanding. Thank you all for joining. Spam Doom players to beat Khorne. Interesting. We could go with mass Doom Wheels. I wonder if Doom Wheels would have any viability in Domination mode. Probably not. It depends on their capture weight. If Doom Wheels have good capture weight, maybe. Yeah, it would really depend on that. Capture weight is a big determining factor as to the efficacy of like SEMs and stuff like that. It's really, really big deal. Like, for example, with Kislev, the Snow Leopards have like the capture weight of infantry, which is really absurd because they have like 95 speed, so they could just like zip around and steal objectives from things. Whereas like some single entities don't have good capture weight, like lords and characters and stuff. It's really weird how it works for sure. All right, so we got Nurgle and Tzeentch coming in from Takoyaki here. So let's get that going. It's going to be your boy Nurgle and Tzeentch. And now we see a pick from Tim the Wilder. So what is Tim going to be picking? In response, we will find out in just a moment. And let's hope for the best. Doom Wheel too slow, yeah. Doom players can fight in melee well. Yeah, they can. They have a little bit. They have a bonus for infantry and whatnot. I don't know. It'll be interesting. So there's going to be some weird meta builds for sure. Doom Wheels do cause terror, though. That's the big strength, right? So maybe not so much against demon factions, but if you're facing a low leadership faction and trying to get them off an objective, I think a Doom Wheel might be okay as like a bunker buster. Like if you roll up like... Here's the thing. What if you roll up on an objective with like a Doom Wheel and have some Death Runners behind them? Like you'll have really high burst DPS and also a terror route, so maybe you can just like break things off really quick. Slayer's unbreakable, holding objectives to the last beard. Yeah, they'll be okay at that, but the problem is Slayers are kind of squishy. They have really light armor, so if you have like something really crappy fight a Slayer, they will kill it, but they're also going to take a lot of damage themselves. Will there be a hot dog stream to celebrate Immortal Empires? Matthias, it's in the book. It could happen. It could happen for sure. So who do you pick against Nurgle and Tzeentch? You know what? I would actually like to see a Cathay pick, although I don't know if Tim is going to do it. I don't know if Tim plays Cathay. Okay, it doesn't look like Inticity is going to be joining. Maybe he's worried about causing lag, so. Man, dedicated servers would just be the ultimate dream. That would just be a dream come true. And, you know, I can actually see, I know there's a lot of people saying dedicated servers will never happen, et cetera, et cetera. I can actually see dedicated servers happening in Total War. And you know why? It's because it would affect the campaign experience in a good way. So not single player campaign, but one of the big launch features that Creative Assembly kind of hyped the game on was the simultaneous turns, which is amazing. But if you try and have a campaign with more than 3 or 4 people, it's just a miserable lag fest often, right? But if we had, dedicated servers that people could play on, then I think it would help that aspect of the game. So the single player / campaign crowd would really enjoy that. And then also I think multiplayer would just be taken to another level. Like we could actually have bigger events. The problem with having like a really big scale event with like big sponsors, kind of like how, Microsoft and Red Bull do Age of Empires is the lag and those kind of an issues that we have. Like you can't have like just a miserable lag fest. Ogre Kingdoms, interesting. So we get Ogre Kingdoms being picked by Tim the Wilder. He's like, I'm gonna try and show you how it's done. Okay, Ogre Kingdoms, and honestly, Nurgle probably not going to be picked here because of the Lead Belchers, but it's probably going to be a Tzeentch pick. So we're just going to see the same match being played back and forth. If CA could focus on PvP, this game could be fire. Oh, there's some folks at Creative Assembly who are very passionate about the multiplayer, but certainly, not as many as the campaign, but I'm just grateful for what we got. You have to remember this first and foremost is a single player game, but we've created a pretty awesome multiplayer community here. All right, Ogre Kingdoms. We don't see the pick from Takoyaki yet. It is the ogres being picked. It'd be interesting to see Nurgle. I feel like Nurgle will just get wrecked by the shooting, though. I would actually like to see an illustration of how OP the shooting is, so maybe we'll get a chance to see that. Some good water right there, man. You think it's going to be Nurgle? I would wager Tzeentch. I would wager Tzeentch myself. Simply because of how good the shooting is now. There's not going to be any obstruction issues. I have a best of 3 match idea. Domination first, Siege second. Oh my god, no Siege. Siege battles are pretty miserable, yeah. They're fun for like casual stuff with your friends, but from a competitive standpoint, they're not very good. What units do you think is bad in Warhammer 2 that will be good in 3? A lot of the medium-ranged artillery will be good. So like organ guns, Hellblaster volley guns, flame cannons. Like I think those things will be very good. And they were ogres. Okay, we got an ogre thing. Wait, did he just say Ogre Kingdoms? What? Tim the Wilder says, yeah, he's going Ogre Kingdoms. Okay. So we're still waiting on the pick from Takoyaki here. Tomb Kings won't be bad. I think Tomb Kings with Tomb Guard spam will be pretty viable. Ushapti Greatbow are going to be excellent. They have good cheap horsemen too. Nahakar horsemen, Skeleton horsemen, pretty good lore choices. You're not going to have half of the game land. You're not going to have half of the games like land battles and ladder. Yeah, that change is really weird to me. Like, maybe they just add a button so you can go into... I understand that, like, not a lot of people queue for multiplayer, so they're trying to reduce the wait time, maybe, I think was kind of the school of thought. But I do think just having them be able to choose. Like, you don't have to have 2 separate leaderboards. Like, I don't think many people care too much about the leaderboard. You could just keep the same leaderboard, but just have there be a button you can click to do which game mode you want. That would be really nice for sure. Yeah, Vinci, that's a good idea for sure. Yeah, put some cool animations. I'll do that. I just need to get my hands on some. Because I do not have any cool animations. Tug of War, land battles and domination, then siege. Oh my god, don't put the siege battles on. Alright, so we don't have the pick here yet from Taco. What is it going to be? Is it going to be Grand Cathay just teleporting past the pick phase? We have yet to see anybody really abusing the shooting yet, but we've only, of course, had our first game. Queen Bess will be good. Yeah, Queen Bess will actually be good in some matchups, I think. Queen Bess will be very, very nice. Huge damage, and you just bring a gunnery white with extra powder to kind of sit back there. I think you're going to be enjoying your life for sure. You can make it so people choose both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Yeah. I've already seen folks pledge to skip, making a pledge over the game. That's pretty funny. I mean, look, it's not that hard to just dodge and just get the ones you want. Like, whatever. It's a little annoying, but Nurgle's getting picked. Okay, guys. This might be the first illustration of the new shooting changes, because I bet you Tim is going to have an unholy amount of shooting here. All right, it's Nurgle versus Ogre Kingdoms. That's actually how you beat Nurgle in tabletop too. You just blast them into the Shadow Realm. So, all right, guys, the die is cast. It is Nurgle versus the Ogre Kingdoms. In case Anticity wants to try and rejoin, I will leave the lobby open for him. And we're all set. We will be all set. I mean, honestly, to get a battle in Age of Empires 4, I usually have to wait like 5 to 7 minutes per game. A lot of that has to do because I'm pretty high ranked, but it's not unheard of. It's not unheard of to have longer queue times. I wouldn't mind waiting in Total War like 3 to 7 minutes for like a battle, as long as it was the battle I wanted to be doing, but it's hard to say. Are you planning land battle tournaments in Warhammer 3? Matt Sayush asks. 100%. The first week, we're going to have tournaments like every day. It's going to be so hype. Like Monday through Friday, Monday through Sunday, maybe. Maybe we'll do a week of tournaments. That would be super fun. Every single day we have one. Or maybe I'll play some battles too on some days. I'm not sure, but there will be daily action. Ashiraya, thank you for the 50 SCK. Let the Nurglings feast. It's a Nurgan die. It is. I'm curious. I want to take a peek at Tim's build. I feel like cheating and looking, but yeah, this is gonna be wild. Only takes me a minute in gold AoE. Yeah, it's tough. And Age of Empires 4, the wait time is quite long. Once you get to the dreaded Conqueror rank. Yeah, Age of Empires has been a lot of fun. I do think Age of Empires is a good testament to how like having a really well-developed ladder is like really healthy for the community. Like in Age of Empires, I get on and I'm like hyped to climb the ladder. The fact that they give me a cool banner. Like, dude, imagine how rad it would be if we, in Total War, like we had a little like space next to our name in lobbies where there would be like a banner for like having achieved a certain rank, like a gold, platinum, whatever, you know, like ever chosen rank, you know, like how cool would that be? I mean, I understand it's not a development priority because it's like a multiplayer thing, but yeah, man, that'd be really cool. Like I would grind ladder if that were the case. I would have streams where I was like trying to get different ranks. I don't know. FFA tournaments, the top 2 performers move on. Yeah, we can do that, Hobbler. I'll do some FFA tournaments at some point. Can't wait to shout it's Morbin time with the vampire counts return. I know. And trust me, they will. Vampire counts are going to be super OP in this game mode. I can already tell you. It's just going to be... They're just going to be so dirty. Like, just 20... Imagine 21 zombie summons on the battlefield, dude. 21. Just, like, just miserable suffering. Like, ugh. 21 fat summons. Just right in your face. Noblar rank. Yeah, there could be a Noblar rank, dude. It could be awesome. Alright, let's go ahead and ready up. Imagine getting a new skin for you. Yeah, it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool. Do Nurgle units have natural missile resist? Says Alberto. No, they don't. I think some of them. There's a couple units that might have missile resist, but in general, no. They do have healing though, so Nurgle can heal and replenish some of the HP they've lost via magic. Yeah, chat coming back would be nice. Chat would be nice for sure. I like being able to ask my opponent what he found weak or strong about my build. Yeah, no, for sure, it's helpful. I mean, in my experience in RTS games, like I would say that like 90% of the time people are pretty cool in lobbies, but 10% there's going to be people flaming you or being toxic. But honestly, it's whatever. 21 glorious summons. Oh my god, dude, it's going to be nasty. But a normal zombie count until 21. Yeah, no, 21. Because here's what you do: you go Manfred, okay. Then you go double Necromancer on horseback. You bring double Forbidden Rod, Master of the Black Arts, and the Sword of Unholy Power. You have infinite winds of magic. You have 3 times 7 charges of zombie summons. So on these maps that have these really dumb lanes, like where there's like choke points, you're never going to get through them against vampire counts. They're just going to be cackling all the way to the graveyard and just dropping all that business on you. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. Norskin Berserkers would do well. Yeah, it's still going to take them a while, though. It's still going to take them a while. I wonder what we're going to see from Nurgle. I'm curious. He's going to have to change up his playstyle against the new shooting. I wonder if we're going to see an Ogre box from Tim the Wilder. Just some pure filth. How do you think the Vampire Counts will fare against the demonic factions? Okay, here's my guess. Vampire Counts will crush Khorne. Vampire Counts will do Vampire Counts will crush Khorne and Nurgle. Nurgle is like Walmart Vampire Counts, because Vampire Counts have better infantry via the Graveguard. They're just more cost effective with their armor. And on top of that, they have a Mortis engine. Blood Knights will destroy pretty much most of the Nurgle large units. So I think Vampire Counts will be favored versus Nurgle. I think they'll beat Khorne just due to blobbing and attrition and Mortis engines. I think that Vampire Counts will probably lose to Tzeentch, actually. I think Tzeentch's shooting and like SEM sniping will be really good. Like Tzeentch can probably cheese the Vampire Counts pretty hard with like the SEM and magic. And I think Slaanesh will probably go 50-50 with Vampire Counts. They have really good DPS and really good gooning. So yeah, I think that would probably be my prediction there for that. Hopefully that helps. We're in the zombie summon in business, and business is booming. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Geyser says he enjoys the toxicity. It brings him back to the days of old. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's a little bit fun, man. Having grown up in the 90s, on the early days of the internet, a little toxicity is fun. Not, there's limits to it, but yeah, it's wild. Hey, Puling, how you doing? Hyped to see my vampires coming back. Yeah, Nurgle also does have a Mortis engine, but okay, so Nurgle and Vampire Counts will probably trade relatively evenly in the infantry department. Like Graveguard will trade super well against the Nurgle infantry, okay? So they both have a Mortis engine. But on top of that, Vampire Counts have crazy mobility. They have Blood Knights, they have Black Knights, they have a better Air Force. Well, Nurgle's Air Force isn't bad, but Nurgle's Air Force isn't very good against Vampire Counts. Like Vargeist will be probably with Fellbats maybe, although Furies are there. I think the Blood Knights are the big deciding factor, honestly. Yeah. It's all good times, man. Are you guys talking about the old StarCraft game when Idra rage quit a game after his opponent, I think it was Huck was the gentleman's name, had a hallucinated army. Yeah, that was a classic one. Yeah, League of Legends is definitely been some of the more frustrating experiences I've had, like where people just rage quit when you're losing. Like even they might die like once in lane in the beginning, and then it's just like they just like rage quit or AFK, and like the game's totally winnable, but they just, you know, rage quit. Yeah. That happened a lot to me in League. Garland Green. Hey Garland, by the way, how are the new minis, man? Hopefully there's a couple Plague Marines in there, and then hopefully it's not too much of an issue to strip the paint off those other ones. But, I mean, Garland, that's actually a really good start for a Nurgle army. If you wanted to play Nurgle in either Fantasy or 40k, like 9 Nurglings plus, you know, a character in the tree, like it's definitely a start. Summon units do not have capture weight, thankfully. That would be really broken. Vampire counts would just never lose in that case. They would never lose. All right, so, yeah, Nurgle shooting build, or excuse me, Ogre shooting build, not surprised at all. It's going to be 4 Leadbelchers backed up by a Pistol Man. We have a Slaughtermaster of the Top Knot, and just some Bulls to screen. Very standard, right? Leadbelchers. Shooting has always been good against Nurgle. Like, even before... What the hell is this? No, he didn't. Why would you bring this thing? This thing is an atrocity. Oh my god. It is the Chair Lord, and he's, like, dodging it. He knows how bad it is, so he's moving it around the screen to make sure I don't see it and make fun of it. Why do you bring this? Okay, missile resist and physical resist, I guess. Oh, man. This thing is such a piece of crap. Oh, my God. It has 28 speed. It has, like, no good unique abilities. It's just an absolute atrocity. Like, you might as well go on foot. If you're on foot, at least you're a little bit harder to snipe. So we got Festering Stooges and a Beast of Nurgle. I do like this play from Taco, though. I like that he's kind of showing intent to go for the back objective, where shooting won't be as effective up on the high ground objectives. Because if he goes for the middle here, like, that's going to be a shooting gallery. That's just going to be absolutely brutal for sure. I think Nurgle's best bet is to play the high ground objectives, like the sides, and just do that. And then if the shooting can be pulled out of position, they can then summon a bunch of Nurglings and rush the middle. He's ashamed of it, he is. That's why he's moving it back and forth. But nonetheless, it's pretty standard Nurgle. Like, Plague Toads are actually quite good against Ogres. They have good mass and can block them up and apply poison, Plague Bearers, and, you know, I've always been good at playing the objective game and grind very well. The issue is the shooting. So now we're going to be seeing the first illustration of this new change. We see the Leadbelchers and the Ogre Bulls stacked on top of each other. Slaughtermaster of Beasts is here. He is here with what appears to be the buffs and debuffs. So he doesn't have any of like Flock of Doom, anything like that. Just going to be going for the big debuff spells, which is cool. Yeah, all right. So this is the change. I don't know why you would bringing the chairs a dominance move. It kind of is, but ultimately I feel like it's just kind of asking to lose. Takoyaki is flying Taco. No, he's not. He sent me a screenshot of his client, and I believe it was in Korean, so I think he's a Korean player. Korea has a very strong scene, for sure. There's a lot of great players over there. Very, very skilled. And yeah, we actually had one of the qualifiers was recently won by one of the top players from Korea, Ranger. He was very, very skilled. So quite excited. It's really cool to see all these like communities come together. Because we don't always get a chance to play together because of time zones and whatnot, but it's really cool when everyone kind of meets up. So yeah, Nurgle's going to be playing the high ground objectives. Very smart. And no more Nurgle cultists of nonsense, so those guys are off the table. And the Ogres are just going to be moving up onto the middle and trying to control the side objectives, but that's going to be easier said than done. All the shooting here, of course, does have a beautiful, line of sight shooting gallery here. Like, if anybody who plays tabletop, for example, if you've ever played against the Tau and you just like march into the open board, that's basically what would happen to you if like Nurgle came here. Instead, Nurgle's using the terrain, they're using some of the features on the side to mitigate the shooting, which I think is very, very good. And I like that they're able to do that. I like that they are able to do that. So here comes the old toads moving up into the trees. We have the Festering Stooges, we have the Plague Bearers, and a Beast of Nurgle for debuffs. The new ROR toads are really good. And okay, the first unit of Furies has been summoned in. Nurgle going to be comfortably sitting on the back objective. I really, really like this playstyle so far. If somebody invests in 4 Leadbelchers, they are not going to be excellent at fighting on these points. That is for sure on the sides. If this was a map like Battle for Pizza, it's a little bit of a different one. Or if it's like Arnheim, you kind of have to deal with the shooting. But on the Broken Lake Gully, that's going to be pretty big. So here they come. Double Furies, the Toads of Doom are here. They'll be arriving just in time for the objective to open up. And the Festering Stooges are on their way over. So the Stooges will be popping into the tree line here and moving out. And they're going to be incredibly tough to kill. We do get some Leadbelchers from Tim the Wilder. And going to be gathering up behind the Ogre Bulls here. And I'm sure they'll be shooting to their heart's content. More and more Plague Bearers of Nurgle moving. And this back objective going to be pretty comfortably controlled. And yeah, I like the idea of this too, like grabbing these toads to come and shut down some of the shooting here and just, you know, get you on this objective. I think there's a lot of neat tactical options that we are going to be seeing here. So here comes the ogres. Will they be able to defend the back objective? Honestly, that's the biggest variable. If the ogres can defend their back objective, I think they're going to be in a very good position, but if they do lose that, then bread is certainly going to be buttered. Now, looks like Nurgle is going to be coming for like a bit of a flank here. So we see units moving down there. We see the double Nurgling summon to go jump on the middle. So I really do like the tactical play here from Takoyaki so far. And he hasn't lost much yet, but he needs to get active. He really, really needs to get active. Needs to start marching towards the objective because it's going to be open in a couple seconds. You don't want to let the ogres get it and then have to take it from them. You want to just get in there and get that bread. So we have Ogre Bull units, and the big flank from Nurgle coming down. Okay, very scrappy. And that forces some of these units back. You know, honestly, seeing the Ogres move back down the hill, I would probably just retreat my toads back up. I would say, screw the shit, I'm going home, right? Just let the Ogres have that. And save those units for later. There's no sense in throwing them away. Also, no sense in throwing Furies down there, I don't think. I think you just come over here and, like, rear charge this position. The Festering Stooges are on the way, but they're going to be very, very slow to the party. And we do get toads in there, getting shot a little bit by some of the lead belchers, but like the thing is, even if you're stacked on top, if your lead belchers are still being touched in melee, oftentimes you're not going to be shooting, right? So the toads do move down to the low ground. Plague bears are on their way, but some of the toads are already getting wrecked pretty badly. Nurglings and plague bears moving there. And this objective is taken by the Ogre Kingdoms. Will Nurgle be able to get it? The timing was a little bit off with the Festering Stooges. Just a little bit off here, but these toads need to come around and flank to try and crush that position. And Nurgle should be able to get his clutches on this objective with proper play. Festering Stooges are here. They're throwing their Holy Hand Grenades. It does some pretty good damage, and it looks like the Lead Belters are trying to get away. But another Toad unit, like a little bit of a lapse in micro there by Taco, and he does see that, so he's going to be moving in. As far as the middle goes, honestly, the value is really close, and that is actually not good for the Ogre Kingdoms. The fact that the value is close is a big, big win for Nurgle. Nurgle should be getting their clutches on this objective in just a minute. So the Haggard Herald on the Palanquin sitting atop his toilet seat, as the Plague Toads are able to effectively shut down some of the shooting here. So far, I'm actually very, very impressed with the Nurgle play. It seems like he's doing pretty good. Certainly, last game was very winnable for Taco. He could have won that, so this is for sure a do or die for him. More Plague Bearers moving on. Furies have gone down, having tied up the shooting for a little time. Nurglings are on top of the Lead Belchers, and the Lead Belchers don't seem to be shooting super effectively. It does take a bit of micro to do the new shooting tactics, and now this top objective is going to be getting taken by your boy Nurgle, as Nurgle gets pretty much a full route up on the high ground here. So we get the Iron Guts being pushed back. Festering Stooges using the Holy Hand Grenades. You can see these guys really getting some nice work, and yeah, they're like in guard mode using the grenades. We also have the Beast of Nurgle here, which is an armor-piercing monster, and will be debuffing the stats with the Slime Trail and all that, so they are pushed back, and Nurgle does get the objective, and the Haggard Toilet Seat Lord is, yeah, he doesn't want to go down there. This is basically death. Need to make sure to secure your back objective too, because I wouldn't put it past him to Wilder to send some units this way to get like a big, big goon squad and move to objective number 1. I can see that really, really being a power play here. But honestly, I have to say, the shooting doesn't seem overpowered in this game. I don't know if it's user error or if Tim the Wilder's not doing it correctly. I would say that's probably not the case, because Tim is a very good player. You know, he's top 8 on the leaderboard. But even still, the shooting doesn't seem too egregious here. It seems like Nurgle's having a pretty good time. I saw some folks talking doom and gloom how this wasn't winnable at all for Nurgle anymore. It was just a 100% loss rate. But you know what? Honestly, this seems pretty fine. In the back, we do see that the forces of Nurgle are continuing to stuff the ogres back in their deployment zone using the Festering Stooges. The big thing that Nurgle could throw the game is if we see like a deep cap here. If Tim the Wilder were to summon in like a Nasty Skulker, not a Nasty Skulker, but the Noblar Trappers, that could be very, very problematic, and Nurgle would really, really hurt for sure. No turn. The ogres are trapped in here with him. That's right. That's right. Value is still favoring the Ogre Kingdoms, but that's not really taking into account the healing of Nurgle. It's a very, very close game, mind you. Granted, the Ogres do have the advantage of the home field here, as the Festering Stooges and the Beast of Nurgles continue to grind there. More Noblars moving in. If I were Nurgle, I'd for sure make a big effort to secure this back objective. I would probably send like a Plague Bearer there next, just to make sure the Ogres can't jack it, because that really is a huge, huge vulnerability in the build. Stream of Corruption going down. It's still good against the Ogre Kingdoms, because it clears out Noblars and Chaff units and all that stuff pretty effectively. But the Ogre Kingdoms, their shooting is tied up, and it doesn't matter if you're stacked that much. I mean, they're able to shoot some of the popcorn units, but honestly, that doesn't seem that egregious. Like, they kill a couple Nurglings there, whatever. I would imagine their value is still decent, but more and more toads coming in. The capture weight is now favoring Nurgle. I think that this... Oh, look at him. He's like drifting, dude. It's like, dude, popping a wheelie on that chair. So, yes. I think that the Herald heard me making fun of him, and he's back. He's back for vengeance, and he wants to get a W with his chair. Looking like Nurgle's going to be taking over this game a little bit. We do get another Beast of Nurgle coming in from Takoyaki. Very, very nice play. And there is the Dread Beast coming from downtown, so he's going to be moving this way. And back here, still looking pretty good for Nurgle. I mean, removing the Festering Stooges is going to take a ton of effort. We also do see the Fecundity going down, so that's going to be giving a big, big AoE heal to all these Nurgle units. And yeah, honestly, looking pretty grim bones for the Ogres over there. Do we see any ninja play coming in? No, just more Ogre Bulls trying to secure the middle objective. But I think at this point, you have to kind of change to your desperation tactics. The shooting cheese build did not seem to work that well. The shooting has just been incredibly ineffective. And, you know, I have to think that if the shooting had just been placed further back, like how it normally is, it would have been better. He tried to stack the shooting on top of his melee this game, and it seemed like it allowed Nurgle to effectively shut that down. I think you need to get those guys back. Did Stream of Corruption get changed? I'm not sure. I don't recall. It's still very, very good. The chair is one of the funniest things in the game. It is, hands down. Nurgle, that's kind of the thing about Nurgle. They're one of the most terrifying villains in Warhammer universes, but they also have a little bit of a comedic element about them. Like look at these little Nurglings down below, like carrying the beast. It's pretty hilarious for sure. Yeah, this game's looking pretty over. When Nurgle has a 3-objective stranglehold on you, and you're only up like 700 value against them, you have lost the game. Tim the Wilder probably going to be dropping this one, and so far the first showcase of the new shooting doesn't seem to be that egregious yet. But again, we'll see more. We still have a whole nother best of 3 coming. And of course, we have a round 3 in this match, so we're going to be seeing what they end up doing here. Dude, that chair is pretty sweet. It is. A nice play here, though. I like this. He slips past with a couple Ogres to grab that objective. And okay, Tim scrapping. He gets on the back objective here, and this is what I'm talking about. A potential throw by Nurgle. A little bit slow. Plague Bears are on their way up. That needed to happen a long time ago. You always have to be kind of thinking a little bit ahead when you're playing these guys. More Beasts of Nurgle and more units up here on the high ground. Able to get on top of the Iron Guts, and they're going to have to waddle back to this objective, because if Nurgle manages to lose these objectives, dude, that's going to be rough. How's Khorne doing this update? We don't have enough data to really tell you yet. We haven't even seen Khorne yet today, so... we've seen Nurgle. Nurgle has so far... looks like they've defeated the Ogre Kingdoms, unless he manages to throw on these objectives. But it looks like the Plague Bears will get there in time. They get there just in time, dude. Man, that's close. He needs... Oh, get on the objective! He needs to get on the objective all the way. There you go. Okay, so that will prevent the cap. Also, Plague Toads coming up, as well as Nurglings. Middle objective firmly in the control of the Plague God. And this top objective... Ogres might be able to steal this one back, but as long as they do hold those bad boys, then that should be fine for the Plague Man. Nurgling's moving to the objective, going to be able to hold that, and the Nurgle, the shooting of the Ogres has been massively shut down this game. It did not seem to be able to kind of get its wheels turning. Here you can see one of the changes, like they're able to kind of shoot through their buddies and take down those flyers, which is incredibly strong. I think that's a change that'll be very useful for like the Empire and some of these powder factions from Warhammer 2 who might struggle in the new meta, but there you have it. GG, well played. So Nurgle defeating an Ogre shooting build in the patch 1.3 with the OP shooting. So didn't seem that strong this game. But was that user error? We'll have to find out. Let's look at the value for some of the units. Take it a look. We get 585. We get the Nurgle squad doing its thing. 1700. Classic Nurgle play, man. Really good usage of the terrain. Didn't even get to bring out the cool guys. Mostly small targets to mitigate the effectiveness of the shooting. Lead Belcher's 900, 700, 700, 400. So not a single Lead Belcher paid for itself. Not even the Man-Eater pistol, which is very unusual. And I think a lot of that was because he stacked them on top of things instead of having them deep set so they could shoot a little bit more effectively. So GG, well played. And that was game 1 there, or game 2 in their series. And we'll be moving on over to game 3. So let's switch back here. The map is going to be, let me go ahead and find it. Chisarnheim, one of my favorite maps. If there was ever a map for Grand Cathay, it is this one. So updating that. Now we're going to get the picks and bans page all set up for these fine gentlemen. So let's do this. And we have Tim versus Takoyaki. All right, all right, all right. That was a great match, though. The Mean Dean now witnessed the firepower of this fully armed and operational battle chair. Dude, I can't believe the battle chair won that game. I was making so much fun of him, and he just came in and won it. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. All right, so we're going to be on Arnheim for this map. Let's go ahead and head on over to our pick and ban graphic. So where art thou? There we go. And we'll see what the players are going to pick. Should be great. The Mean Dean, thank you for being a member for 2 whole months. No, Nurgle is a very good faction, Joshua. Very, very good. Turin shutting down shooting is not different from before. Only the constant obstruction is gone. Correct. Correct. I'm talking more so about the stacking of shooting, because that's something we really wanted to see. How do you do pick and ban with 7 races? It's a little bit different. We actually have the bans now. So we're on the game 3 system. So we'll see what the players end up doing here. Probably just you. Excellent. So let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. The War Toilet was able to win. Yeah, I can't believe it. The dreaded War Toilet of Doom. Yeah, was talking some smack and he came out of nowhere. Lord Noob, thanks for all the content. Hope we can play another FFA sometime. Dude, Lord Noob, hey, Lord Noob, you ended up winning that, didn't you, with your Abbasid in the last game? GG, man. Why is it only Domination being played? Doesn't that kind of limit abilities of other factions? I mean, with how many factions we have now, it really only affects Cathay. Like, the other 6 factions have been very good in Domination mode, but Cathay is like the only one that's really been hindered. But, you know, Creative Assembly has been making changes to help with the comeback mechanic being taken away, although that did sometimes help Cathay. But overall, like, Cathay just needs more maps, like, and more matchups. Really, like, all the factions that are in the game are just kind of favored against Cathay, and I think that will change when Immortal Empires comes out. Cyrus says, hey, Turin, just got my Baneblade here. Hell yeah. Do you know which variant is better for? No, I don't. I do not know which one is better. But Cyrus, the answer to that is magnetize, magnetize, magnetize. Just magnetize the weapon option so you can switch back and forth, especially with big, expensive centerpieces like that. You don't want to mess around. All right. RK out of nowhere with the wooden chair. All right, so we got Tzeentch, Kislev, and Slaanesh being picked for Taco. So Tzeentch, Kislev, and Slaanesh are his picks. So let us see. And he's going to ban Cathay? What faction is that? Or Kislev? I'm not sure what he's typing there. Obviously a little bit of a language barrier, but he's doing great. We'll see what it is. We will see. An accuracy nerf when shooting through allies. That could be an interesting one. Yeah, could be an interesting one. Kind of like a little bit more wild. Is Kislev worse than before? No, Kislev is very good. They're stronger than before with some of the changes. Kislev is a good faction, honestly. Which one? I'm not sure which one he is banned, so we're just kind of checking here. Okay. No problem. So, yeah, he banned either Cathay or Kislev. But Tim the Wilder is going to ban Tzeentch and pick Nurgle. Okay. So Tzeentch has been picked. And his ban is going to be Nurgle. Wait, no, he banned Tzeentch. Okay, I got it backwards. Hold on. Ah, curses. And he picks Nurgle. I'll have it fixed for you in just a hot moment. So now we need to see what pick comes in from Takoyaki. So he cannot play his Tzeentch. So it's either Kislev or Slaanesh against Nurgle. Probably going to be a Kislev pick, I would imagine. But we will find out in due time. Now, we didn't get a Cathay pick. I think Cathay got banned. Yeah, Cathay got banned here. Interesting. Cathay with the dreaded 12% win rate in tournaments in the Summer Championship. Go ahead, make my day. Pick Cathay, says that, quoted by Dirty Harry. I love it. I love it. Turin, are the charge and missile reflect spells used in competitive? Not terribly often, no. They're kind of a gimmick, Diego. They're fun. Does live on YouTube mean live in life? Yes. Yes, it does, Eric. It's a deeply philosophical question. Kislev, cool. Hey, somebody wanted to see Kislev. Here you go. Here's another showcase of shooting. Let's see if it can defeat the Nurgle. I still think having your shooting deeper set is better than blobbing. I don't like blobbing shooting on infantry. I feel like it can be a little bit janky. Although, I don't know. We'll have to see. Hopefully somebody proves me wrong. I like this tournament overlay. Did you make this? No, it was made by Lachlan, someone in our community. He's a great lad. He offered to make it. And it's really cool. I'm going to get some fancier kind of background graphics too, like some animations or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's really cool. So we can see the picks and bans, and it has the maps programmed in, so I can like switch between the maps and show you guys what's going on there. All right. So the die is cast. Tim the Wilder's name is too powerful to be left here. So we need to switch it here. Sorry, it was like that the whole last game. I'm sure that's incredibly annoying. All right. There we are. So Nurgle versus Kislev. Hyped for this one. I want to see the shooting changes come into effect. Do you think that the Chungus Kingdom got nerfed too much? No, I don't think so, Pone. I think Ogres are very strong. Like, the Ogres, Professor Pone, should have won that first game should have been won by Takoyaki. Like, 1,000%. Like, 1,000%. But he just didn't grab the objectives. He just, like, went for the kill. Like, without... He was, like, playing it like a land battle. So, Ogres, and that last game was winnable for Ogres, but the build was just too skewed. I can't wait to see this faction pool thing filled with Wood Elves, High Elves, and Dark Elves. Well, Zyphos, that's going to be all you. And by the way, while the players do their builds here, let me go ahead and take a look on over at the tavern. So we're going to head on over to the main page. 1 second, and here we go. So you see the top 16 players here. When Immortal Empires launches, the first week after launch, we're going to have the conclusion of Season 1. I'm going to maybe even try and have it on launch day if that's possible. I don't know. We'll see. Because we have to coordinate with the players. You know, launch day probably would be the coolest way to do it, like the grand finals. But that doesn't give a lot of people time to practice with the new factions. That's my only concern. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll have Season 1 go like 2 weeks in. Yeah, that would probably be more fun, so people have time to practice. But we're going to have the grand finals with these top 16 players all getting invitations. But if people cannot make it to the date that I schedule, what we'll end up doing is just going down. So if we go to the leaderboard, you know, probably someone from the top 16 won't be able to make it to the big event. So we would keep going down until we grab more people. So yeah, could be pretty cool. Some people fighting for the top 16 spots. We can see Subutai here and Random very, very close. Have not gotten a tournament win in Domination, despite being very good players. But I'm sure they'll get there. That's going to be super hyped. That's going to be a 16-man, big, thick event. 2 days, maybe 1 day. I don't know. We'll have to feel it out. I'm thinking about, for the grand finals, getting a caster to help me out with it, like another caster. Not on the stream with me, but on their channel. So we could get casters to take separate parts of the bracket. And they could stream all that, which would be really fun. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Season 1 will end after IE comes out? Yeah, it will. And there's going to be a big prize. And, you know, the Season 1 Grand Finals is going to be a very competitive tournament. Because it has, like, the longest running results. So it really captures, like, the competitive essence, right? Like, you really got to work for those spots. And then those players will be very practiced as well. And, yeah, it's going to be awesome. Going to try and get some sponsors. I'm going to reach out to Creative Assembly to see if they're interested in putting up some prize. I'll put up a substantial amount myself, of course. Will Faction Wars be land battles or domination? I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe doing land battles for Faction Wars because that's what it's always been, and it's kind of a showcase event more than a truly competitive event. So I think we'll do that. Can't wait to play domination with your old faction, says Zyphos. Yeah. Well, that's the cool thing, Zyphos. You've more or less already qualified for the grand finals of Season 1. So, yeah, you'll be able to play all your elves. We'll never see. Like the dwarves. Yeah, Zyphos is talking about dwarves. That's who he wants to play. I feel like the Dowie are going to struggle, although the shooting changes help them a lot. So, if anybody's going to be stacking guns on infantry, it'll be dwarves, because they're so durable. Kislev, what do you bring here? You know what, Kossar spam could be good. You can even go Streltsy spam. Yeah, it all works. Some sleds. I do like sleds a lot. I think Heart of Winter has always been pretty good against Nurgle, but Nurgle players usually have gotten better at dodging, but a single good Heart of Winter can straight up win you the game. We'll also have a faction war, dude. All the good times that you guys remember, you know, the Pepperidge Farm times, those will be coming back when IE comes back. I know I haven't been doing as much Total War recently. It's simply because of the state of the game. I still do enjoy it, but it's not what it used to be, but it will be. It will be very soon. We just have to hold on for a little bit longer. A little bit longer. The light is at the end of the tunnel here. Zypho says, I think Warhammer 3 factions will mostly disappear with the old ones coming back. I strongly disagree. But I understand. I think people will be very excited to play the old world factions, but we also don't know what changes are coming potentially with the new factions. We don't know. So I think Nurgle, Khorne, like the God factions will be played. I think Cathay will be forgotten for a long time until they get like a DLC. And I think Kislev will be played like not very much. They're still very cool, but overall I think the Demon factions will still get played very heavily, and like, you know, Chaos and all that. And but I do think Cathay and Kislev will probably be left to the wayside for some time. Yeah, that would be my guess. Oh yeah. All right. I want to look at the builds. I'm tempted. After this, we have Anticity versus the who ended up winning on the bottom side of the bracket? Let's go take a look. Hold on. So today's tournament. Oh, we have Anticity versus Hadries. That's an exciting one. This is like the grand finals of a Warhammer 2 faction war. Like Hadries on his Scave and Anticity on his Coast just clashing. This feels very old school. I'm excited. And Hadries did not play a ton of Domination for a long time. In the past couple of months, like 2 months, he just started getting back into Domination mode, and he's been doing really, really good. Like Hadries is a very skilled player, and of course, Anticity is just the Dark Lord of Domination and PvP right now. So I'm really excited for this match too. That's going to be an incredibly fun one. Two of my very close friends. I play with Hadries and Anticity quite a bit, so that is going to be hype indeed. All right, outstanding. Kislev is ready. Let the boy wash. Hey, MC, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Kind words. Cathay forever. Well, yeah, there will be a couple Cathay mains. All right, so how many of you guys remember High Elf mains from Warhammer 2? There's like 5 of them. They play High Elves. They're like the only ones who play High Elves, and it's just their life is constant suffering. It's just constant self-sacrifice and martyrdom. Cathay mains are going to be the new High Elf mains because High Elves will be better than Cathay, I think. And all 5 of the High Elf fans in chat are like, hell yeah! And then we have Cathay. Cathay is going to be the new meme. They're going to be like, oh look, there's one of those Cathay mains out there. Until they get like something. Yeah. Hey, yeah, it's actually my birthday's in 10 days actually, my actual birthday. Yeah. I don't think Skaven are going to suck in Domination. I don't. I think that Death Runners are going to be great at ninjaing objectives. I think that Mortars and Giselles are going to be insane, especially if these shooting changes stay. Rattling Gunners. They have a Mortis engine via a Plague Furnace. They can summon rats to block. I think that... I think Skaven are going to be good in Domination. I wouldn't say like S tier because they'll be hard to play, but I think that Skaven will be a solid like B+, A- faction. Yeah. That would be my guess. Yeah, I enjoy Cathay more than High Elves too, because I like the cannons and guns and shooting and because Cathay plays very similar to the Empire in many ways actually. I just wish Cathay had some the Iron Hails are kind of an interesting spot between short range and long range and not as much of a thing. No, I think Skaven are going to be great. See, Xiphos is going to be the true champion of the High Elves. I see him. ECL champion, coming to reclaim the throne. High Elves are going to be fine, I think, in Domination. They'll have some niche matchups, but yeah, they'll be okay. Hollywood says, the best turn, the best. Hey, I appreciate that. Domination, unfortunately, doesn't really compare. Yeah, I understand. It will, though, Hollywood, I think. Just wait till we get the old factions, and we'll see. Nobody say happy birthday on Turin's birthday. Oh, my God, you guys. How dare you? What am I going to be doing on my birthday? I don't know. We'll probably have a stream of some sort. Maybe. Be out and about. I thought about having a barbecue at the house and just cooking up hot dogs. And there's a local bluegrass band that plays banjo music, and I was gonna see if we could get them to play and just have the most ridiculous thing. But I don't know. Has somebody tried terracotta openings with Cathay since the patch? So Nakamura terracotta openings they were okay in the beginning, but people rapidly figured out how to, because their capture weight isn't that good. A snow leopard will out capture a terracotta sentinel, so it's just and they don't kill fast enough to really justify it, in my opinion. Khorne will just tarp at them with halberds and spawn. Nurgle will just get them with the Beast of Nurgle and spawn, and it takes a terracotta sentinel 45 minutes to kill a plague bearer, right? So yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, a lot of the old pros are going to come back for the Immortal Empires for sure. People are just taking a break right now, which is fine. That's what I'm doing on the 4th of July. I'm grilling hot dogs, man. I'm making hot dogs for my stepdad and the wife, and we're just going to watch the fireworks and just, embrace all the haggardness. It's going to be glorious. Tim, does he have a question or something? Let's see. He says ready in 30 seconds. Okay. He's just making the most MLG build of all time. It's a long time. Well, hopefully he'll get going. Yeah, terracottas just don't do that much damage. For Cathay, it's just spamming infantry is more effective, I think. I can see Dowie being the worst in Dom. I think so, too. I think dwarves will really struggle. They'll have their niche matchups where they're good, and maps. Dwarves are going to be very map dependent. Like, if you have, like, a big shooting map like Arnheim, I can see dwarves actually doing well in Arnheim. But, like, many maps like Galleon's Cove, Crossing of Sea of Claws, Silver Spire, dwarves will probably suck on most of those. Yeah. Yeah, Hadries, I think so, too. I think so, too. I think it's going to probably get canned. They should give Terracotta Sentinels a bow and arrow. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Then they just get Bone Giants, basically. All right, guys. Here we are. So once again, despite the shooting changes, we're not really seeing much shooting. We see a bunch of Kossars backed up by double Little Grom, which I love. Oh, Kugath is in danger, dude. Uh-oh. Your boy Kugath better watch out. We got the Warbear Rider RORs, the Brothers of Tor or something like that. I don't quite have the names memorized yet. We have a Patriarch and an Ice Witch of Tempest. Pretty good. Ice Witch of Tempest has some nice AoEs, and you can also increase the range of your cannons, which is really cool with the Gust of True Flight. I do dig that. Samurai Warrior says, do you think we will be able to force a 5-minute timer for the builds? That would be, it'd be hard to force. You'd have to give like a warning. That might be something I implement in the future, Samurai, where I give a warning after 5 minutes, and then they get another like minute to finish their build, and if they don't do it, you have to add some sort of a punishment. I don't know, like I hate handing out punishments. I used to be an athletic director and run sports competitions. That was my job before YouTube, and like that was always the hardest part of my job, was like disciplining and applying punishments for like breaking the rules. I just like have never been good at that. I really don't like it. I mean, I'll do it if I have to, but it's just unpleasant. So double Little Grom, a very nice tech against a big Chungus. So if there is like a Kugath, this is going to be super strong. So one Little Grom here. We got Armored Kossars and I believe an Ice Witch and a Patriarch. And then the Warbear Rider RORs. And these guys are awesome. Awesome. They do magic damage. Super good against demons. Demons have physical resist. And look how badass they look. The Oath Brothers of Tor. Dude, I love the face masks they have too. Yeah, very, very, very cool. They have the Call of Tor as well, so they can summon down like a Lightning Storm, which isn't bad against Nurgle. Does a little bit of magic damage and applies the blinded debuff, so not bad at all. I think Greenskins will be very good in Domination mode. They have great infantry, they have great shooting. That's cheap. They have good objective theft with goblins. I think Greenskins are going to be super, super good. Now, looking at the Nurgle army, pretty classic stuff. We have the Walking Dead, Plague Bearers for days, and Plague Bearers grind pretty good against Kislev infantry and take objectives. Spawn also have great capture weight, and Plague Bearers with Kugath Chungus father. He is here. Look at him. I like how he reared forward to try and get his toilet seat moving faster. Is he gonna go hide? Where is he going? Where's Kugath rolling? Here it comes. Gonna be moving down here, heading down and around. The Volley Bears, yes, yes. The cannon of Little Grom and Takoyaki going to be moving up, so this will let the Kislevites probably claim an initial stranglehold on the objective, although Nurgle does have some stuff hiding in the trees. Up here, Kossars are moving up as well, heading to the objective. Nurgle has a pretty big army on the low ground, and it looks like your boy Kugath is going to be rolling down into the pits. So here he comes, Tokyo drifting down, or is he just going to hide here? Is he just going to wait and see where Kislev commits more of its forces? Really interesting. Really interesting. We'll have to see. We will have to see. The Giga Chads of Tor. Yes. That's pretty rad. yeah. It's pretty good, Hadries. I like that, man. I think it's a good name for him. Yeah. It's a complete slip up there. It's awesome. Dude, look how cool these bears are, though. Bears are one of my favorite animals. I think bears are probably my favorite animal. I mean, aside from dogs. Love dogs. But I love bears as far as like wild animals go. I think the other would probably be a beaver. I think beavers are so incredibly cool. Like what they're able to do with their building and their kind of effect on the ecosystem, I think is really cool. Oh man, big yawn there, sorry. Armored Kossar is moving up to objective number 1. We have the Ice Witch of Tempest. She only has Blizzard, so Blizzard is basically designed to just kill Plague Bearers and, infantry blob on objectives and things like that. Kugath is rolling down on his filthy toilet seat, leaving a trail of just spoiled earth where he goes. So here they come. And Kugath's going to move this way, throwing his toilet water over here downtown at the Armored Kossars. Granted, he's going to start getting shot by Little Grom most likely, but the objectives are going to be under the control of the Kislevites initially. And it looks like we do see some Kislev summons coming in, so we see... Whoa, wait, that can't be a third one. No, okay. It's going to be Kossars with spears. So 2 Kossars moving up, and honestly, so far, nobody really using the stacking guns. That was kind of one of the main reasons for today's tournament, was really to see if people are going to be abusing that. But I feel like if anybody's going to really be able to kind of use it to its maximum potential, it'd probably be Anticity, of course, is coming up here, so we'll have to see. Beavers are so cool. They're such cool creatures, man. I love how everyone said wolf, but Turin slaps in. Dude, beavers are rad, man. They're really cool creatures. I mean, bears are my favorite, hands down. I love bears. I've always loved them my entire life, but it's one of the reasons why when Old World comes back to tabletop, I'm going to play the Sons of Sigmar, and I will play the Kislev. I'll probably get a Vampire Counts army too, because I am going to be starting a tabletop channel when that comes out, a separate channel, where we're going to be covering Warhammer Fantasy tabletop games. So as long as I can wrangle someone to play with me, I'm going to try my best to get Italian Spartacus to do the channel with me, but we'll have to see. Forsaken of Nurgle getting shot from downtown. Complete miss? No, it does hit. 73 models now, so 7 models have fallen. Objectives are open, so Nurgle better get going, man. Takoyaki's here for blood. He's got all these Kossars up on the objective, looking pretty good. He's got the Oath Brothers of Tor hanging out, so these bear boys are good to go. And man, they're so cool looking. I'm really eager to see the Call of Tor. I actually haven't tested this too much, so we're going to have to see. On the other side, Nurgle is emerging from the bushes, so Tim the Wilder is playing a very dangerous game. There is no more comeback mechanic, so like delaying the engagements like this is very, very risky. Like he's going to probably let Kislev get up to about a 1,000-point lead, and Kislev could potentially, yeah, you know what, I probably will get a Cathay army as well. My Empire army is fully painted except 9 Demogryph Knights. That's the last thing I have to paint. My Empire army is completely painted except 9 Demis, so it's looking really good too. I'll show you guys. We'll do a video soon. Once I finish the Demogryph Knights, we'll do a video showing you all the armies. Yeah, so he's going to let Kislev get a triple cap. Granted, what Nurgle's going to do most likely is come from the bushes, grab objective number 2, and then move on to 1 and 3. Like, kind of like go like a big circuitous route like this, start spawning in the middle, and maybe Kislev overinvest in the top. Granted, Nurgle does have a pretty big army up here, and Nurgle hasn't really taken any damage yet, despite the double artillery opening. They haven't really gotten shot that much, but now we do see the little Groms out in open field, and they're going to be going after the Forsaken. Here we have the Armored Kossars taking the objective. What you would want to do with these Armored Kossars once you get the objective is move up to the edge and block the Plague Bearers off the objective for as long as you can to try and maximize points. There's a lot of little nuances in Domination mode like that do make a pretty substantial difference. So here comes the Heavy War Sleds. Very nice choice. Granted, there are Spawn of Nurgle and Plague Toads, both of which are very capable of obstructing the Heavy War Sleds, which have been nerfed into a pretty good state. They're certainly, I would say, quite cozy now, but this is incredibly risky for Nurgle. It's going to get to the territory now where they have to triple cap, and usually you would see Nurgle emerging like right as the objectives are about to open up, they would move out, so we'll see if Tim gets punished for it. Nonetheless, Plague Bearers do move on to the objective. We get Armored Kossars shooting their pistols here, and these bows need to start unleashing some big shots, and the sleds need to intercept these Forsaken before the Forsaken can get onto the Kossars here, so we'll have to see. Warbear Riders of Tor, the Oath Brothers of Tor, coming out with the Patriarch. Very, very metal. Going to be going after Chaos Spawn. Pretty cost-effective for sure. I mean, they could take a fight here versus all these guys. Wouldn't be the worst thing. A lapse in micro here by Takoyaki might allow them to be caught by the Toads. We'll have to see. He's trying to rush across to intercept. A little bit awkward, but the side objective is being held. Plague Bearers get Last Samurai pretty good, but Forsaken do get on top of the shooting here. And look at the bombardment. Okay, we see the Oath Brothers bombardment. Didn't do too much. I think it's more designed to deal with infantry. And a Snow Leopard summon coming out from Kislev as well. So Takoyaki will be getting that Snow Leopard and jumping onto the goodies. High ground objective is being pushed by Nurgle pretty heavily, but what's happening here, this is nothing different than what would happen in the previous patch. Like nothing. They basically are just going to be mowing down the Forsaken, and yeah, like it has nothing to do with the new changes. Nurgle's going to be getting that objective. I think Kislev is probably going to have to fight for the bottom 2 objectives and play the value game. I would honestly, at this point, maybe pull back these units too. Like, retreat back and just don't lose them to the Nurgle onslaught and try and value Nurgle on the high ground while you fight for the 2 low ground objectives. But it's a pretty close scrap so far. We're going to be seeing a Blizzard going down on the Plague Bears here. Value lead is, of course, massive for Takoyaki, but that's very normal. Nurgle's going to start healing, and now that Nurgle is in melee, they're going to be a little bit of a different situation for sure. But really, really nice stuff. Getting a big Blizzard, taking those guys down. The Kislevites and the Armored Kossars holding. And look at the Oath Brothers of Tor. These guys going ham here. These bears are slapping the base on the spawn. And look at them just get pummeled by these anti-large bears with magic damage. Granted, the magic damage doesn't apply to spawn since they don't have physical resist, but it's very good at clearing out Nurglings and other units. This objective is going to be taken by Nurgle, but should be able to rather quickly be retaken by the Kislevites. Now, Nurgle is going to be getting a triple cap. Kislev up on the high ground for sure wants to get back. I would 100% pull these guys back. They're just kind of dying for no reason here. Maybe leave one unit to kind of hold the ground, because Big Boy Kugath now is moving down to the low ground objective. The 2 cannons, not a bad shot right there. Big blast going into the Plague Toads of Nurgle. Quite nice for sure. Armored Cossars and the Patriarch holding firm on the objective. Kislev still in control of one objective and completely sweeping Nurgle off this point. 7,000 to 3,000 gold lead. And yeah, this looks pretty much the same as a game you would see pre-patch. We haven't really seen the shooting changes come into effect yet, so... No, it's more so with like Streltsy and things like that. So Zargard are coming out, so Kislev is bringing out the big guns, baby. So they're moving in. They are in the dreaded box formation, probably to minimize the amount of damage they would take from a Stream of Corruption. But getting this objective back from Nurgle is going to be very tough, considering that big Kugath is here. He is going to be giving a Mortis Engine against the Zargard. Ooh, nice stream right there. That's going to do some big damage. Yeah, it takes him down about 25%. Beautiful, beautiful cast. The high ground is still owned by Nurgle, so they still have a lot of Plague Bears up here, none of which are summons. I have to say, it's very, very refreshing to not be seeing Cultist spam everywhere. Very refreshing. I'm feeling a lot better indeed. Cossars of Spears trying to hold, but yeah, this is pretty much a doomed fight for the Kislevites, but at least they're occupying some forces. I would imagine that the two big guns, the Little Groms, are probably going to start shooting here at Kugath. The army of the Patriarch and the Oath Brothers. The Brazier is going to be giving constant healing. So that is a really good item on the Patriarch there. We get a Blizzard coming down. Blizzard going to be nibbling on these units. And honestly, the Nurgle forces here are looking pretty thin. Double shots coming in from the Little Grom. Kugath is getting blasted by 2 cannons, and that is going to hurt really bad. And once the Nurgle reinforcements there kind of run out of steam, the Warbear Riders are going to be doing some big damage. And why are the cannons not shooting? They are firing. Oh, it looks like he's switching targets to the high ground. Yeah, he's going up and after the Forsaken. Okay. How's Kugath doing, though? Kugath's doing pretty good. Beautiful stream of corruption coming in from Tim the Wilder. Really, really nice. Goes right through those Zargard, but it looks like Kislev is potentially going to be wrestling back that objective. Here we have some lone Cossars here. Forsaken going to be drifting around, so leaving that engagement. Looking to overload on objective number 2, which I really like. I think that Nurgle needs to grab some of its stuff from the high ground and start drifting down here. Although, Kislev is kind of... Oh, are these the RORs? Hell yeah, the Dazen's Hearthblades. These are the ROR super jacked Slavs. They're going to be moving in with the great weapons. Of course, doing fire damage is nice against many of Nurgle's units. When they do receive healing, it will be mitigating the effectiveness of said healing. This is a badass game, man. Seeing all these RORs in action, we get to see Kugath, the Oath Brothers of Tor getting in there, the Virulent Contagion going down, going to be lowering their melee defense to 8, but Kugath is getting nibbled on by these bears for sure. They're putting in some work, and Kislev has re-secured the middle objective and are inching closer and closer to victory as the Little Groms continue to lend their firepower across the battlefield. These Cossars, and they certainly do not skip Bicep Day, getting in there and fighting these Forsaken. You know, most of the time when you see Forsaken, these giant mutated monsters fighting Mortals, the Mortals aren't like as big as them, but these Cossars are just huge. You guys remember Rocky when, you know, he's doing the training montage against Ivan Drago and he's like lifting the tree branches in the snow? That's basically what the Cossars do. Those guys are definitely quite meaty. Dude, good Vortex spot. That's going to be really nice. That Blizzard's going to hit everything here. It hits the Forsaken. It also hits the Nurglings. Kugath getting shot by what appears to be 2 cannons. Are they going after Kugath? They are. Nurgle certainly has an opportunity for a triple cap, though, and we could see them win the game in that fashion. Granted, on the high ground, it's only a matter of time before the Dazen's Hearthblades move in. So they are chopping through these Plague Bears like butter. 69 models, that's what she said. Nurgling's also being chopped down, and they will be getting onto that point. And yeah, Nurgle has Plague Bears and Nurglings moving there, but I think Kislev has enough time to grind through all of them. Like, these Hearthblades will grind through every single one of those infantry units. Now, will these sleds on the other side be able to mitigate the Nurgle back cap? It looks like the sleds are doing good damage, you know, clearing up some of these units. But we do get Plague Toads coming in, and Nurgle has taken the middle objective. Tim the Wilder may be getting back on the board here, though the Nurgle forces are crumbling down. Most of them are very, very beat up. What is Kislev going to be summoning in? I would really like to see some heavy Kislev cav like Griffin Legion right now. I feel like a Griffin Legion summon could come in and maybe clear off some of these points very quickly. Because Griffin Legion will wreck Nurglings, it'll wreck Plague Toads. It's pretty much good against all those aforementioned options. Although Kugath, the Toilet Seat Lord, is in trouble. Fleshy Abundance is active, and he's tanking it like a champ. This very much is reminiscent of Nurgle in Tabletop, where you have like a big, powerful character or monster just like absorbing all this damage and just allowing you to win on objectives, despite him potentially going down himself. But the Kislev army is in a little bit of danger. Kugath is obviously an unholy terror. Oh, he karate kicks that guy off the bear with his giant toddler kick. 4,000 value makes sense. He's had multiple Zargard units poured into him here, and it looks like Nurgle is going to be getting back in the game despite some early rough trades here. The Hearthblades moving on to the high ground. Nurgle's rapidly catching up, although this one objective, it looks like the double Little Groms and the Patriarch and the infantry might be able to get this one. The bears, I think the brothers, the Oath Brothers of Tor, are now broken. Looking at the side objective, the sled is trying to cap it back. Kislev needs to get a double cap here pretty soon. Decent chances, but if the Nurglings make it to the objective, you can see these guys have been listening to some Fred Durst. They're rolling, gonna get on the objective, and they will certainly grab that. Kugath was able to heal. He's at his healing cap now. The Warbear Riders are back. Could probably use them to come clean off some of these Forsaken. High ground objective will probably go to Kislev, but will it be too late is the question. Nurgle for sure doesn't have enough to stop these Hearthblades. These guys are basically just buzzsawing through all these infantry, lighting them on fire too to mitigate some of the healing. They've got 500 value, but most of it is just from chaff and whatnot. So now Kislev does have the capture weight on the high ground. The middle objective was taken back over by Nurgle. Sled's trying to clean off some of the Nurgling reinforcements. Oh my god, a cav would be so good! We need some Kislev cav play! Get here, there's just a light Nurgling there. Like, even a Kossovite Dervish would take those guys down, but Nurgle now has the point lead. They've retaken the game. Beautiful stuff. And I really think Kislev played a very good game. My concern, though, is that they didn't bring anything like cav units to clean off these side objectives. Punishing Nurgle with mobility is very, very strong. And Griffin Legion have great burst damage, too. So the Nurglings here, yeah, this is kind of cool. Look at that. So the Kossars are shooting from behind the cover of the Hearthblades here. But yeah, Hearthblades need to move up. A little bit of a misplay, too. They could push these Nurglings off the objective, and Kislev would have already had that objective by now. But Kugath Plaguefather holding on like a champ. Little Groms obviously don't have the most insane capture weight. And guys, I think Nurgle is going to get it. I think we need to see Ice Guard. I think we need to be seeing Cavalry. A lot of inefficiencies in the Kislev play in terms of army selection. Good micro, I would say, from Takoyaki, but we did not see the most efficient army picks, which I think is starting to catch up. A little bit too overloaded on the Zargard, I think, though they're very good. But sending, multiple units of Zargard into Kugath is going to let them get back into the game here. So Nurgle is basically at the point of no return, and that is going to be a victory 2-1 for Tim the Wilder. GG, well played. What an excellent match, and a really, really good comeback. We also didn't see any capture cats. That's right. So Takoyaki did not use the capture cats, which are also very good against Spawn and Toads. Beautiful play, though. I mean, Takoyaki has only played about 5 or 6 matches in tournaments on Total Tavern so far, and getting to the grand finals here and doing the semifinals and doing really good against Tim the Wilder. So big shout out. That was a really fun game. 3,700 value on those Warbears, and the Hearthblades didn't get a chance to really shine. But yeah, that was a super fun game. GG, well played, guys. That is going to be a victory for Tim the Wilder and Nurgle. So now we'll be moving on to the Anticity match. That is going to be a 2-1 victory for Tim the Wilder. He'll be moving on to the grand finals to face the winner of Hadries and Anticity. Very hyped for this one, so let's get the lobby focused. All right. There we are. GG, well played. So let's get this going. All right, so lobby is set. Outstanding. And let's go and get these guys invited. I love seeing a match between Anticity and Hadries. That's super fun. 2 of the true OGs coming in, showing they still got it. Okay, password is 123. There they go. And outstanding. So let's get the pick and ban tools all set up for them. Go to game 1. And the maps are going to be, can't wait till we get more maps, man. I'm so excited for Immortal Empires. I'm so excited. Oh my god, just give it to us. It's torture. It's so close yet so far. Anticity versus Hadries. These guys are basically my 2 training partners. Like the people I play the most with, right here, battling it out. This is going to be fun. So Tomoko says, "Hey Turin, you inspired me to start playing tabletop. I recently bought a box of Empire handgunners for the old world. Very cool. Make sure to put them on square bases. Although you can do round bases with adjustments, but yeah. Yeah, you could go round bases, to be fair. I'm sure they're going to have some way of adjusting it. But yeah, right on. And go to Troll Trader. Empire's a classic army, and their models are still really good, too. They look like up-to-date, and they're very solid. Any tips for Nurgle? They're meant to be super tanky and hard to kill, but every time I play them, my stuff just dies so quickly. Yeah, you got to just be very tactical with where you send your units. It just really takes practice and reps. But watching some of these high-level players play Nurgle, you can emulate a lot of what they do. All right. Cool, here they are. So Domination, default funds, it's a, and we're all good. All right, so let's see what they do for the picks and bans, and we will get going here in just a minute. Thank you all for joining. Yeah, that was a weird game. The builds were very strange. The Nurgle build was a little bit more normal. I liked it, like Toads for Mass. But no, we didn't see Furies, and we didn't see like Capture Cats, or we didn't see Ice Guard are actually very good against Nurgle because they have magic damage, so they kill the Plague Bears very quickly. Yeah. All right, perfect. Let's do it. Hadries in the Discord chat is saying, he's like, "Don't worry, Tim, I'm going to try and wear down Anticity for you. We can beat him together." I love it. I love it, dude. That's so funny. Nobody has answered your challenge to win with Cathay. I know. There was all these YouTube videos coming out the first day of the patch, like oh my god, Cathay's gonna annihilate everyone with these boxes of iron hails and infantry, and we just have not seen a single player try it yet. Granted, we have Anticity coming up, and I think if anybody can do it, it'd be him. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm starting to think that the shooting changes aren't that big of a deal for multiplayer, but I think it's going to be more of a problem for people's multiplayer experience and immersion. And immersion also, right? It's yes. It's a gully and pass. Perfect. Fix and bands here, please. Adries and inch. All right, perfect. And we're all set. We are all set. I think we could see Cathay get picked, actually. I think we could on this map. Not on this map, but on Arnheim. I think we could see them get picked. Can we have a Karl Franz stream? Oh, man. There was actually, I think for Halloween this next year, I'm going to dress up as a greatsword, like an Empire greatsword. Yeah, because I found this really cool costume, which is like super nicely made. It's like a Holy Roman kind of Central European Landsknecht costume, and it's basically a greatsword. So I saw one. I think I'm going to dress up as one of those for Halloween. It'll be fun. Yeah, all in due time. We'll do like a stream with it. Who knows? We will do a stream. Anticity coming to farm tournament wins. He's very close to it. He's got to get through some very tough opponents. That is for sure. All right, so what is the pick going to be here? We have Kislev and Slanesh for Hadries. And Slanesh, perfect. And now we have to see what is going to be picked by the Dark Lord Anticity. If Anticity can do it, does it really prove anything? Yeah, it does to an extent, but it depends on who he's playing against. Yeah, it's true. It's like you can make anything look good. Like a lot of I watched a lot of videos when the patch day came out, and the videos were like showcasing the shooting changes against like people who weren't actually trying against them. It was either against AI or somebody who was walking straight into a gun line. So that's why a lot of people kind of gave me some grief for being skeptical about it being overpowered on launch day of the patch. But you got to see practical application. Like theory is one thing, but application is everything. So we will see. You better have a floppy hat. Dude, I will have the floppiest of hats. It's going to happen. It'll be, yeah, exactly. I think the shooting changes are more egregious in land battles. I think in land battles, when you have like a stupid box, I think that's where it becomes more of a problem. Like you get stretched out in domination. You can't like sit in one position as much. Yeah, Dov, I'm sure yours was a great example. Like I'm just saying in general, like I'm talking in in land battles, I do agree. It's going to be more of a problem. And, honestly, I wouldn't even be upset if they reverted the change. It seems a little bit strange. Like, I don't think it's like egregiously overpowered in the highest levels of play, but like at low levels of play, lower levels of play, and also land battles or casual things, I don't know. And Dov says, plus it's not about being OP. It's about looking and feeling awful. Yeah, I can get behind that for sure. I think it does look really bad when units are just stacked and shooting. Although, to be honest, I would have a semi-chub if I had an Empire halberd line with handgunner standing on them and like a pike and shot formation. Come on, man. Don't tell me you wouldn't like that, Dov. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with many of your points for sure. It is pretty ugly, especially when like 10 units are stacked. Chevron peasants are comparable to Jade halberds with less armor. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. What matchup is going to be the worst in domination? Probably dwarves versus Slanesh. I think dwarves, you're going to get karate chopped by Slanesh so hard. They're going to get spanked because like Slanesh is like AP, like an armor piercing fury and chariot spam. That is like hell on earth for dwarves, like hell on earth. Yeah. So Dov, we were having an interesting discussion earlier too. I'd be interested in your perspective on this. We were articulating that in Warhammer 2, powder factions in general were very weak actually. So Vampire Coast, Empire, Dwarves were three of the worst factions in the meta. Like you almost never see them, except really niche like counterpicks, right? Like Empire had some ways of winning with like Volkmar and Franz, but in general, powder play was very, very hard to pull off. I wonder if that's like an adjustment of that. Yeah, Ethan. No, I hear you, man. But it's with the current interpretation of the units. Yeah, who knows? No, but Slayers are going to get wrecked by Slaanesh infantry, though. Like, Slayers against, like, you know, Slaanesh Marauders is not going to be cost effective at all. That's going to be very tough. Yeah, I have like, that's why I'm so torn with it, because I want Powder to shoot more effectively, because Powder is always obstructed. I can't tell you how many games I've had where my Powder units just simply don't shoot. Yeah, they just don't shoot. Powder has been historically weak, it has. Like, go look at the meta for Warhammer 2 at the end in land battles. It's all greenskins, vampire counts, you know, elves because they have arcs of fire. Elven missiles are actually good because they can shoot up and over. And yes, Empire can do that with Huntsman, but sometimes you need armor piercing. And elves have Starfire Shaft, Sisters of Avalorn, you know, plenty of armor piercing bow options. Dark elves have dark shards and repeater crossbows. So they all work fine. But the Empire doesn't have good, like, anti-armor options. Like, handgunners are one of their best ones, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work very well because of the obstruction issues. Yeah, I would like them to be more normal. It's a really, really tricky one to balance because I do think Powder factions need help. Like, the only person who effectively won big tournaments with Powder was Anticity playing Vampire Coast. And that's just because he's very skilled. Like, very skilled. I think that was a lot of the pilot more so than the faction. Coast was OP in the beginning mainly because Depth Guard were very overtuned and also because Mournguls were overtuned. They got nerfed, and then Coast kind of had to switch it up a little bit. A lot of Coast's playstyle, too, was revolved more around cheesing with, like, deck gunners and, like, that kind of thing. Or the flying ones, the bats. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Let's take a look at the match. We do have on the left side here, or I should say the south side of the map, it's going to be Hadri's, the Dark Lord of the Skaven. You know, he doesn't have Skaven yet, so he's going to have to switch it up and play with his beloved Marauders. So his entire front line is going to be Marauders of Slaanesh. On top of that, we do have a Herald of Shadows with Pit of Shades. Very good choice. Seeker Chariot spam. Oh my god, Hadri's going for a Chariot build. Oh, that's wild as hell. Okay. All right. I like this. I like this. That's pretty cool. Now, looking here at your boy Anticity, he is going for a Kislev Coast build. Now, these are all Kossars. So once again, we're not seeing the shooting changes be illustrated. We're not seeing, like, you know, Streltsy, but against, you know, man, if Slaanesh came with, like, a bunch of cav, this army would get folded like a piece of paper, probably. Although they are the Kossars of Spear, so maybe not. The UI is still up? Oh. Good thing we didn't get a radio cast. Thank you. We'll do a reintroduction for you. On the south side of the map, it is going to be Hadri's and the forces of Slaanesh. Here, it's going to be a Shadowcaster with Pit of Shades, as well as what appears to be a leadership debuff. And we got Seeker Chariots for days. So it's going to be Seeker Chariots into the sunset. They potentially are very good at running over these mass amounts of infantry, backed up by Marauders in the front who are shielded and cheap. However, you still have to deal with Anticity sleds. For the forces of the Kraken King, it is going to be a mass missile line, so it's going to be Kossars of Spears, backed up by basic Kossars. And this is something that we saw Anticity do relatively recently. This is something he did pre-patch. So really, the biggest thing we're seeing is, like, stacked up range units, which nobody has really done yet. And we also haven't seen the stacked up, like, Streltsy on top of infantry. We saw it in one game, actually, and it didn't work. It got defeated pretty decisively. So a little wind spell going down from the Ice Witch. Very nice. Overcasted Kiss of Winter going down there on the Marauders, getting some good work in. And Slaanesh looking to contest the objectives pretty early on. This is a little bit risky. Usually you want to wait for the objectives to open up if you're going to be the one putting on the pressure. But Hadri's going to be collapsing in with the dreaded Seeker Chariots. Now, Anticity does have 1,200 in the bank, so he's going to be summoning in a counter. Most likely a heavy cav unit like Griffin Legion. Yep, Griffin Legion coming in the back. Those guys are going to be pounding, and he also puts down a big slow. Ice Sheet going down, 75 speed. These Chariots are going to want to pull back. Right now, Anticity is really, really getting big work in. Shooting into these battle lines. Some of the Chariots do make it into the front lines, and we do also get some Seekers of Slaanesh looking to intercept the light war sleds here, as the Seeker Chariots are going to get run over by the heavy cav, maybe pulling back through the infantry. Okay, they do get in, get a little bit of damage against the Kossars of Spears, and now Hadri's going to be looping around with the other ones, while the missiles are trying to snipe the Herald of Slaanesh, which is obviously a very vulnerable target. We're going to need to start seeing some Pit of Shades and a little bit more careful play with these, but we do see more Kossovite Dervishes in the back line, as both players are just having a knockdown, drag-out fight here, but yeah, Chariots are penetrating a little bit, but overall Anticity is getting a little bit more value. I think the Chariots aren't doing too hot. I think against Kislev, maybe the Seekers can be a little bit stronger. Also, the Lord getting wrecked by all those missiles is quite painful, and it looks like there's going to be a Pit of Shades going down here or something like that. Nice Pit of Shades. Would have been a little bit better, perhaps on one of the healthier units in the back, but if Hadries has some solid control with his Chariot Lord, he might be able to kind of stay in this game here, juking back and forth, and look at that Seeker Chariot. That thing is actually doing some very substantial work, but the Kislev Cav, the Kosovoite Dervishes, and the Griffin Legion are really running over a lot of these units. This is basically like a land battle. They're just like, all right, screw the objectives. Let's just fight in the beginning and see what happens. So Slaanesh looping back around with the Herald of Shadows once again. Kossar still shooting pretty effectively. We do see some Furies coming out. I would like to see more Furies, and it looks like Slaanesh is going to be summoning in more Furies while the Chariots continue to run around. And the big Herald might get shot here, shooting and being shut down in one regard. Kosovite Dervishes moving in, but the value lead is actually narrowing a little bit. Anticity currently up by about 2,000. With Furies and Marauders moving back in. Also on the side, we do get Seekers, who should defeat the Kosovite Dervishes. So there are a couple engagements which are going a little bit better for Slaanesh. But overall, Kislev seems to be getting the better picks. Ice Witch going after the Herald of Shadows here, who's very heavily trapped. Pit of Shades would definitely be pretty huge here. More and more Furies in the back. Are they going to be jumping on top of the Kossars? Oh, yes and no. Yes, they're jumping into the back of these units. Of course, they have good armor piercing, so it can do damage against a number of targets. But if Hadries does lose his Lord, that's probably going to be game blouses. Pit of Shades coming down here. Gonna hit the Griffin Legion pretty squarely. Although the models aren't like super stacked up. Will Hadries get away? There's the Pit of Shades, tickling the pickle of these elite cav units, and Hadries does manage to escape right there. But Anticity's formation, very, very solid. And my big concern with this Slaanesh style of play is that you give Kislev the advantage of having the quick spawns, right? Whereas if you wait and then push once the objectives are open, I think you're going to be having a little bit of a better time. A very, very scrappy game between these two. I, again, feel like I'm watching mostly a land battle. Hellstriders of Slaanesh moving in, get a beautiful charge on these cav units with their anti-large. Should be able to grind down most of the Dervishes and maybe even beat up that Griffin Legion. More and more Marauders kind of saturating into the back line here. Value differential pretty big, and when Slaanesh is down on value, that is really, really grim tidings. So we get more Chaos Furies moving out, but I can see this being a relatively quick one here as the army of Slaanesh, more specifically the Chariots, just seemed to be ineffective. I think just Slaanesh Cav would have been better for sure, but I really do like the experimentation and the attempt of using them. But really the Chariots just didn't seem that good because Chariots are countered pretty heavily by heavy Cav. Not in general. Armored Chariots are okay, but like lightly armored Chariots are going to get absolutely wrecked by heavy cavalry. And heavy cavalry is one of Kislev's specialties, so I think that that was a little bit of a problem for them. I think maybe playing like the objectives and trying to force them out a little bit could have been stronger, but I can't even say. I mean, Hadries is playing very well. I mean, he's still scrapping. He's actually narrowed the gap a little bit. He's down by less than 4,000 now. He gets these Hellstriders in here. Furies are nibbling on a lot of units. Griffin Legion coming out is going to be a problem. I guess a lot of the value for the Kraken King for Anticity is tied up in the damage he's done to the Herald of Shadows. Although if that Herald of Shadows eats that charge, it's certainly going to be a bad time. Really nice Pit of Shades over here, able to hit those Kossars. Objectives, one is grabbed by Slaanesh, so the points have begun to start ticking here. And Hadries has about 600 resources, and okay, he's doing really good, man. Very impressive scrap. The armies actually look relatively similar in size, and again, that's a testament to most of the damage value being correlated to the damage that has been done to the Herald. The Herald probably should just stay out of combat at this point and just use the spells. 500 HP, that Herald probably is just going to want to Tokyo Drift on out of the center engagement, get back here and just use the magic. But I think that the time for that has passed. More and more Furies moving in. And it probably will be an inexorable advance of Kislev as they move up and just press onto the points here. Hellscourge coming out. Hellscourge will be okay at clearing out Kossars and things like that. Hellstrider's going to get run over, but that is GG. All right, guys, we just watched the land battle. Oh, I had the old scorecards. My bad. That was Hadries versus Anticity. I just got so hyped for the game. All right, so looking at that match, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's basically like Kislev Coast. It works well against Slaanesh. The Chariots kill the infantry, the bows kill everything else. And the bows are durable against Cav because they have spears. Again, we don't see any inflection of the shooting changes. Doesn't really affect bows too much. So far we have not seen it be used, but time will tell. I love the style points of Hadries' build. I love it. I think that's super cool. Let me go ahead and fix this. So it's going to be Anticity versus Hadries. And update that. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about the UI. I got a little excited. Yeah, the Chariots just seem ineffective. Like, I feel like if Hadries had come in with like a bunch of Seekers and Hellscourges, I feel like he maybe beats this army. Just the Chariots were the weak point. Those are not cheap investments. I liked his Chariot Lord, though. The Chariot Lord actually seemed relatively effective. All right, so let's get the nameplates a little bit more normalized there. Perfect. And now we go on to game two. So the game two is going to be the Gully, the Broken Leg Gully of Doom, which we saw before. And we'll see what the players do. That fight was just straight like, let's get at it, man. Let's see who's going to win this brawl. Let's get at it. So, yeah, Anticity's really good at shooting micro. He plays from outer space. He plays with a debug camera. I don't know. I've always had mixed feelings about the debug camera. Like, I feel like it takes away some of the immersion. Just kind of becomes a, you know, a SimCity kind of ant simulator. Yeah, Rusty, thank you for telling me about the blocker. I do appreciate that. It's not going to happen again. I mean, on this stream. It will for sure happen again because it's one of my signature plays there. All right, so let's update this. Currently, the Kraken King is up 1-0. We're going to be on the Broken Lake Gully. Will we see Cathay today? Hey, there we go. I appreciate that. Those are some kind words. Some very kind words. Yeah, the chariots were the weak link. I love that Hadrius was experimenting with them, though. I really like that he attempted to make them work. In theory, they should have been good, but Kislev's cavalry is just too good of a counter against them. Because they have light armor, too, so they're just going to die super fast. But obviously, if that was against dwarves, that build would have been metal. Like, dwarves would have gotten wrecked, probably. But not today, says the God of Death. Not today. How far into the bracket are we? We are in the second semifinal, so don't you worry. There's a lot more Total War action coming today. We still have a best-of-5 grand final between Tim the Wilder and the winner of the series. Hadrius had an awesome build, though. Awesome build. Very off-meta. So let's go see what this is going to be. Anticity going Cathay Ogres. I think he hears the cries of the people. And now that he's up a game, he's willing to take a little bit more of a risk. So Cathay and Ogre Kingdoms. He wants to show off the shooting changes. Maybe he will show us that they're OP. Do you think Slaanesh vs. Dwarves will be worse than Rats vs. Dwarves? Yeah, it'll be about the same. It'll be about the same. Yeah. Dwarves are going to suffer versus Slaanesh really bad. Like Demonettes, like Exalted Demonettes are going to just absolutely ravage dwarf front lines, and then the shooting is just going to get killed by Furies. So it's going to be rough. Cathay and Ogres are his picks right now. And now we have to see what Hadrius is going to respond with. Plenty of good options. Tzeentch could potentially be okay here, though Tzeentch kind of gets countered by Cathay. Not countered by Cathay, but Tzeentch versus Cathay is an even matchup. Nurgle could work. Nurgle might be a good choice here. Especially on Broken Lake Gully. If I were Hadrius, I'd probably go Nurgle, actually. Or you could just do the dreaded mirror match thing. You could just pick Cathay. Kislev. All right, he's going with Kislev, man. So it is going to be a Kislev pick. What will Anticity respond with? Turn, did you see the Saint kills are finally here with the patch? Oh, it's great. Glad to hear it, Pious Skeleton. I did not notice that. If Anticity brings Cathay as a counter pick, I'll be awestruck. Yeah, probably gonna be Ogres. Although I would, Cathay's decent. Yeah, he picked Ogres. All right. Hey, don't worry, guys. There's still a best-of-5 final. There's a high likelihood you'll see Cathay there. The Ogre shooting is still very good, but that means that Hadrius can bring a little Grom and get some really good value. But again, maybe Anticity plays around that and just does a Bull Rush, Bulls on Parade. Who knows? All right. So the die is cast, my friends. The picks are here, and let us go ahead and switch back to the lobby. And as soon as the players are ready, we will start. So thank you all for joining today. It's been a very fun stream. We've seen some of the new RORs in action, but have yet to see the new shooting cheese actually work. I think the shooting builds have actually lost almost every single time so far. The Ogre shooting lost, except that last build. The Anticity Kislev Coast build worked pretty good. But yeah, that was just how it was before too. Nothing changed there. Anticity smashed Kislev with Cathay earlier. Yeah, he did. Anticity had a 2-1 series with Outer Region. He did lose a game there. I think Anticity lost with Cathay actually in that game. Yeah. Yeah, Cathay is not getting love. He did play. I watched him play one game earlier when I was waiting for the stream to start, and he lost with Cathay on that one. I think it was it against Nurgle or something? I can't remember. Yeah. Okay. And he's using a ton of melee harmony rather than shooting blobs. There you go. Like, yeah, there you go. There you go indeed. Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms. Hadrius coming in with the bear build. I love this matchup. It's always very fun. We need to buff the Empire powder by giving them modern weaponry. Yes. Yes. Harmony did get a buff. Yeah, Harmony's better now, for sure. Game 3 is on Arnheim. So map 3, excuse me, is on Arnheim, which is a very good Cathay map. So if we were going to see Cathay anywhere, it'd probably be that. It would probably be that indeed. I think Dwarves would probably lose to most of the game. Dwarves, okay, here's my prediction of Dwarves. I think, you know what? Okay, now that Cultists have been nerfed, I think Dwarves actually will have some okay matchups. I think they will. So we have Dwarves versus Slaanesh, which is going to be really bad for them. Dwarves versus Cathay will be even, I think. I think Crane Gunners will carry that matchup for Cathay and help them. I think Dwarves versus Kislev will be maybe slightly Dwarf favored, actually. Nah, it's hard to say. Yeah, because I think that might be a little bit Dwarf favored. Dwarves will probably struggle with... Nurgle's an interesting one, because now that they can't summon shit in your back line, it's very different. I don't really know, honestly. I don't know. Dwarves are going to be... Yeah, Dwarves are going to be a hard one to play. I think they'll be a very niche pick. They're super cool, but... time will tell, my friends. Time will tell. Careful there. The book is ready, I know. Are you going to add some stuff on channel? Yeah, I'm going to be doing some new emojis and whatnot. I don't know what other features YouTube has. I know... Yeah, I'm thinking of some stuff, though, Glacy. Don't you worry. Yes. What would you think of the Empire getting their version of Jezzail's, the long rifles? I think that'd be really cool. I think Dwarves will do okay against Nurgle, actually. They have really good durable shooting. You could probably spam Bugman's Rangers to endure the Furies, and then you just have like a front line of blasting charges against Nurgle. That can be pretty strong. Khorne should, in theory, be very good against Dwarves. Just tons of effective armor piercing and like good harass and diving. Didn't Ice Power use handgunners versus Greenskin Spider Riders because their bullets have... Yeah, he has. But that matchup is very Greenskin favored. Like, Greenskins usually beat the Empire. Not always. It's like probably a 55-45, I would say. But not many people play Empire is the problem, too. They're the most popular campaign faction, but in multiplayer, they're one of the least popular because of how hard they are to play. Like, it's so much easier to just play factions that have good individual units. Yes. Yeah. We're working on some new emojis for sure. The wife is going to help me out with those. Dwarves might struggle with Nurgle and Domination, but they'll absolutely wreck Nurgle. Oh yeah, land battles are a very different beast. Because land battles like are much better for static factions that like to just sit and shoot, because you don't have to play the objectives. Vampire counts will beat Nurgle in my opinion. I think the summon spam plus the Blood Knights will carry the matchup. Like Blood Knights are just going to get so much value. And vampire counts can blob with Nurgle, no problem, I bet. Holy shit. Oh my god. What the hell is this build? Anticity has gone off the rails. Absolute madness. Triple Maneater Great Weapon, double Scrap Launcher, as well as an Iron Blaster. And then he's got a Slaughtermaster with the Great Maw. So here's the thing about Anticity. Amazing player, really great guy. He doesn't meme, usually. I've never seen like there's players like Felcon who will come into the Everchosen and they'll be like playing in like a tournament for several $1,000s and they'll bring out like the most haggard shit and just try and win with it. And they will win. Anticity's usually a straight to business kind of guy. He doesn't meme. Like everything usually has some sort of a clear intent of being like hyper competitive, right? He really likes to, min-max the efficiency of things and which makes him a very strong player. But triple Maneater Great Weapons almost seems like a meme to me. Maybe there's something he's discovered that I have yet to see. So, Slaughtermaster the Great Maw, triple Maneater Great Weapon. Like, if I saw this build on ladder, I would think somebody was memeing against me. For sure. I would be like, yeah, this is a meme. Double Scrap Launcher to kill the mass stacked guns, maybe? And then Maneaters with Great Weapons on all sides. Okay. Now, looking at the Kislev army, it's going to be a combination of Kossars stacked with Little Grom. We do have Kossars here, an Ice Witch of Tempest, a Patriarch with AoE heals, and then double Streltsy to move up the middle. Some wild stuff, man. This is some wild, wild stuff. I have no idea how this build's going to work out. Like, Maneaters with Great Weapons in theory are pretty good because they can kill all the Kislev infantry, and they're also good against Kislev Cav. They are very expensive, though, and extremely vulnerable to being shot, which the Kislev build has a lot of. But again, this map has some good angles and ways you can kind of... Anticity learning to love the meme? I don't think so. I don't think this is a meme build. He has some intent with this. In the deep, dark halls of the ODM training halls where they scheme the most powerful meta builds, this has come. And it is being debuted here and on his channel today. Yeah, it's a very cool build. I like the Scrap Launcher pick. I think against like the bunched up like bow line, you can see Hadri's is actually trying to utilize the stacking a little bit. So this is one of the first times we've seen it today. But against Ogres, it's very risky, right? Like they can drop huge bombardments on you and splash damage and all that. So Maneater's got a splash damage fix this patch. They fixed Maneater's fighting infantry, so maybe there's something to that. That makes sense. He uses the man-eaters for the cav. That makes, yeah, for sure. But most of the times Kislev doesn't start with cavalry. They summon them in as reinforcements. And man-eaters, yeah, they can definitely fight the cav units. That is for sure. Oh yeah, man. He's always got great builds. The only time in my experience I've had like good success against Anticity is like right when something comes out before he has a chance to like min-max it. And then he just dives into the halls of study, and then he figures out all the nuances, and then it's just like feels like impossible to beat him consistently. Yeah, it's tough. Such a strong player. All right, guys, it is time. The battle is upon us. The Kislevites are going to be moving up, and yeah, keeping a very, very tight formation there. Little Grom going to be moving up on the high ground. Streltsy and company going to try and secure the middle, so they'll move up here probably. Pretty quick this reinforcement point's quite nice. You can get like shooting units right there very, very fast. Is that an Iron Blaster? I think it is. So maybe you get the Little Grom to shoot at the Iron Blaster. Iron Blasters have less range. They have 380 range. Little Grom I think has like 400 something. Yeah, 450. It's like a regular cannon. And do you just stay back, or do you move up and let the scrap launcher shoot you? What is the choice here? Interesting. And what are the summons going to be? Okay. We see Man-Eaters with Grey Opens and now basic Ogre Bulls. So the Man-Eaters with Grey Opens are just the first opening unit. Dude, look how cool these guys are. Just fat pirate hats. Oh my god, they're so rad. Ogre Kingdoms definitely have a pretty fun aesthetic for sure. So Iron Blaster just dodging some of the shots here from Little Grom. It looks like Little Grom did take a pot shot. And the first shot from the Noblar Scrap Launcher. Those things are typically not super accurate, but this Kislev army is pretty bunched up. Hadri's is going to want to split up his units, because that one shot actually did a fair amount of damage to those units. Now, is Hadri's going to play the middle as well? I think he needs to. I think he's got enough here to control his back objective. Although maybe he just does the classic tactic of like going up and down, so he comes here and then goes down the hill to contest the middle. We'll have to see. But a lot of artillery. This almost feels like a land battle build, this one. The build coming in from Anticity here. Feels like he's just got all these crazy schemes and good times. So here we see the Cossars of Spheres moving up, the Streltsy, the Capture Cats are here with the Patriarch. Capture Cats are pretty good against Ogres. They're already designed to be good against Ogres with Anti-Large and Frostbite and all that, but they also have insane capture weight, so they can really just get those objectives super well. Little Grom not having the most success. Oh, where are they shooting? Wow, all the way downtown. Little Grom does miss the Noblar Scrap Launcher. That's gotta hurt. Gotta be a little bit annoying. And the Capture Cats and the Patriarch are moving up, as we do get some gun support moving in. So the Ogres are going to be forced back at this point. So Ogre Bulls on the retreat, as we do get some Kossovite Dervishes coming in. I love the Dervish choice. I think that's very good. Nice shot there on the Patriarch from the Iron Blaster, able to get a little bit of value in. And 1 minute until the objectives open up. So I think he's got to move down here with these units. Although the Ogres are still threatening it, but it's just 2 units. I think if you leave most of your stuff there, you'll be okay. Hadri's, of course, moving up. Anticity skirmishing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. These 2 mighty champions of the old world preparing to duke it out. As these Man-Eater Great Weapons are going to be very tough to remove. I don't think that Hadri's is ever going to go for the back objective unless it just gets abandoned. Pretty wild Kossovite Dervish play, moving him in, but we do now have the Lead Belchers in position. Is Hadri's actually going to make an effort to shut them down? Oh, very risky from the Kraken King. The Slaughtermaster, the Great Maw, being attacked by triple Capture Cat. And now his speed is down to 38. And he's taking a lot of damage, a little bit of a misplay there, but I think Anticity is close enough that he's... Oh my god! Iron Blaster's OP! Did you see that shit? It literally just chunked half the health off those units. If that was intentional by Anticity, dude, I'm gonna be so impressed. That is just insane. That Iron Blaster just chunked half the HP off all those units. Wow, that is some broken stuff. Apparently it didn't get nerfed enough. Jesus. I guess for the price you're paying now, though, it's a little bit more fair. The Patriarch pops all the heals, so the Capture Cats do get a little bit of a heal, and the Lord of the Ogre Kingdoms is going to be getting healed now. Now, Hadri's does have a lot of archers up on the high ground. Archers shooting downtown, trying to peel off into these units. That was some insane damage. Jeez, man. They need to get the Kislev Coast online. The Kossars need to start shooting up and over the hill and just wailing on these guys. The Capture Cat's actually going to be okay. Some of them will rout and break, but none of them actually died there. And the Slaughtermaster is still a little bit vulnerable here. It looks like there's going to be some sort of an AoE going down. Man-Eaters moving into the middle objective, but Hadri's has already closed the gap in value, as the Man-Eaters are getting last samurai'd by the Streltsy. So big shots coming in. Good night, sweet princes. Oh my god, the 40 armor on these Man-Eaters, not loving this at all. Streltsy will definitely take a bit of a beating from them, but the Capture Cat's doing really good work. Able to hold back the Ogre Tide. And all the Capture Cats do break, but they will be back, and none of them are like crippled to the point of not being able to, be useful. Man-Eaters getting smashed there. Hadri's with a beautiful firing position. This is just so nice here. These missiles shooting up on the high ground here, getting excellent, excellent work in there, and pushing back the Ogre Bulls. And once again, Hadri's claims a pretty strong stranglehold here on the center. The Ogres are forced back. The Man-Eaters with great weapons, just like we kind of guessed, are kind of a bit memey here. Like, the shooting of Kislev is just so good against them, especially in the new meta. You're probably going to expect a little bit more shooting. Although the Snow Leopards might actually go down potentially to these guys. Snow Leopards are considered large, although I think with the Patriarch nearby giving them constant healing, they should be okay. So big shots coming in. Anticity's on the back foot hardcore. I would imagine that the Kraken King at this point, being down by about 1,500 value, is going to be switching into more of a value trading style of play. He'll probably switch into like Lead Belchers and start just trying to blast away the Kislev army, but Kislev's got a great shooting box. And the 3 little Snow Leopards are just such a problem, especially with the healing. Now, the Iron Blaster still ripping great shots, able to really tear into the Kossars back here a little bit. More and more Streltsy coming up from the high ground. Do we see any stealth capture attempts from the Ogres? No. No trappers coming out. Ogres are just going to be kind of getting their bearings, falling back. It's only a 2-to-1 cap, so the Ogres still have a lot of time, but the Kislev shooting box is doing great. And again, we're not seeing any stacking of shooting. We're mainly seeing the just kind of standard missile play. A little bit of a benefit from the new patch right here. Like, a lot of these guys are bunched up and shooting on top of each other, so we are seeing a slight buff to Kislev here from that. Here's going to be a Troll Guts healing up the Iron Blaster, and the Capture Cat Goon Squad, really MLG play. Beautiful. Nakamura says, just checked, he timed the shot perfectly on purpose. That was super smooth. Granted, I don't know if it'll win in the game. So Snow Leopards have insane capture weight, and they're so fast. So these guys are going to be just snaking this objective from the Ogres so incredibly hard. They could also just kill the Scrap Launcher if they want to, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. And we get the Oath Brothers of Tor, hell yeah. Hadri's summoning his Slav Spirit and moving the Oath Brothers of Tor up to the high ground. Going to be jumping on objective number 1. And the Ogres are going to be moving around. Now we see the transition to the shooting build from the Ogre Kingdoms, which I really like. I think that's a great play from Anticity, getting all the Lead Belchers out, all these bad boys going to be shooting downtown, and the Capture Cats are here. So Hadri's with the Steel Chair, triple cap, now going to be intercepting the Ogres here. And the Oath Brothers, oh, they're going to do so much damage. This Ogre army is going to get folded so hard by these bears. Here they come, release the bears! Yes, the Kislev soundtrack is so good, by the way. If you play it while charging with bears, it's just glorious. So yeah, the anti-large bear is going to tear up these Ogre Bulls hardcore. The Scrap Launcher is going to be dying to the Capture Cats, and the Ogre army is actually getting just shot to pieces by the Kislev advance. Streltsy and Kossars and all these bad boys just doing the work of the gods. Man, I really like seeing good Kislev play. This is very good. Very masterful stuff. The Ogre build was super ambitious, like not meta at all. I really big shout out to Anticity for trying something different, but the great weapons just were useless. Like, triple great weapon into a bunch of shooting, you know, it's not going to be great. I guess they're okay against the Capture Kitties, but in this case, I don't think it's going to be super good. The Warbear Riders doing great work, cutting through most of the mass of the Ogres. A couple Noblars are able to tarp at them a little bit, but we do have the Patriarch here, and he's going to be giving heals to all these guys with his constant healing effect. And the Warbear Riders, it's only a matter of time before these Ogre Bulls fall. Are the Ogres making progress anywhere on the battlefield? It does not look like it. Kossovite Dervish is coming in as a sweeper. Super nice play by Hadri's. Going to be able to shut down the Lead Belchers, which are pretty much the last lifeline that the Ogre Kingdoms have here. They'll probably drift this way and switch over to that target there, but the Oath Brothers of Tor, the new ROR, proving to be very solid indeed, looking super awesome on their giant beige bears. Anti-large doing some good work. And was that an Iron Blaster? Okay, the Iron Blaster is actually creeped up here. Iron Blaster is proving to be a little bit of a good choice against these like SEMs and very powerful units. Very much like anti-elite now, it seems. And Hadri's trying to path over there, but one of the Capture Cats does get blasted into the Shadow Realm super hard. Really good Iron Blaster play this game. Like, really good for sure. Look at this thing, 1900 value. And I guess the Iron Blaster can shoot into blobs better now too after the changes, right? Does that affect just missile units, or is it also artillery and these type of things? Dismember going down. Dismember going to be slowing them down. I don't see any chance for Anticity, though. He's just a little bit too bear all over the battlefield. Doesn't really have too much. No, the bears truly are all over the battlefield, but triple capped. Kislev has them pushed. Kislev is up by about 3,000 value. And much like a land battle, if you're behind by this much on value, it's going to be very tough to come back. So we do see the Lead Belchers getting run down. Beautiful stuff. Kossovite Dervishes are an amazing unit. Very cost effective. Like, you basically get an unbreakable roadblock that has good combat stats, which is just super money. And that's going to be a victory for Kislev and Hadri's. GG, well played. Great match. Super fun. I loved Anticity's little bait there, like leaving his Slaughtermaster so the Iron Blaster could shoot. That was a really clever tactic. So more innovations from the Kraken King. However, Hadri's, the great Dark Lord of Skaven, is going to be claiming victory in Game 2. And is going to be winning with the forces of Kislev. Beautiful Streltsy play, great bows. And this playstyle has always been pretty good against ogres. It's always been solid, so nothing changed there. Warbear Riders and Capture Cats and Dervishes, a very, very clean build. Very clean. And most of the ogre shooting was pretty ineffective as well, so GG well played. GG well played. So, now we are on to game 3. It's going to be Arnheim. Let's get some Cathay's in chat. I think if we chant the name Cathay enough, perhaps we will summon the Dragon Emperor's people. It is 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining once again. And let's get this party started. It was a valiant effort for sure. It was. That was not a meme. No, it couldn't have been. He doesn't meme. I can't believe that Anticity would meme in a tournament. I just can't believe it. It's just... Yeah. I can't believe it. So, switching over to ye old picks and bans, we are on to game 3. So, got to set this up. It is going to be Anticity here versus Hadries. And the map is going to be Arnheim, like I said. Here are the picks and bans. So, do we see them yet? Now I got to think of my big 3. Both players saying GG to one another. Indeed, it was a very good game. Summon Cathay. Summon them, brothers. Yes. 3 cats and 2 bears turn. What kind of rules are these? Yeah, you're allowed to have the 3 cats. Yeah, we don't have rules in Domination, which is why it's great, because we don't have to, deal with all the, rule breaks with somebody bringing 1 too many Spider Riders and things like that. Yeah, there's caps. You can't bring more than that, but yeah, there's caps to it. Anticity genuinely stood behind the build. He said that he overestimated his ability to deal with the SEMs. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. One of the cats was summoned also, yeah. One of the cats was summoned because the Ice Witch can summon a temporary one, but it disappears after, a short time. The blaster shot was really good. The blaster shot was excellent, dude. That was super fun. Yeah, just the man-eaters were just dead weight. They just did nothing. They just got blasted. Like, they just moved in and just got, absolutely shot down. Okay. So we're seeing it. So Hadries is going to go with Cathay. He's going to go with Ogres. And he's going to go for Tzeentch. And he bans the enemy Cathay. Oh, so he bans Cathay on Arnheim. So Anticity cannot play Cathay. Interesting. And Anticity's probably not going to want to play Khorne into the new shooting box of the Ogres or Cathay. Man, interesting, dude. I really like those picks from Hadries. That's clean. Because he has a counter for Nurgle, too. Because Tzeentch is very good against Nurgle. Wow, really, really good picks by Hadries, man. That's solid. That's solid indeed. So, Cathay is still on the table. Hadries could pick them. Although, I don't think he will. He'll probably pick Tzeentch. I would wager that this match is going to end up with a Tzeentch pick. Yeah, I'm sure CA would change the unit caps if it was deemed necessary. I don't think it is now. The unit caps are fine. Hey, he picked Cathay though, guys. Come on. He picked Cathay. Give him some love here. He could very well play them. Oops. There we go. Let us see. I would do the same thing as Hadries. I would probably ban Cathay here. Just because I know Anticity's probably been practicing on this map with Cathay and he'd probably be stoked to play them, so you got to crush the dreams. Tzeentch banning Tzeentch. Okay, so Anticity's going to go Tzeentch as his pick, and he bans Tzeentch. Doesn't want a mirror match. So it's probably going to be Grand Cathay here. Wow. I think you guys are going to get it, because Ogres into Tzeentch is not very fun. Although a Lead Belcher shooting build could be pretty good. Ogres. Hadries says Ogres because Cathay must suffer. That's what he said in the Discord. I love it. Oh my god. Alright, we got Ogres versus Tzeentch. Sorry, guys. I really thought we were going to get a Cathay pick there. Hey, but don't worry. We still have a best of 5 grand final after this. Win or lose, we're going to get them. It's going to happen today. We have to prove all those folks right who said that Cathay boxes were going to be OP. Yet they still don't get picked at all. Well, they did get banned, so. Yeah, Tzeentch versus Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah. The Chunguses have come. This has been a Tzeentch favored matchup, but I think that good Ogre players can figure this one out. Dude, the villainy. I love it. Pure evil. Ogre's Valor. I don't blame Hadries. I would not play Cathay either. They're just so much harder to win with than the demon factions. Yeah, I love it. Hadri's is Palpatine today. He is the Palpatine. All right, let's switch off this screen before I accidentally cast the entire game that way. Players are going to do their picks and bans, and we'll get this going. I totally called it. This is, yeah, you did call it. You did call it. Picks are designed to stop Cathay for good. That's right. I actually thought Cathay might make it. Anticity probably would have picked Cathay here, I think. He'll at least say that to his stream to get the Cathay credit, you know. That is true. All right, so we are on Arnheim. Leadbelcher spam could be very good here. Could be very good. I don't know. Maybe just Ogre Bull on Parade. Stonehorns are obviously still viable. Anticity has been really nervous about this matchup. It hasn't worked out for him lately. Will be interesting to see how he adjusts it. As long as he doesn't bring like a great open man-eater build, he should be okay. All right, I'm going to go get some water real quick. I'll be back in just a second, my friends. And yeah, good times. Going to keep them rolling. All right, I'm back. It looks like the Tzeentch forces of the Kraken King are ready. Sorry about the jump scare. It always happens. I need to have some music play when I'm like AFK or something. Random Nix in chat saying, don't know how much the meta has shifted now to me, but to me it is. Yeah, Ogres are definitely happier now. They benefit the most from it because they can defend their shooting with big mass. The other factions, like, it seems strong, but I really don't think the change is as OP as people think. I really don't. After seeing it, like I played 7 battles with it, and then I played a bunch offline, and then today we haven't seen it like the changes really take huge effects. But ooh, maybe this game we will see it. Come on, prove how overpowered it is. So we have Flamers of Tzeentch, and he's probably going to stack them on top of Spawn and shoot. Okay, this could be interesting. But again, Hadri's has Leadbelchers, so Hadri's is going to be able to shoot with his Leadbelchers and potentially pound those 2 units. Like. So if you stack the Spawn and Flamers on top of each other and Leadbelchers are shooting them, they're just going to get wrecked. Like, horribly. Yeah, we need some elevator music. That's right. I think the changes are probably going to be less popular with campaign players, but, you know. We'll see. I mean, I honestly don't really care either way. If they leave it like this, I'm happy. If they change it, I'm happy. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. Doesn't seem too bad. At least in multiplayer, but campaign it might be annoying. Who knows? All right. So, Hadri's is here. Spawning on the south side of the map, it's going to be Hadri's, the Dark Lord of Skaven, 1-1 series, coming in with Leadbelchers. And it's going to be Nobblar Trappers into the sunset. Nobblar Trappers, much like Gutter Runners. Ooh, this is like perfect for the Hadri's playstyle. So we have the 2 Nobblar Trappers to kill the Spawn with their Ninja Stars, a bunch of Ogre Bulls, and no Lord. So the Ogre army actually does not even have a Lord, which is crazy, crazy impressive. So cool build. Yeah, 2 of the Leadbelchers, and that is pretty much it. Now, looking at the Kraken King, a much smaller army, which in my experience can be very risky in domination mode. Kairo's Fate Weaver with blue fire spam, so looking to snipe Ogre Lords and characters, but Hadri's, in a very wise fashion, has not brought one. On top of that, Forsaken, Spawn, and yeah, see, Anticity is going to try it, I think. I think he's going to try and make the Box of Doom work. This is the one that we saw in like everyone's video, like, it's unbeatable, it's OP. Well, we'll see. We will see indeed. So pretty hyped for this, guys. This is a big one. The winner's going to be going on to the grand finals to face Tim the Wilder, who waits atop a throne of skulls. It's been a great tournament today. We've had many great champions playing. Some of the top players on the leaderboard duking it out, trying to make sure they earn a spot. And it's pretty big for Hadries. Hadries hasn't been playing domination mode for too long. He just kind of started getting into it and has picked it up very, very quickly. But if he gets a tournament win, it more or less guarantees him a spot in the top 16 to play in the Season 1 Grand Finals, which I'm going to be trying to wrangle a prize of between $1,000 and $2,000. So I'm working on it. I'm hustling. I'm trying to make it happen. Wake says, have you drank coffee recently? No, I have not. I have not drank much coffee. So, Noblar Trappers, if you guys saw the Skaven versus Chaos meta, or Beastmen, Chaos players would often just spam spawn against the rat factions, and they would use like gutter runner type units to kill them actually. So we're seeing the same thing with Hadries here. He's got Noblar Trappers, a big ogre shooting box, and his lead belchers are going to be in pretty good position to punish that box indeed. And I love this play. This is super cool. Like seeing these little Noblar Trappers up there because they're kind of out of sight, out of mind. Like Intensity is going to be, you know, more focused on this, and these guys are just going to snake this objective and just cackle all the way to the bank. So here they come. Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists in position. Anticity, the Dark Lord of the bushes, is going to be waiting in said bushes with his 2 flamethrowers. And I'm a little bit concerned for the box. Like, I feel like the Lead Belchers are going to do a ton of damage against those stacked units, and it could be very problematic. Although this is a nice play by Anticity, using Kairos Fateweaver to try and use Blue Fire to soften up the Lead Belchers. He does actually kill a model, which is very, very good. But if you're Hadries, what you probably want to do is just form a battle line right here and just wait. You don't want to push near the forest, because that will be very beneficial for the forces of Tzeentch. They'll have a closer distance to get close to you. In this case, I think that bringing in more shooting, more Lead Belchers would be the way. I don't know. He should have seen Anticity's build on the way in. Yeah, this is a pretty funny build. This is a very risky way to play, though, like 100%. Like the flamers stacked on top of the spawn. Objectives are going to be opening up, and it looks like he's going to be moving out. I just have this feeling that the Tzeentch box is going to get punished very heavily by the ogre shooting. But maybe we see Furies come in, but ogres can peel Furies super quick because Furies are actually infantry sized. So ogre bulls with dual weapons on top of the Lead Belchers will make them very, very tough to kill. It's a pretty common tactic. We've seen that before. The 2 trappers up on the high ground are going to be grabbing this, and Kairos is going to go up there and maybe cause some problems, but he won't be able to do much against them. Like, he could get rid of them eventually, but it's just it's a big investment. Tzeentch lining up on the edge of the forest, so look at that. So they're just right at the brim, waiting for the objectives to open up. One of the main reasons why I think that objectives should open up after like a minute and a half. It would just remove this unnecessary waiting period that we have in many of our games. Just my opinion, though. So the Lead Belchers stand at the ready. You don't want to waste time shooting at Kairos. It's a waste of ammunition, and Anticity is such a good player that he's going to juke those shots. Typically, the only thing that can really shoot at these flying characters effectively is like hard powder units. So I'm talking like handgunners, iron hails, things like that, because the missiles travel fast enough that you can't really mitigate them super well. So Lead Belchers, honestly, everything in this is going to come down to how effectively Hadries uses his Lead Belchers. If the Lead Belchers die or aren't used effectively, Anticity is going to steamroll him. But if the Lead Belchers are able to shoot and really put a lot of hurt on the... they need to kill the Flamers of Tzeentch, like, super, super quickly. That's going to be the most important thing. Objective's going to be opening up in about 30 seconds. Hadries with more summons. What do we get? We get Saber Test Packs. Okay, Saber Test Packs aren't bad for chasing down loose units. And now we get Screamers of Tzeentch moving in, and the battle is on. So the Lead Belchers are going to start shooting. They need to hit those Flamers incredibly quickly, otherwise the box is just going to destroy him. Maybe even sending Kairos in there. We'll have to see. So big shots. Flamers of Tzeentch getting pounded pretty hard. Yeah, you can see the shields are down, losing models. And if this shooting for the ogres is allowed to sustain, then it's going to be a really bad day. Look at that. Little ninja stars of the Noblar Trappers getting some work in there. And the ogres are on parade. They're moving in. And look at that. The Flamers are a little bit exposed, actually. Some of them shooting. Screamers moving into the back line. Screamers will need to be peeled off for sure. Ogres are up in value, but now this is where Anticity's build will have a moment to shine. If he's able to get these units and shut down the Lead Belchers. But the Lead Belchers with guard mode on should be able to keep shooting. And you can see the Flamers of Tzeentch are getting melted pretty badly. And the ogres have gotten a great, great fight here. On top of that, ogres have claimed the top objective. Noblar's moving on to the center. Hadri's playing like a man possessed, playing incredibly well. But here's the change. We see the flamethrowers being used in the front line to roast back the ogre bulls. And they are doing a good job of that while the Screamers are shut down. That really is the big epicenter of it, right? So Anticity is climbing up in value. That big volley he got on some of these bulls here, very, very good. Screamers are being peeled, albeit a little bit slowly. So we do have the doggos. We have the saber tusks and some Noblars. But that is going to be a triple cap for the Ogres. The Tzeentch build is much less capable of playing like open field dynamic play. This is more of like a land battle kind of like, you know, mouth breathing style where you just have like a box and just move. Whereas the Ogre build is a little bit more for like spatial control and controlling the entire battlefield, which it's hard to say what's going to win. I mean, Tzeentch obviously has most of its resources allocated to fighting here. This objective is probably going to be taken by Tzeentch relatively soon. And if Hadri's doesn't manage to get those lead belchers back online, this actually could be very problematic. And the Tzeentch box might be able to get back in this game. We'll have to see. So 750 points for Hadri's. Hadri's is up in value, but, you know, I think Anticity is just such a solid player. He's going to be able to potentially scrap this back. Sabertusk's moving in, attacking the spawn. And the Flamers of Tzeentch continue to perform. One of them did get killed, though. I'm pretty sure one of them got taken down. And another unit of the Screamers does dive on top of the Lead Belchers. Lead Belchers need to move back and through. Granted, the Screamers are being used very, very effectively and are hunting down many of these range units. And where are these little Ninja Star men going? Where are the Noblar Trappers moving? Noblar's battling Forsaken here. The Flamers of Tzeentch have not been shooting for quite some time. Hadri's still up by about 1,000 value, but now they're back online. Going to be roasting into the Sabertusk packs a little bit. The negative armor right there, you can see. Ogre Bulls with dual weapons and the Iron Fists. Iron Fists aren't going to be benefiting at all, of course. Flamethrower attacks don't really care about shields. The Screamers a lot of them are dying here. And these Lead Belchers are back online. So these big boys are going to be shooting downtown. And I would imagine they're going to be shooting into the Flamers. You got to kill those things. They're just very, very powerful. Nice little blue fire right there. And it looks like the Sabertusk blob is actually being broken up by the double Screamer. Very, very nice play by Anticity there. The point lead, though, is getting even more stark as we see about 1,500 points to 200. It could get to the point where the Ogres simply need to get a double cap on. Yep. But these Ogre Bulls going to be running up on the objective, making sure that there's no freebies. Really, really nice Screamer play. The Screamers have been super clutch. Able to shut down a lot of the backfield pressure. No, most of the Ogre tools are large. Sabertusks are large. Bulls are large. Lead Belchers are large. So the anti-large is going to be very effective here. But we do see a bit of a sandwich coming in. Ogre is going to be sandwiching into the Screamers, but they got to make sure they don't lose this objective. Anticity marching his spawn over. So spawn are force pathing onto the objective. We have you guys coming here, you guys coming here. But the Ogres might be able to actually wrestle this side point too. Ogre Bulls are pretty healthy here, and the Forsaken are very low. We see the Big Chicken getting hit with the Ninja Stars, but his Protoss shields should be able to take that pretty adequately. Ogres actually pulled some reinforcements down from the high ground, which I think is very smooth. I think even pulling these Noblars down would be good. You just got to hold on to those 2 points for as long as you can possibly see. Ogre Bulls intercepting. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Chaos Spawn are edible. They're not demons, so, you know, they won't fade into the warp. And the Ogres getting in there, high mass, really driving back the spawn for sure. We see a big wave of Ogre Bulls and Doggos coming in. So the Sabertusk packs crashing into the Tzeentch reinforcements. As the value discrepancy does start to grow, Hadri seems to be in a little bit of a commanding position. The more open, wide build seems to always, in my opinion, be pretty favored in Domination, compared to these small, more simplistic builds that are trying to just have like a box or something like that. So, because, you know, there's been so many points. Granted, that's also another variable. Like, Hadri's had a lot of value on the high ground. He actually traded upwards in value, even having a smaller army engaging. So many things that went a little bit better for him here. But it looks like the Ogres are going to be winning this one, and Hadri's coming in with a steel chair today, showing no mercy. And once again, we see the attempted illustration of the new shooting mechanic not being as powerful as people think it is. Like, people, you know, they see it, they think it's going to be just egregiously powerful, but we see it really wasn't that crazy good. Like, if Anticity had gone for like a pink horror type build instead of using flamers and just gone for a more standard, he probably would have been in a much better position to win this game. I feel like the flame build just wasn't that crazy effective. What's going to happen now is the Ogres will probably push up and kill these spawn, and we see Trappers moving over here too. Hadri's losing the middle ever so slightly, but I think the Mournfang Cav are here, baby. Summon the Man Bear Pig Cav. It's coming, baby. And these bad boys going to be riding down anything. I actually really like Mournfang Cav as like a sweeper unit. Granted, getting attacked by anti-large and Kairos and blue fire is going to hurt. They might not be as good, but they're trying to force path through and kill the Forsaken and make sure that those bad boys can't do their thing. But side objective is going to be retaken by the Ogres. I think this will probably be the end of the Kraken King's run today. Very, very scrappy. He still does have Kairos. He would have to get a triple cap, though, at this point, I think. Yeah, he would need a triple cap, which is not going to feel very easy against a very, very good Ogre player. Ogres are very quick and have great capture weight on all their units. So, yeah, the Ogres stacked the Lead Belchers a little bit, but it really wasn't significant. Like, they were just defending them against other units. I doubt any of the shooting units got, like, crazy good value. But yeah, it's still a minor buff to the shooting, for sure. But not as crazy powerful, I think, as people are saying. Maybe it isn't like the Corn matchup. Like, that's the thing. We didn't get to see, like, Corn today. Like, I feel like Corn could get punished by it pretty bad because they don't have any magic or, like, tools for disrupting the center. Hard to say. Hard to say. High ground objective held by these Chad Noblars chasing off some Forsaken. Low ground objective. Kairos is trying to fight it off, but again, it is a triple cap here. Can never underestimate Hadri's, man. Always a very, very scary player. Saber-Tusk Pax, Ogre Bulls moving in, and that is going to be GG. 2-1 victory for the Lord of the Skaven. The Horned Rat smiles this day as his champion goes to victory. Well played to Anticity, man, and big shout out to Anticity as well. He's been streaming the whole tournament today. If you guys haven't seen his channel, make sure to check him out. It is the same as his description here, and on top of that, he tried some really cool builds. He tried the Man-Eater build, which was quite interesting, and also the, look at that, 7 value and 900. Like, that's, like, Pinks would have been really, really good. Like, they would have been really, really good. But yeah, like, honestly, the stacking doesn't seem that crazy. Like, look at this. 273, 398, you know, 900 on one, great. But, like, it really doesn't seem as good as people are saying. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody will maybe prove me wrong. It's more broken in single player. I think that's a good assessment, for sure. All right, guys. GG, well played. Great game. Love the builds. Love the style. Hadri's not bringing a Lord. Very fun. To prevent being sniped. Anticity obviously had Kairos just to snipe a Lord, so, you know, why play that game? Now, it is going to be Hadri's versus Tim the Wilder in the Grand Finals. So, let us go ahead and make a new lobby, just because sometimes the lobbies can be problematic. It is the Grand Finals. So, we will invite these fine gentlemen. Well played to Anticity, always a champion, forever in our hearts. Man-Eater build was very cool. But a little bit too risky for sure. All right, so let's go ahead and get Hadri's versus Tim the Wilder. And perfect. Yeah, this tournament's been fun. I like that every game is a best of 3 today. I really like it. Yeah, the Lead Belchers were slightly stacked. But it really, I mean, they got 200 value, dude. So, I mean, it's like, yeah. And I think the meta would potentially adjust to it too. If people just had these like boxes, if I were playing Empire, I might just bring Balthazar Gelt and just cast a Final Transmutation, then the game's just over, you know? Adesanya or Cannoneer? Probably Adesanya. Yeah, he just fights too safely. Like, he's not going to take risks. He'll probably just stay at a distance and, you know, do his thing here. All right. Cool. Let's get this party started, man. Reset the score plates. It's going to be Hadri's versus Tim. Let's just put Tim in the powerful Tim. All right, and the maps for the Grand Finals. I think the first one is going to be the battle for Itza. Itza. Let's go and check Total Tavern. It is going to be Death Pass is the first map. We haven't had that one yet today. So the map is set, and the players can do their picks and bans. Finals. This is best of 5. So this is going to be different. Finals. And there we go. Tim saying he's very tired. Yeah, he's working on his endurance, his tournament endurance, he says. All right, very cool. Very cool indeed. Yes, the title cards have been changed. We got it. We're not going to screw it up this time. This is best of 5. So, a lot more Warhammer action for you all today. Yeah, I've been having fun with this patch, though. The new RORs are pretty neat. I'm definitely enjoying them. Well played to Anticity, though, once again, man. Always a champion. He'll be back. He won last night's tournament, so he has no shortage of winning tournaments. And Death Pass is going to be the map. And set this. And then we have Tim the Wilder. And let's switch it up. Picks and bans. There we go. All right, let's see what they do. Players will type the picks and bans here. And we're all set. Just only pick that map until someone picks Cathay. Yeah, you guys want to just do Arnheim every single match? We could. We absolutely could. Yeah, there's some really good UFC fights going on tonight. I'm pretty excited for it. I'm definitely pretty excited. Tim the Enchanter, yeah. All right. Death Pass. Go look, have fun. And we'll see what they pick. Quite hyped for this, man. Quite hyped. Yeah, I don't finish. I finish not all my campaigns, but most of them. It depends. I didn't finish the last Cathay one I started just because it just wasn't enjoyable. You know, you got to enjoy what you're doing. So But yeah, when Immortal Empires comes out, we're gonna be back to having campaigns on the channel. So we'll have like a live stream campaign series that we probably do once or twice a week, and then tournaments and quick battle streams and all kinds of good stuff. I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited. Oh, just give it to me, precious. Give it to me, precious. Corn and Cathay, let's go. Yeah, not a lot of corn today. A lot of the corn players seem afraid of the change, which understandably so. I still think they're yeah, Death's Pass is a good Cathay map. It is, but Kislev is just like safer, I think. We'll have to see. They haven't done their picks yet, so I'm just still waiting on those. Yeah, we'll have to find out. Yeah, the maps for land battles aren't very good because Warhammer 3 maps are just bad in general for land battles. That's one of the big issues I've had in running land battle tournaments. I'm right there with you, buddy. I don't play multiplayer and mostly single player, but I watch Turin because he doesn't cheese in the campaigns. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do cheese them a little bit with like mass chariots and things like that, but you know, I usually won't like waste their ammo and whatnot. I don't know. It depends on how desperate I am. I do occasionally if I'm like in a really losing situation. Yeah, Death's Pass is a good shooting map, but it also is a little bit dangerous because of the flanking potential up on the sides. So picks and bans here, please. Just going to remind them to type the picks and bans. Perfect. All right, they got the memo, so those will be there in just a moment. Can you make a snap ruling to ban all factions except Cathay? Could help their decision. That would also help their win rate. Cathay's win rate would skyrocket. Did you guys see the statistic earlier? Check this out. So hold on, we can switch back to this in a second. So this is the win rate for factions in all the games that were live casted during the Summer Championship. So you can see Khorne, Slaanesh, Nurgle, Tzeentch doing very well. Ogre's doing good, but like look at the human factions. Poor Kislev. And Cathay with a dreaded 12%. Cathay just going hard in the paint with the 12% win rate. They were picked 17 times and they won twice. And that's from casted games. So that's not the whole tournament, but that's just games that were on various live streams. That's some wild shit, right? 12%, dude! A 12% win rate. That is so bad. Oh my god, 12%. I know these changes help them a lot. These shooting changes are a big buff for Cathay, but yeah. That's something, man. That's something. Yeah, it's just something. Worst professor in chat saying, so Anticity was saying yesterday on his ace win over Platypus that this is a forward to CA immediately problem to saying it's just a new mechanic today. Okay. Well, you know, yeah, people's opinions are going to change. They're going to change. You know, it's still early, but I don't know. I'm still on the fence about it. I don't think it's as bad. It's certainly aesthetically not very pretty unless you have a glorious Empire Pike and Shot line, which we can't have yet, but yeah. I feel like the change will probably get reverted, but there will still be some sort of a buff for shooting. Like shooting will be able to shoot more efficient. The powder will be able to shoot more efficiently, but I don't know. I have a feeling there'll be some middle ground for it. You guys like the 12% win rate? Classic. Classic. Yeah. They're getting there, man. They're getting there. So we have the first picks. So let's switch to the picks and bans. For your boy, Tim, it's going to be Tzeentch and Kislev, who seem to be very popular today. Kislev. And for Hadries, we do not see his pick yet. You guys believe in Cathay? We have to chant to summon this Dragon Emperor. We do. We do indeed. But yeah, no, whenever there's like a big egregious change, there's always going to be a lot of like dramatic claims about things being like out of control and breaking the game. But yeah, it happens in like every RTS community. Like I remember, yeah, I remember with Age of Empires, there was like some patches where people were like, there would be like a patch being like, oh my God, you're letting the Holy Roman start with a prelate. They're going to crush everyone. And it's just like, no, it just didn't happen. They still have a low win rate. There was like, you know, various people making videos about it. Like, yeah, this is the most broken shit ever. But like, you know, after a week, everyone's like, oh wait, it's actually not like actually broken. But yeah, aesthetically speaking, I think there's some weird issues with it. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. What do you think the Empire has that Cathay doesn't that will make them more viable in domination? So they have basically the exact same knight. Do we have the picks yet? Nope. Hadri's still thinking. He's taking the big think, no problem. Empire has mobile skirmish cav, like pistoliers and grenade launchers. Empire also has better lord choices. Volkmar the Grim, all that kind of good stuff. Oh, Anticity says people are spreading fake news about his stance. Yeah, I don't think it's... I'm sure Anticity would probably agree to some extent. Like, what is your stance on it overall on the changes? Like, I personally feel like it's not broken. It certainly changes the meta. I think it's broken in very niche situations. Like somebody mentioned like Khorne versus Ogres is rough, and I would wager that's probably the case. Oh, we got Khorne. Okay. Here we go, baby. Let's get this party started. So Khorne is back on the menu. I thought they went extinct after the shooting changes, but here we are. So Hadri's is going to go Khorne. I would like to see Kislev shooting box here. I would like to see them try and like really make that work. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, because Empire has Volkmar, they have Karl Franz, they have like more dynamic cavalry choices via Knights of the Blazing Sun and Demogryph Knights, which are pretty good. They also have armor-piercing infantry, like greatswords. Like Cathay has to use halberds for that. Anticity saying, his official opinion, overall it's a problem for Nurgle and Khorne, but there are many solutions that don't involve removing the mechanic. There you go. You heard it from the legend himself. So, we got Khorne. Is it going to be Kislev? Are we going to see a shooting stacked box? Will we see the point made by the great Kraken King illustrated in this match? Perhaps we will. Perhaps we will. All right, so where are we at? All right, so we got Khorne, and we got Tzeentch. It's going to be Khorne versus Tzeentch. Now, this is an interesting opportunity for us to see what Anticity just attempted, tried again against Khorne, who of course doesn't have shooting. So in this case, maybe we see a spawn flame box to just roast the Khorne units, which would be really interesting. Greatswords aren't amazing units, Nick, but they're also not a joke. Like, greatswords can be okay. Like, greatswords have historically been picked in matchups like... Sometimes greenskins will be like, okay, Empires can either skirmish or have like state troopers, and if you bring in a couple greatswords, you can overwhelm like non-AP units like orc boys and goblins and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely. How do you think the Lizardmen will do in Domination? I think they'll be S tier. Yeah, I think Lizardmen are going to be amazing. Again, it depends on the capture weight thing, like how CA decides to adjust capture weight, because there's a lot of weird, random, unintuitive capture weight stuff now, like snow leopards and, you know, monstrous infantry and all that. Like, I was working on a mod for Domination just to test things out, and you can actually change it so monsters infantry don't have great capture weight, and while also making it so ogres have special rules. So maybe the ogre monsters infantry have a special capture weight rule, but the other ones don't. So there's a lot of nuance here that we have to see, but yeah, I think Lizardmen will be great. Good infantry, good stock, good durability, great monsters. Like, imagine like 3 Bastiladons coming at you, dude. That shit's gonna be wild. Yeah, that's gonna be wild as hell. So... yeah, it's great, man. It's going to be great. It is going to be great. We'll see what happens. Tim the Wilder versus the Corn Dogs. I'll try to pick and lock in faster this time than the semis. Do it. Yeah. Try to keep building under 5 minutes. We'll give him 5 minutes, although we're obviously not going to enforce anything today. We're just going to kind of have it as a casual warning there. Tim is ready to go. He's good, man. Hey, he's ready. So Khorne, I'm really eager to see Khorne in action, because this is a big tell of the changes. Revenant, I'm good, man. Thank you very much for offering that, though. Draco Knight says, shooting boxes ain't that powerful in PvP as players won't rush boxes. Just look at it as the gift and bombard with spells, flyers, and summons. Yeah. Like, if you try a shooting box against vampire counts, you're just gonna get like zombies dropped on your head. So a very, very true quote from chat. Professor Pone is the single best player in this decade. He is. Yeah, there's no, and you know why Pone is the best player of all time? Because he, in the Legendary Lords tournament, he defeated Grom the Paunch at the peak of his OP power using Imric in the High Elves. A true mythology of its own. Yeah, we'll see. No, capture weight depends on unit type. Yeah. There's actually a graphic I can show you of capture weight. Let me get that. I'll after this game, when they're picking their armies next time, I'll show you the capture weight graphic so you guys can understand everything and see it. Marcus Wolfhard, I'm going to play the hell out of him. Dude, I have the dirtiest Empire builds that I'm scheming. Marcus Wolfhard, Templehof Luminarch, and a Light Wizard. Oh, imagine that. You got 3 nets, and you're just like sniping shit. Oh, it's going to be so fun. Because Empire is so dynamic, it's going to be hard to predict their builds. So I'm pretty hyped for that. Marcus Wolfhard's the man. I love Marcus. I really like using him. He's great. Great character. All right, guys. Nothing beats that. Grom the Paunch was just such a toxic troll character for so long. You guys remember that battle? It was truly legendary. That was Professor Pone's crowning achievement. When him and I are old and hanging out in retirement homes together, he's gonna have like a picture on his wall of like his Imric jousting Grom the Paunch. Be like, remember when that happened? What is your favorite game that you're not streaming right now? Warcraft 3 probably. Yeah, Warcraft 3. Heroes of Might, Magic 3. Ultima Online if we want to go really deep. Professor Pone is the best player, especially in an alternate reality. There you go. All right, guys. So here we are in a showdown. Grand Finals. It's going to be Tzeentch and Tim the Wilder. And it looks like he is going to be testing out the new theory. So there's been a lot of speculation about using the Flamers of Tzeentch on top of Spawn and having this indestructible box that Khorne cannot deal with. I'm very, very curious to see how this goes. I think the way you beat this, though, is if you just do like a mouth-breathing charge at the box, yeah, you're probably going to lose. But Khorne is so good at playing side objectives with hounds and mobility and just like they're really powerful, staying power that I think they can also do that. We'll have to see. But it is going to be an attempted try at that. So Spawn, Blues, Forsaken, and Flamers. And we do also have a Blue Fire Spammer up on the top with the gateway to just kill blobs of Khorne infantry. Now for Khorne, it's going to be Spawn, Bloodletters, as well as Chaos Warriors for your boy Hadri's, and some basic Bloodletters. So yeah, just like infantry spam. Khorne Dogs are for sure in reserve. But here is my overall philosophy on that. I think that what you do is you move up right here with 3 shielded Khorne Warriors, and then everything else hits the side objectives. That's one of the hardest things to deal with Khorne is how good their quality units are at like hammering your side points. So you can sit like up in the bushes right here, and wherever the Tzeentch like Haggard, Spawn flamethrower box goes, you can just go the other direction. It can't be everywhere at once. And then if you manage to pull them apart, you just attack them with Furies and or Khorne Dogs and all these different things like that, and you're going to be living your best life for sure. So I think that is the way that you want to approach it. Now, I'm also a big fan of this choice by Hadri's. I think that the Blood Reaper, is this a Blood Reaper? Oh, it's a Blood Reaper character. Oh, wow. I do like that as a lore choice because it's very tough to snipe. If he wants to use blue fire in this thing, who cares? He can pop the spell resist aura, and he also has a passive healing effect, so he can just heal. So it does give you access to a lord with good combat buffs. Well, a hero, I should say. But yeah, we'll see. Now, taking this fight head on for Hadri's, I think is a colossal mistake. I think that it's going to be playing right into the strategy here of Tim the Wilder, who's just going to be cackling all the way to the bank. Again, I think playing the side points is just going to be the way you do it. And like, you play the side points, you summon in Khorne Dogs, and then you just start hammering them in the back. There's just so many different ways that you can really, really get the job done. So first shot coming down, Spawn of Khorne is here with losing a model. Yeah, look at that, little disc man. He's sitting up there, blasting his 1990s music as he does shoot down these guys with his Discman there. You guys remember that? How many of you guys remember had CD players? And like if you were like riding a bike or like in a car ride and if there was like a bump, it would like, the music would skip. That was always pretty funny. Now, I think what you do is you send the warriors here, maybe leave the spawn. I don't know, Tzeentch isn't really going to play the back objective so much, and now the flamethrowers are moving out. This is where you need Furies or something to like keep them honest. If you just let them like push on you like this, you could end up paying the troll toll a little bit. And it looks like the back objective is going to be threatened. So yeah, this is what you do with Khorne. You just sit back, and this is one thing that I like about Domination as opposed to land battles. In a land battle situation, if somebody has like a really degenerate box, whether it be Warhammer 1, or excuse me, Warhammer 2, like a halberd box with the SEM spam, you have to fight it. You have no choice. You just have to move in and grind and probably lose if you don't build correctly. However, in Domination mode, you have the side objectives to play, right? So you have this, and like if there's a kind of these really simplistic builds that are, one-dimensional, you can punish them by having dynamic play on the battlefield, which is very much how you play in like Warhammer 40k tabletop, right? If somebody has like Death Star, you just avoid it and play the objectives. Hey, the Random World! The Random Word, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Welcome, welcome. And may Chuck Norris bless your entry. So Tzeentch is going to have to start, playing differently, right? They're going to have to go to the other objectives. The strategy is going to be nice for holding the middle objective, but aside from that, you're going to have to get those back points. And yeah, I think sending the spawn over here is going to be good. Just get those spawn downtown, move them here, hold these back two objectives, and just win on a 2-to-1 cap. And eventually Tzeentch is going to have to do something about this. And when they do it, you're going to have Furies, you're going to have different tools flying around, and yeah, Khorne's taking a little bit of damage, so about 500. Khorne's infantry value is so good. Now, I think this is a colossal mistake if Hadri's engages here. There's no point in doing it. The only thing you're going to be doing is allowing Tzeentch to accrue value, and from there, they can then go afford to send things to the other objectives to sweep you off. Because right now, dude, if you're Hadri's, just chill on the 2-to-1 cap, man. Just sit back, hang loose, brah. Enjoy your best life, take it easy. Flamethrowers going downtown into the Chaos Warriors, bathing them in some hot warp flame. Khorne Dog's just kind of poking up, and yeah, you're totally comfy right now, man. Spawner moving up here. This is going to make it hard. When a lot of your build is kind of focused on this style of play, I guess what you probably do if you're Tzeentch here, what I wager you do, is now you leave this Doom stack. You leave this stack of Doom here. And everything you summon from here on out goes to contest this point. As such, Khorne needs to respond by sending more over here to try and win these engagements. Individually, Khorne units will typically trade very, very well against Tzeentch units, but Tzeentch has the benefit of magic and different things like that. So we will see. We will see indeed. So here they come. Forsaken of Tzeentch going to be moving over. No, not looking to fight. We get the Fury duel up in the sky. Tzeentch going to be cackling here as they do have the Disc Master. The Furies of Tzeentch will take a little bit of damage. Khorne Furies, I think in a vacuum trade pretty good against the Tzeentch ones, but obviously having a legendary lord there shooting, and not legendary, but a lord shooting and causing problems will get the job done. But Khorne is up to about a 300-point lead, having the 2-to-1 cap. We'll see if the Flamethrowers decide to move. I think Khorne just keeps pouring things to the side. Just keep sending stuff over here. Just everything moves that direction. Ignore the middle, but leave enough to make it so Tzeentch has to protect it and kind of keep it honest. So Khorne is kind of chilling out on the side. We get double Forsaken moving on over. The Fleshhounds of Khorne probably going to pull back. And we do have the Infernal Gateway, so this ability is so good. It has 100% AP damage, so if there's a Khorne Warrior or something, dude, you could just butter their bread so hard. Probably sending the Khorne Warrior off the objective to try and roadblock these guys might be the play. We get Fleshhounds of Khorne moving over. Is Khorne going to be moving onto the middle objective right here? They do have a lot committed. I think having the Lord over there would have been big. Or the Blood Reaper to help, because he could give the spell resist to the Chaos Warriors when they get hit with the Gateway. That could have been very good. Anyways, Chaos Warriors against Forsaken. Chaos Warriors should win that in a one-on-one permanent grind, but the Tzeentch spawn do have armor sundering, so they will lower the armor of these units, but also the Khorne spawn are here, and they hit very, very hard. Khorne Dogs at the ready. We have Chaos Warhounds for capture weight. There is going to be a Vortex going down. There's no way to really dodge that. Sometimes in life, you just have to, take it right on the chin right there, and you're going to just have to suffer. So Chaos Warriors getting it, but the spawn of Khorne doing good. Fleshhounds probably need to engage. They're being a little bit idle here, probably attacking. Ooh, the Forsaken accidentally moved into the AoE. Ouch, the Tzeentch Forsaken just chunked their health super hard. And the Doggos of Khorne are going to capitalize on that pretty quickly. More and more dogs coming over here from Hadri's. Is he going to push the middle? It looks like he is. We do see the Blood Reaper moving in and some Chaos Warriors. So now that Tzeentch is committing pretty heavily to the side point, he is going to take this fight. Now, the big thing he needs are Furies. Having a Fury landed on each of these Flamethrowers would be very good, but the shooting is going to hurt. Someone's going to pay the price. I do think that Hadri's had a good thing going if he just kept playing the side objective. With all these units, because Tzeentch would really struggle to get the side objective if you had your Lord and these extra spawn over here. But maybe Khorne is going to be able to take this one with capture weight, because there's not a whole lot going on here. So we do see the Blood Reaper here getting focused pretty heavily by the shooting. The Furies have landed on top of the Flamers of Tzeentch and have been able to mitigate them a little bit. Jer, thank you. Amazing amount of strategy content you provide is great on top of being a great dude. Thank you. Hey, thank you, man, for the donation. Really keeps the old man going. Thank you so much. Now, spawn of Khorne moving in. Chaos Warriors getting ready to party. And overall, we haven't seen the Flamethrowers really shooting too much yet. Khorne is falling pretty massively behind in value at this point, though. We do get some Bloodletters moving over here. I think there needed to be a little bit more of a commitment to this flank. I think that really was the play. Because he is up by about 2,000 points now. If Khorne can somehow wrestle this objective, that would be very, very strong indeed. More Bloodletters kind of hanging out in the back. We got some Chaos Warriors sitting there as well. The entire Tzeentch army is activated, and the Tzeentch army ability here is going to be doing some really, really nasty damage. And what is the value on the Flamers of Tzeentch? This is really the interesting thing we want to keep tabs on. So 600 value, not that crazy. And honestly, if these flamethrowers were sitting back here, guys, just right here and shooting into the spawn, they would probably be getting way more value than they are sitting in the blob right there. Nice Furies, so the Furies are able to jump in, and they will for sure wreck those flamers. They do really, really good damage. And the middle objective is still owned by Tzeentch, so Khorne's push not working out super well. We do see the Blood Reaper go down, so the Khorne Lord did end up paying the Troll Toll right there, and Tim the Wilder on the side is now going to be grinding through this point. We do see a couple Houndos sitting there, so the Hounds are going to be sitting back, but Hadri's being down by about 5,000 value there is probably going to be too much to come back from. Capture Hounds are good, so interesting thing, Chaos Flesh Hounds, Chaos Flesh Hounds have, not Chaos Flesh Hounds, Khorne Flesh Hounds have cavalry capture weight, but regular Chaos Warhounds have infantry capture weight. So they're really good at sealing objectives, much like the doggies of, the cats of Kislev. So more and more units moving up, but I think it's only a matter of time. Like Tzeentch is going to be able to kind of press here. I think overall having the Khorne army play the back would have been much stronger. I think there was a lot of Khorne units kind of sitting out front, which just kind of sacrificed themselves into a super entrenched position. Whereas if they had gone over here, I think Khorne would have won this objective, and Tzeentch would have been in a very hard position. But at this point, I think it's going to be too hard to come back from. You know, Tzeentch has the 2 cap, which is enough, and Hadri's will withdraw. GG, well played. GG, well played. Oh yeah, when Vampire Coast gets in here, I hope Anticity makes them quite epic. If anybody can figure out how to make them work in Domination, it will be him. Yeah, that was a very winnable game for Khorne, for sure. But now, the Flamethrowers, okay, guys, 700 value on that one. And yeah, I mean, okay. Like the Flamer of Tzeentch in the box only got 700 value, and then it just died to a Fury. So again, another illustration of it not being that crazy strong. And these are top tier players. These aren't like just, you know, random folks on ladder who are just, you know, practicing. This is the real business. But Tzeentch still won. It was really just a positional play. All right, so let's go ahead and update these scorecards. That is going to be 1 for Tim. And the next map on the tavern, let's take a look, is going to be the Eye in the North. Yes, Eye in the North. Eye in the North. A map you don't see terribly often. A map I'm very excited to play Skaven on, for sure. Just those sneaky back caps are going to be so much fun. And the mortars in the middle. Lots of good times are going to be rolling. So the map is going to be Eye in the North. Once again, thank you all for joining. It's been a very fun day of competition. And here we are. Yeah, the box won, of course. Yeah, because the Chaos, they committed to the box fight a little bit instead of playing the flanks more. Yeah. It's an easy mistake to make. It's an easy mistake. But that's like the exact same thing that would have happened before the patch changes. Like if that game would have gone the exact same way, more or less. Capture Cats or Holding Hounds. Ooh, Holding Hounds is really good. Yeah, Optimus, I'm going to use that. I'll try and credit you whenever I can, but that is a great one. Holding Hounds, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, if the Flamers had been more deep set, they would have gotten double or triple the value. I agree. I agree. Hey, and you know, the Blood God calls for blood. Sometimes you just got to charge, man. Skill cannons? I like that. Yeah. Nobody's going to use skill cannons, I don't think. That's a funny one. I like that. All right, so let's see what they pick next. Let's get this party started. Exalted Pinks are probably better in a box than Dual Flamers anyways. Yeah, probably so. I would say, yeah. Maybe having the Exalted Pink Horrors in there shooting would be good. Because they're actually good in combat, too. They're actually good in combat. Pink Horrors, Exalted Pinks have, like, combat stats almost in the 40s. Like 30-something and 30-something. Yeah. So there you go. What is the pick going to be next? Okay, we do not see it yet. So still waiting for the players to make their decision. Do you guys believe in a thing called Cathay? It could happen here. The moment of truth is upon us. Will the dreaded forces of Grand Cathay make their glorious arrival? Find out now in the next episode. All right, guys, got to go fill up my water real quick. I'm going to go fill this up, and hopefully we'll have some picks and bans for you by the time I get back. BRB in about 30 seconds, 45 seconds. All right, guys, we're back. Let's see what's up. New lobby bug. Let's see. All right, so maybe we need to get Hadri's back in here. See if he's able to get back in there. Okay, so we have Tzeentch and Ogres for the picks. So let's get those lined up for Hadri's. Seem to be pretty popular combinations today. They seem to have a pretty well-rounded range of factions they can defeat. And there we go. Not to interrupt chat, calling me... we got a lobby bug saying the host has left. So Tim and I are still in the lobby, Hadri's. I think it's just you who's having it right now. If that invite doesn't work, I will make a new lobby. If it doesn't work, new lobby. All right, so let's make a new lobby. We'll jump out of this bad boy. Switch this. Set that up. Perfect. Get the invites of doom. I don't know why it always defaults to a siege battle when I jump into these. Tim. Outstanding. So hopefully they'll get in here in just a second. We'll be good. Would be fun to do a 2v2 domination tournament. Faction wars, all kinds of good stuff on the horizon. Map was going to be Eye in the North. Yes. All good there. Yeah, Bretonia's going to be fun when they finally come back. Super hyped for that. Dude, I'm so happy to see no cultists being played. Oh my god, they're such awful, unfun units to play against. I think the nerf to cultists definitely hurt Khorne the most. Because Khorne used to, that was like one of their favorite ways to just shut down shooting builds. But you can still bring them. I would be interested to see somebody bring the cultists today. Okay, so Hadri's is in that lobby. Okay, yeah, Tzeentch and Ogres are going to be his pick still. Great. And then we need to wait and see what the pick is going to be from Tim the Wilder, and we can go from there. J Phoenix painting the Sons of Horus. Very cool. Is that for the Heresy? For 30k? Not a lot of people, at least where I live, play Warhammer 30k, like play Horus Heresy, so it's not as popular. If I were to play 30k, I'd probably build an army that I could also use in 40k and just kind of bounce. Like, I'd play like Word Bearers or something, or like, you know, I don't know, something that I could just bounce between, you know, both. So the comeback, a discussion about the comeback mechanic being a strength of Khorne. To an extent, I guess, but like, it's not just Khorne. It was just play styles in general, because a lot of people would abuse the comeback mechanic. They would just like let their opponent get a little bit ahead, so they get free units, and then they would just trade. Because if you're playing against an equally skilled player and you just have like 3 or 4 extra units over the course of a long battle, you're just going to win the trades, and then you'll just cap them back. And the problem is, even as that person started to lose, the comeback mechanic still keeps giving you. So then it's just like a stupid snowball. Yeah, it was very weird. Kislev is the pick. Very, very interesting. The meta has certainly shifted a little bit with some of these changes. What will the pick be? Is it going to be Ogres or Tzeentch? I would probably say Ogre Kingdoms. Leadbelchers are very good against Kislev. Very, very good. This map has good line of sight for them too. They can kind of sit and shoot at multiple objectives. Yeah, I just ordered my new Chaos Space Marines Codex. I'm super excited. I had to rebase all my Possessed though, because my Possessed models were the old ones, so I have to put them on 40 millimeters now, so... I'm just going to do the really lazy approach of gluing the old base onto the new base and then just like adding some mud on the sides to bring it up to level. Who's your favorite faction going to be in IE, and why is it the Dwarves? Probably the Empire for me. Yeah. Dwarves will always have a special place in my heart. I'm a huge Dwarf fan. But Empire is going to be probably who I want to main, because I don't think there'll be very many of them, so people won't be used to playing against Empire. I will play in more tournaments when... I've only played in like 2 tournaments, because I mainly host them, but... I do plan on playing in more events once the IE comes out. Yeah, it'll be back. Ogres! I gotta get the Ogres theme song, like, on cue. Ogre Kingdoms versus Kislev. Let us see if the Ogres will get their prize, get their meat, or if Kislev's gonna banish them for Urson. Here we are. We're all set. The Duel of Fates is upon us. Once again, thank you all for joining today. It's been a fun one. Been a long day of competition. I've got about 20 base-coated Rubric Marines that have called to me for almost a year now. Yeah, man. It takes a lot of discipline to paint consistently. It does. It does. I've been making some good progress. So I painted a Death Shroud Terminator the other day, who's looking pretty cool. I gotta post my minis more. I just like, I don't know. Maybe that's why people have things like Instagram. You do like the community section. I've never actually had an Instagram. The random word you saying you're inconspicuous in chat. You sneak into the shadows there. Keeping it careful. Nurgle's done okay today. Yeah, Nurgle I think won both their games. Did we see a Nurgle loss today? I think maybe one Nurgle loss. I can't recall. I think Nurgle's had a decent performance though. Nurgle's just good in this game mode. In general, they just do well. Like, objective game is their jam. Shouldn't the score say 1? Does it not say 1? It does. Yeah, Tim's got it. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Okay, yes. And Tim the Wilder's up 1. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for that heads up there. Wood Elves will be good in Domination. And the reason why, my theory about why Elf factions will be fine in Domination, whereas like Powder factions won't, is because of line of sight issues. Like bows don't have issues shooting into melee and like, you know, they're more dynamic. Whereas like Powder factions struggle. I think that was one of the reasons why maybe we saw this change. I'm not really sure. Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't really know, man. I don't even know what day it is. I just know the 4th of July is in a couple days, and that's my only metric by which I know what day it is. The new Khorne ROR, I don't like it that much. I think the Kissel one is pretty decent. I think the Nurgle one is great. The Doom Knights are... the jury's still out on those guys. I don't really know. They look really cool, and their effect isn't bad, actually. The bombardment does some big damage. Yeah. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. It says 1-1 on my screen. On Tim the Wilder, it should be updated. Yeah, let me look at the stream and see. Yeah, why does that say 0? What the heck? Okay, let me try now. Ah, I got it. I just didn't click the update button. I had like updated it like 5 times. Okay. Goodness gracious. I'm a potato. Sorry about that, guys. So where are all you guys from, by the way? Where do all of you folks in chat hail from? What parts of the world? Let's get some shout outs to where you're from. Quarlers and blast charges are going to be... yeah, Quarlers... I think miners with blasting charges will be a staple for dwarves. And rangers too. Like rangers can vanguard deploy and sneak up on objectives and things like that. We'll have to see. We got to give Tim his full name. His name is just so powerful though. There they go. All right, let's adjust this. I need to improve the text UI. It's very janky looking. Very better than nothing, I guess. All right, looks good. And we're all set. All right, so let's see where everyone's from. So we got Belgium, New York City, California. Hey, me too, Holler. I'm in the SoCal. Canada, France, Tennessee, Ohio, Scotland. The wife and I have always wanted to go to Scotland. Seattle, a place we're actually thinking about maybe moving. Canada, Virginia, Liverpool. Dude, some of the most fun I had was when I was in the UK visiting for a Creative Assembly event. I loved going to the pubs out in that part of the world. It was so much fun. Colorado, Vancouver, Austria. We're getting a lot. Brazil, Chicago, Canada near Toronto, Lowland, Denmark. I can't keep up. There's too many. North Carolina. Oh, all over the place. Ireland. Altdorf says someone in chat. Yeah, England, Sweden, Brazil, Paris. Right on, guys. Man, we got such an eclectic group of people here. This is wild, man. The mystical land of Florida. Oh, yes, where the giant dread saurians roam the swamps. Dude, look at this, man. Anyone from the 20th century? Poland, Warsaw. Cheshire, my friend. Jak się masz? Yes, yes. Boston, South Carolina, India. How's it going, Ganesh? Hope you're doing good. Sweden is king. Yeah, it's always great. Got Ukraine here, Sweden, Germany, Poland, Italy. Yeah, man. Pretty cool. We got a very dynamic crew here. Many languages could be spoken. If we were all traveling together, we would certainly be able to go anywhere, it would seem. You're from the Aachen Chapel from the Holy Roman Empire, huh? Professor Pone's from my closet. Okay. I can see that. There, you know what's funny about that, Pone, is there's actually a crawl space in the closet. I see a lot of places in California that I've been. It's pretty trippy. A lot of you guys like Gardena. I've been there many times. Nathan. Yeah. I live in Southern California myself. I've lived all over California, really. Lived in Poland for a couple months. The Moon, Boston. I got a lot of family out in Boston. I have a lot of East Coast family, Ethan. A lot of them. My family is like a very interesting paradigm because you got one half of my family is New York City and East Coast Italians, like the Sopranos type stuff. You know, they all kind of look like they could be on the Sopranos show. And then the other half of the family are like from Texas and the Central Valley, California. So like these really country folk who usually come from a ranching or a farming background. Dude, it's so trippy when those two sides of the family like clash. It's like the wildest thing ever. Got the UK, we got Nolan, Sweden up in here, Netherlands, Germany. Yeah, man, it's great. Yeah, mostly America and Europe, for sure. But, you know, there's folks from all over the world, yeah. You ever been to Half Moon Bay? Yeah, I've been there. I've been to Half Moon Bay, yeah. I used to work in San Jose. That was where my job was. So I was in like Pleasanton and, you know, all those kind of like, those cities, I suppose. Yeah, the biggest demographic of people who hang out here in our community is our folks from America. Let me go ahead and check that. I can check the analytics for you guys. Let me see. I'm actually you got me thinking about it now. I'm all curious. All right, so let's go look. Heading on over to the tournament demographics. My brain is like on a different track right now, so forgive me. Okay. So let's see. All right, you guys ready for this? The biggest 36%. Wait, hold on. Is that watch time? No, can't be right. 1 second. Trying to pull it up here, guys. Okay, almost there. Okay, so here's the biggest demographics of people, and this is kind of interesting because it shows like, you know, the RTS and United States is the biggest, and then United Kingdom, Germany, Canada, Australia, Sweden, Poland, Netherlands, France, Denmark, Spain, Russia, Norway, Italy, Belgium, Brazil, Finland. And those are like the top, what, 15 or so? Did I do that many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's the top 17. Top 17, yeah. In that order, by the way. In that order. Oh, you're really from Aachen. The chapel is a cathedral now. That's really cool. Right on, man. Yes. Yeah, there is a place called Turin in northern Italy, but that's actually where my family's from. So, running to the restroom. All right. Tim the Wilder says it's hot. He's dehydrating. He's drinking water. He's good to go now. Okay. By the way, did anybody see the Sopranos prequel? The one with the where it's like a young Tony Soprano. Did anybody see that? You're South African, right on, Mitchell. Very cool. Yeah, Australia. There's a lot of folks from Australia here. Yeah, there's a lot. Spain representing. There you go. Yeah. But is the USA bigger than the other European countries combined? I don't think so, actually. I think the large majority of the channel, if we were to like lump in the region, would probably be from Europe. Yeah. How many ladies? Okay, so the channel, people who watch the channel, it's 98.2% men and 1.8% women, which actually changed a bit because when I first started, it was like 99.5% men. So it's changed a little bit, but it's mostly dudes. Yeah, mostly dudes. All right, so here we are. Let's get this party started. Hadri's coming in with the Ogre Kingdoms. We're here in the Grand Finals, Game 2. So Ogres versus Tzeentch. No, wait, hold on a sec. Did I say Tzeentch? Ogres versus Kislev, I think, yes. All right, guys, it's going to be Ogres versus Kislev. We have Hadri's on the Ogre Kingdoms. Tim the Wilder is going to be bringing, the big man. Boris Ursus is here with his glorious howling wings. Perfect stuff. Perfect stuff indeed. So looking on the other side, it is going to be a combination of Iron Fists, who of course have shields against missiles. We have a bunch of Lead Belchers, which are quite nice here. Lead Belchers are really nice because you can park them in a very cozy position. Put them like right here, or maybe like a little more deep set, and then they can shoot here, they can shoot here. They can cover a lot of ground, and they can do very, very well. On top of that, Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, just a balanced Ogre build. We do also have the Powder Guts, so the Great Sigmarite Ogres. These guys spent a little bit of time in Nuln. That's why they have the badass floppy hats, and looking very, very cool. So the Powder Guts are a great choice, though. Good against Chariots, they have good mass, they can fight in melee. I honestly think Powder Guts are very much a staple. Very much a staple indeed. Now, looking on the other side, we do have Tim the Wilder bringing in the most Chad of lords. It is Boris Ursus, backed up by Kossar Spears. Little Grom to shoot the Lead Belchers, which is a great choice. And mostly just shooting Kossars, and that's going to be it. So, yeah, pretty balanced builds from both players. Let us know in chat. Where are your predictions? It's going to be great. This is going to be great. I almost did the thing on accident. I did. I'll do it at one point today. There'll be, when there's like a key moment where it actually matters, we will draw the thing. We will draw the thing. All right, guys. So battle will be starting any moment. Unless I don't have a screen blocker of Doom up. Okay, we're good. For a second, I thought I did. So here we have some Noblars being summoned in. So the Noblars are just going to go down here and just kind of grab this objective. Powder Guts, I really like the Powder Guts. I would wager... Let's have an over-under on this, huh? Well, Powder Guts, I bet you they're going to get 2,000 value this game, if not more. If not more. These guys are going to do some work. Boris, I feel, is heavily underrated. He is a really good anti-large combat character. I've had Boris win many games for me. His abilities aren't, like, insane. Shardblade is okay for clearing Noblars, but it is an AoE slow, and yeah, this man is just dunks on big threats. He's got a big charge bonus, really good stats. Leadership is incredible at 80, and yeah, that bear, Urskin, I think is his name, certainly does not mess about. So Little Grom going to be shooting from across town. The downtown dunking, going to be going after what appears to be the Ogre Bulls with Iron Fist. Yep, so he's shooting at those guys. And the Frost Maiden going to be drifting across, you know, doing her... Is she ice skating? Look at that, she's actually ice skating. Have you guys ever seen this animation before? Oh my god, I haven't quite looked at it like this, but she's like straight up ice skating on the earth here. Oh, that's actually really cool. I like that quite a bit. Yeah, Boris now has Frostbite on his weapon, correct. I don't think he had that before. I can't remember. But he does have Frostbite now. I think that was a change in this patch. I think that was a change in the patch. I should upload a video on the channel where it's just like an entire video with a screen blocker. That'll probably be what we'll do on April Fools or something. Yeah, that'd be a fun one. Well, I've never really liked April Fools. I've done videos for them in the past, but usually I'm not super stoked on it. That ice skating animation, I had not seen that. I've seen Katarine do her like ice gliding thing, but I had not seen it on the Ice Witch. Boris has it in the bag, says Ben. Well, Ben, we will see if you are correct, my friend. We will see. Yeah, that actually, she has good ice skating form. Like that outward push, that drive. I used to play, I played ice hockey and roller hockey also, so I can recognize the form. I can recognize the form for sure. So, objective's going to be opening up soon. Both armies just kind of chilling out. Nobody wants to engage until they have to. Again, another reason why I think this should just be changed to a minute and a half. The action would happen quite a bit quicker, and it would take away this like really strange kind of skirmishing phase that we often see here in these battles, as I literally grab a paper towel and wipe sweat off myself. Lovely stuff. Nice hot weather. Nice hot weather. But the Ogres have a good opportunity to get a triple cap really quick. Like, I would love to see this. Just Hadri's bum rush this back objective, get it. You know, get this middle one real quick and then pull back, and when Kislev comes in for it, you shoot them with all of your Lead Belchers and things like that. A lot of potentially good plays. So where are the Powder Guts going? Powder Guts are chilling out. They've got their awesome feathered hats. They have the Nuln paint scheme. So for any of you guys who are wondering about Nuln's colors, they're red and black. So they have a Nuln paint scheme, if I'm not mistaken. These guys are just too jacked, though. There used to be sleeves, but the biceps are just too big, so they had to rip the sleeves off there, and we could do it to it. Turin's hockey experience makes him an honorary Canadian. It was only for 3 years. I played hockey when I was younger, and then when I got into high school, I switched to football and track and field. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I loved it. I love it. 2 minutes worth of posturing and don't remove it, please. I don't know. I'm of the opinion it should be, but I don't really care either way. It's not a huge deal. So Boris is eyeing the prize. Objectives are going to be opening up in 1 minute. And yeah, Ogre's kind of getting popped a little bit by the Little Grom. So Hadri's has got his Little Grom downtown, or excuse me, Tim the Wilder, and that thing is putting a clinic onto these Lead Belchers. They're just going to be kind of sitting on this back objective. But yeah, Ogres are kind of postured to get the first objective. It's going to be opening up in a minute. A little bit of lag. Sometimes, you know, some players connecting from across the world will have a little bit. The Nuln paint scheme is the one I almost did for my army, but I decided to go for the classic Reichland Talipine for tabletop. Yeah. So here comes Boris, moving on to Urskin, the bear, looking to get on the objective, and certainly very important. Kislev doesn't want to be giving up all 3 objectives right away. Giving up 2 is okay, it gives you time to push, but if you let somebody just triple cap you in the beginning, it's going to be tough. Nuln is, you have red and black. Yeah, red and black is the paint scheme, if I'm not mistaken. Why does the time keep slowing down? Unfortunately, these players have some lag, so it's just the nature of the beast. It wasn't so bad in the first game. I don't know. I know Hadri uses East Coast, US. I don't know where Tim the Wilder is from, but it would appear that there might be some lag issues. So it's something that does happen with this game from time to time. So yeah, Apologies, man. It can be great sometimes when there's no lag, but when we do have lag, it really can inhibit the quality of the gameplay. But until Creative Assembly adds, something, we're going to be watching some slideshows here and there. But hopefully they'll do that sooner than later, because the objectives would already be open by now if it weren't for that. Yeah, quite a shame. Quite a shame indeed. Good old Total War Warhammer lag. Nothing quite like it. Well, you know what? We can talk about nonsense. Give me the dedicated servers. I know it's partially one of the reasons why I'm like, I really want to work on a big event for Total War, right? Like, I want to rent a facility. I want to rent somewhere in like Los Angeles. Fly some casters and players out there. Have like a LAN event. Have some really fun stuff. Get some big sponsors, which I think would be very possible. But considering the lag issues and peer-to-peer issues, I mean, the LAN would partially take care of that, but it still wouldn't necessarily take care of it. It's just not worth doing, It's just not worth doing. Yeah, it's just too risky, which is a shame. Anyways, it looks like the lag has partially subsided. So clearly one of the players was having an internet issue, and that caused a little bit. But now it seems to have slowed down there, or sped up, I should say. Kislev does have this nice concave shooting up at the high ground. Over here, we do get the Kosovo dervishes going for the back objective, trying to shut down the old lead belchers. Noblar's in position to kind of screen. But even still, Kosovo dervishes are unbreakable. They're going to be able to hold and shut down these two shooting units. So talk about value city right here. 2 lead belchers being shut down by 1 haggard dervish. That is extremely good value. Now, aside from that, Kislev is forming its gun line, shooting the ogres off the middle objective. Granted, the ogres do have some Iron Fist down there. Boris Ursus looking like he wants to scrap. And a wild ability going down. What the heck was that? Yeah, just like a blizzard. Must have been a misclick or something. But Tim the Wilder looking to engage in the middle, but cautiously shooting. Stacked range units. This is what happens when you stack range units, guys. They get eaten. Oh my god, the Maw from Hadries! That was brutal! Did you see the damage? Dude, that's like a perfect illustration of like, alright guys, I'm going to stack my missile units and it's going to be OP. And then the Great Maw of the Chungus Kingdoms just comes in and absolutely smashes them. Brutal, brutal stuff. Now, as far as the back objectives go, the ogres are able to fend off the Kosovite dervishes, and the lead belchers have actually been shut down for quite some time. Granted, the lead belchers are back in business and are now shooting, so I would imagine going after Kossars, which isn't necessarily super high value, but they're trying their best. More ogre bulls moving up, but the Great Maw has feasted, and armored Kossars is going to be getting charged by the ogre bull dual weapons. I don't know who wins this. They're at half health, so probably the Kossars, but the dual weapons would maybe make the difference that they could win that fight. We will have to see. More ogre bulls pulling down from the middle, and the powder guts are sitting up here, and it looks like there's going to be another AoE going down. It's going to be a blizzard, which actually does a decent amount of damage. The powder guts are able to dodge it. Value on the powder guts so far is pretty good, about 580. They've been shooting down at Boris, and Boris is helping the boys out. So he's fighting with the Zargard here on Orskin and getting pretty deep on these guys. Okay, I have to say, the name of his bear does sound like it could be like a Kislev condom brand. It was sitting in the mind, and if I didn't say it, I was going to keep thinking it, but Orskin, the finest leathers of the old world. Nonetheless, Zargard continue to move down, so we do have these guys grinding up, and Kislev is getting a good concave position despite being feasted on by the Great Maw. Value trading is very, very even at this point, so Hadries certainly got his money's worth from that big feast. Back objective and the lead belchers are finally stabilized right here, so we do have 2 lead belchers shooting, able to clear out these Kossars. Now I think what needs to happen for Hadries is he needs to move right here, get these lead belchers shooting down the pipe, because he's currently holding the 2 objectives. I mean, if he can hold the 2 objectives and just kind of, make sure that he trades evenly, then yeah, he's going to win the game for sure. Powder guts are forced into combat. Boris getting in there on the big bear, getting down and dirty. So there he goes, slapping down one of these guys. Is there an ogre lord for him to duel anywhere? Uh-oh, the bear kind of got charged pretty good by the big downhill charge bonus. And we do see the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw coming in. So the Slaughtermaster looking to fight Boris, which could be a mistake potentially. We'll see if Kislev is able to get some reinforcements there. We will have to see. Sorry, I just couldn't resist it. I couldn't resist it. It was a thing. Boris kind of getting his butt kicked a little bit. Oh, it's because of the powder guts. The powder guts are standing right behind him, blasting him in the back. There needs to be something to shut down these powder guts, man. They're doing some work. Boris does have the fury of Orson, so he's out of control and unbreakable right now. So he will, well, not unbreakable, but he's out of control. And it also makes him cause terror. But, oh, he just bear slapped the hell out of that powder gut. Beautiful stuff. Big, big, heavy scrap in the middle. Now, as far as the back objective goes, it looks like the ogres made an attempt, but Kislev did summon in the winged lancers, so cue the Sabaton music as they ride down the foul ogres that tried to capture their back objective. Though the ogres are still holding the middle point. Will they be holding it for much longer? It's going to be very precarious. We got 2 units of Zargard here, and Boris still going ham, able to finish off the powder guts. Very, very nice play. The ogres do have a big, big force up here in the high ground, though. So here they come. We have the Ogre Bulls, we have the Lead Belchers, and potentially the Slaughtermaster to move. This shooting is going to be devastating to Kislev, though. The fact that these Lead Belchers are sitting back here just raining hot, steaming lead on the faces of these Kislevites is going to be brutal. Essentially what's going to be going down, right, you're going to get these 2 units here, and they're just going to be shooting all they can up into the middle, just doing huge damage, and quite literally, that is exactly what they're doing. So, good stuff indeed, but Kislev does get the objective, and they're not so far behind that they can't win on the double cap. As far as value goes, Tim the Wilder does pull a little bit of a lead. Boris has been going pretty ape here in the middle. He's been doing some excellent work. Now moving up here to attack some of these Iron Fists. We do see the little Grom is shut down, so Hadrius was able to get the Saber Tusk pack to shut down that Grom machine. More of the Kossars being summoned in. Ogres, I would imagine, since they're a little bit desperate in terms of objectives, probably will be summoning in more objective capping units. Another Blizzard going down right there. Beautiful. Yeah, nice damage. That actually does a surprising amount of good work. And again, you see the stacked up missile units getting punished for having stacked up. So it seems I'm starting to feel like that to an extent is kind of like a trap for people. Everyone gets excited to stack their range units, but yeah, I don't know. At times, I don't know if that was intentional that they're stacked right there. We'll have to see. I was behind on the quota. It had to be met. I'm sorry, guys. I had to do it. Middle objective, Bulls rushing in. Bulls on parade. This is pretty big for Hadrius. If he can recap this with his Bull squad, that's going to be huge. Do we have any more Ogres coming down? We do have some really beat up Iron Fists that probably need to be resummoned. And look at this! Oh, Hadrius with the ROR, the Sky Striders, the ROR Ogre Great Weapon Cav. Dude, look how huge these boys are compared to the Winged Lancers. And these ROR Ogres are going to absolutely annihilate these Winged Lancers. It is going to be a straight up massacre. And they have 120 armor, plus they also have 20% missile resist. So talk about like the perfect unit to sweep this objective. Like these guys might just go through and just ram through all these units, which I actually don't think would be a terrible idea. Granted, it looks like these Sky Striders are going to be making their way back to the middle. And suddenly, are the Ogres going to be able to fight their way back here? We do have Zargard being shot by Lead Belchers. The back objective being pressured by some Winged Lancers. The Ogres might be able to intercept them, although there's not very many. Some random Zargard do get back here, and they're able to move in. And look at this, going after the Lead Belchers. Lead Belchers were able to use all their ammo, though, so they only still got 1,000 value after shooting the entire time. So not that crazy. I guess the targets weren't like super high priority. And now the Sky Striders are cutting in here, looking to fight against the Kislev Blob. I mean, in theory, they're good against the Patriarch, they're good against Boris, good against Leopards, and not bad against Zargard as well. So this isn't necessarily a bad fight. The Bullgorge are going down, so Hadri's buffing these guys up to 169. That's what she said, weapon strength. Very, very nice. We'll see how they can do. What is the response going to be from Tim the Wilder? He's still got a shooting back here. Tim doing an excellent job of just holding these center objectives. More and more Kossars, so instead of going for like Streltsy for hard armor piercing, it looks like he's just going for weight of fire, but the Ogres might be able to get you here, especially if the Slaughtermaster has a Troll Guts right there. A Troll Guts up on these Sky Striders would be incredibly strong. We'll have to see if he can pull any of that magic like this. So Bullgorger is active, 24 melee attack, and looking around, Zargard getting broken down, Capture Cat still holding that point, but the Ogres are starting to get you. They're coming for that meat, baby. And they're looking to get on that center objective. You better watch out, though, because the Snow Leopard and Boris do not want to get caught by those elite ROR Cav, which, honestly, I'm very impressed. They're actually doing quite good. Winged Lancers diving into the back line, cutting off Ogre reinforcements, so essentially road blocking the capture weight of the Ogre Kingdoms. The Sky Striders, have they lost any models? They have not. If they are able to get a heal, man, that's going to be super value city. 900 value. It looks like they're actually going after Boris. Yeah, they're going after Boris. They're being given a forced attack order. You can see those units moving in there. The Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw and Hadrius able to just uppercut that Patriarch. He's got 317 HP. We got to get the cinematic belly slap. He goes in. One more shot on that Patriarch, and he's probably down for the count. 37. Oh, and the uppercut in the back, and the Patriarch is down from the Slaughtermaster. There you have it. Boris also on the run. He's currently unbreakable because of the Kislev trait, but he is not going to be long for this fight. And is the Great Maw going to get the middle back? Being heavily fought over, but so far I am mega impressed by the Sky Striders. These guys have just been unholy. The fact that they have missile resist on top of their super high armor kind of makes them like a miniature Stonehorn, and that's one of the unique traits they have. They have the missile resist and also, of course, have Frostbite, which is very, very cool, man. I'm loving this elite Ogre unit from Hadrius. A lot of times you would perceive such things as a bit of a meme, right? But they seem to be doing well. Now in the back, we do have Kislev going for some back pressure, but Noblars will probably hold it, and I think a couple Ogre units and the Trappers should be able to win this fight, drag down these units, and all will be okay. But man, this has been an absolute, just great game here. Still all 12 models on these RORs, and Kislev is probably like looking at them like, how the heck am I going to deal with those big boys? Ogre Kingdoms do get the double cap right as they fall behind in points, although the objective is now being recontested by Kislev because probably the Capture Cat. The Capture Cat and some Zargard do make it from the high ground, so Kislev is going to try to contest this objective once again. But, you know, these Great Weapon Cav are actually quite exceptional against Zargard, too. They hit hard against infantry. It doesn't matter if they're, like, you know, an anti-large unit or whatever, but they're going to get in there, and they're going to bully Maguire, these guys. So the Zargard here being hammered. Sky Striders still have not lost any models. They are going to get charged by Winged Lancers, which, in theory, they're very good against. Another Massacre going down. That's going to give them the Terror route. Granted, Terror is pretty much useless against Kislev, but here, the Sky Striders, what is their value? Almost 2,000, so they paid for themselves. They've already paid for themselves, and they certainly have a lot more to give. Some AoE is going to go down. Ogre Kingdom's holding on to this objective pretty decisively. Oh, is that going to be the Maw? Oh, and the Great Maw with the steel chair comes in and drops half the health off the Zargard and immediately breaks their leadership. Wow. So the Sky Strider's starting to lose some models. Looking at these bad boys. Almost 2,000 value. The Great Maw spell has been super clutch from Hadri's this game. And it's getting to the point where Kislev might need to get a triple cap. If the Ogres are allowed to hold this a little bit longer, which I think they will, they're probably going to take the day. And honestly, the MVP has been these elite cab units. They've just been sweeping. They're basically like an angry Roomba, just going around collecting all the Kislevites here. Look at these glorious beasts. The missiles, this is like, I don't think the Kislevites brought any Streltsy. Like a single Streltsy would probably be able to kill them if it was parked back here, but he did not bring any, I don't think. And it's kind of paying the price here, honestly. Ogres are just going to be tar-pitting the objective with Noblars and various other units. The Kislevites are looking very scarce. I mean, there's a couple brave Winged Lancers and Dervishes around. But Boris, I think, got routed off the battlefield, if I'm not mistaken, or unsummoned. He probably got unsummoned to prevent the penalty. But the Ogres still have good leadership. We got more of the big bulls coming in to get the capture weight. And with that, it looks like the Ogre Kingdoms are probably going to claim victory. Beautiful game, man. Beautiful game. We got to see the two RORs in action, the Powder Guts as well as the Sky Striders, both of whom seem to be pretty damn good, dude. I'm very impressed with their performance. 2,400 value on these guys. Still have 10 of their 12 models. If they were to get like a Troll Guts, they would get it. So game 2 is going to go to Hadri's in the grand finals. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a hotly contested series on our hands. And that is that. That was a really good game, dude. Really, really good game. Crazy stuff. Yeah, the Ogre shooting was kind of ineffective, I guess. Yeah, 1,100, not bad. Powder Guts got about 1,500. I was wrong with them, but the Maw was so clutch. And then these guys with 2,400 value. Talk about, like, awesome, awesome play coming in from them. Boris, he did good, but kind of got caught in a tough situation there. And, yeah, overall it was a good game. There was some Streltsy. They just didn't get summoned. The Yeti Riders are here. They are. So, let's get this. 1-to-1. And the next map is going to be Total Tavern. It is going to be the Battle for Itza. The classic map. Nurgle and Korn love this map, that's for sure. It is best of 5. It is best of 5. Yeah, what a great game, man. The Powder Guts got 1,500. I was 500 points off. They didn't perform like super hot. Yeah. This cursed cough. All right, so heading over to Picks and Bans once again. Let's clean them out. Got a 1-to-1 series. Map is going to be Itza. It's me. Itza. There you go. And where are we at? Perfect. And let's switch over to it. All right, guys. Game 3. Yeah, they got a lot of kills, but the kills were against low-value units. It wasn't like... Usually, if a shooting unit can blow its full payload, it'll probably usually double its value or get at least, like, you know, 50% additional on top of its points. It wasn't bad, I guess. Is chat coming back anytime soon? I don't know, Purple. I don't know. Creative Assembly is going to make us pay for a chat DLC, probably. Dude, I can't... seeing those elite cav fight was so cool. Turin, will you run tournaments? And if so, can I call my champion? Could you speak more? Oh, no worries, man. Okay, so you're asking if I will run tournaments. Yes, I will run tournaments. I will always be running tournaments. It's my favorite thing to do. I love to play in them, but I really like hosting tournaments and just seeing everybody come together. It's my favorite thing. And if so, can I call... You're saying you have a champion you would like to play in the event? Yes, they are more than welcome to join. And no worries, man. I appreciate your support. $50 for the chat DLC. $50 for the chat DLC. Yes, that's what it's going to be. Are we going to see Cathay? I don't think Hadri's is like... Although Hadri's is a Skaven player, so he knows how to play positional shooting. Like usually Dwarf and Empire players are really good at Cathay, and Vampire Coast players would be the ones who would shine at them. Hadri's plays Skaven, who can play shooting very well. Did the new ogres? Yeah, the new ogres have been really good. Okoy, how you doing, man? Dude, look at you with your fancy check mark here. Yeah, you're just killing it, man. The new ogre cav were so cool. They were. I loved every second of those. I wonder if Greases has a tabletop model. Do Greases have like a really terrible tabletop model? Let me see here real quick. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Turin, can't wait for Immortal Empires tournament. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yeah, the Mornfang Cav, the ROR got like almost 3,000 value. Dude, they were just sweeping through the Kislev forces, just sweeping. It was some wild shit. All right, so no picks yet. You guys want to look at some minis while we wait for the picks and bans? All right, let's do it. And perfect. Here was the Orion. Let's see. Let's see what Scrag looks like. Is he around? Oh, there he is. Oh man, that is a somebody got really excited for the wash here. Oh my god, that vat looks very disgusting though. They did a good job with that. But this is the Scrag model, by the way. Yeah. Oh my god, is this? Oh, he's metal. Oh shit, I didn't know he's a metal model. Okay. Greasus. Let's see if he's on here. This website doesn't have all the models, but no, there's no Greasus, unfortunately. There's no Greasus. Keep looking. This is where I get all my Warhammer Fantasy minis for when the old world comes back. I'm stocking up on the Empire goodness. What are there some lords that we want to look up? Kazrak. Does Kazrak have a model? I don't know if he does. Poor Kazrak, the one eye. Does Morker? I think Morker has a model. He's probably on here. Yeah, there he is. Oh, that's a converted one. That's actually pretty nice. Look at this guy. Yeah. Looks like some tasty mac and cheese. This is whoever did this. It was a nice conversion, actually. I like this one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Morker the Shadow gave. He's got like his other model is like he's got this like essence coming out of his like legs or whatever. You have to see the Greasus model. Hey, Lich109, send it my way. Send it my way, man. All right, let's go see. What factions do we want to look at? We got to look at like the really old, outdated shit. Let's look at the Orcs and Goblins. Greasus model. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Some of these are like kind of newish though, because the gloom spire. Ragnarok spider. Dude, I wouldn't even like having this model. I hate spiders, man. Oh. Here's the original Blackworks. Have you guys seen these? Tretch doesn't have a model, yeah. Look at this. These are the Blackworks. Yeah. They're so small looking compared to like the new ones. These are the Ard boys. They're like the miniature ones now, but those are the original Blackwork units. Yeah, they're really fun, man. Let's see if Grimgore's on here. Grimgore's got a kind of a cool model. It's very retro, but it's fun. Where are you at, Grimgore? Oh yeah, look at this Chad. Oh man, you can actually they have a new Grimgore in here. You could buy them new. Oh, dude, look at this. This is a cool conversion here. Yeah, but this is the Grimgore model. I feel like I could paint this Grimgore model in like an hour. It looks super simple. Oh, he's holding a state trooper's head. Oh shit, okay. Yeah, there's Grimgore looking like an absolute Chad. So that looks like it was all dry brushing. And who else do we want to see? Wurzag has a model. Wurzag, did I spell his name wrong? Oh, does it have 2 G's or 1? Yeah, I'm spelling it wrong. I think it's like has some weird spelling. Yeah, here he is. This is Wurzag's model. It's actually a really good model. It holds up pretty well. All right, so back to the game. Let's get the picks and bans. And here we go. So we have Ogre Kingdoms and Grand Cathay. Holy shit. Guys, do you believe? So Tim goes Ogre Kingdoms and Grand Cathay. So Ogre and Cathay. And Hadri's is going to go Kislev. All right. And then guess what, guys? You guys hyped for this? Get ready. It's going to be Ogre Kingdoms. All right. It's Ogre Kingdoms. Sorry, guys. All you Cathay fans and your 12% win rates are going to have to wait. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Send me the Greasus model. Yeah, send it to me in Discord and I'll share it with everyone. Sorry, guys. Sorry. 007 Cathay. It's not going to happen. It's not. It's just not happening here. Just to remind you guys, here's the win rates from the summer championships. Cathay with the dreaded 12% win rate. I feel so bad. All these people in chat are like, please, Cathay. Yeah, just the sad faces. Oh, that's so funny. It could still happen. We're not there. There's still more games. I can't believe you do me like this. How could you? I know. I got you guys all excited. Yeah, I know. Man, where are we at? Okay, Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms once again. The dreaded Cathay got picked, but they did not get played. Yeah, they did not get played. No chance he would pick Cathay into Kislev. No, Cathay is actually not bad against Kislev. Cathay Crane Gunners are really good. Honestly, it's not a bad one. I thought Cathay was going to get picked. I would rather personally play Cathay against Kislev than Ogres, but I'm not a good Ogre player, so that's not really good. Time to make Cathay 13%. That's right. If it goes to game 5, it should be decided in a Cathay deathmatch. I agree with that. I think we should enforce that. Yeah. If you lose, I know, but they want to get on the leaderboard. Like, so if we take a look at the leaderboards real quick for tournament play, let's go check on the old Total Tavern tournament leaderboard here. Tim the Wilder has the number 6 spot. He's won 2 tournaments before. Tim is very, very secured here for a top 16 spot, and top 16 will basically lead to a grand finals position, right? And a chance to compete for potentially, $1,000+ So Hadri's, on the other hand, just started playing Domination. He's pretty new to it. He's got, a good record. But if Hadri's wins the tournament, it carries a little bit more weight for him, because that would give him the number 15 spot. And then he could potentially be set for the grand finals, which would, I'm sure, be very fun. Yeah. So there you go. And looking around. And there you go. Cathay Mirror Match of Doom. It is coming. You guys fear it. Respect it. Puggington qualified for the summer champs. And oh yeah, somebody was asking earlier how the grand finals are going to work. So how are we going to reward, for example, so let's go to the website again. How are we going to reward, somebody for being at the top of the leaderboard, right? Because they work hard, they got the number 1 spot. It gives you the best seed. So when we get to the grand finals, the number 1 player will get the easiest seed in the tournament. So they would play the number 16 player, the number 2 player would play 15, et cetera, et cetera. So by being higher up on the leaderboard, you not only win prizes for winning tournaments, there's usually a cash prize in my tournaments, there is today. You also get a better seed for the grand finals. So you're more likely to get out of your first round, statistically speaking. Yeah, which is pretty crazy. So hopefully that answers your question, my friend. For Summer Grand Tourney, are you going to be... so for the Summer Championship one, I am hosting the grand finals. I'm hosting the grand finals. That model isn't that bad. So thank you, Jay Phoenix and Lich109 for sending it. All right. That's not that bad. Come on, guys. That model is not that terrible. Look at that. It could be way worse. That's actually kind of a fun model. There's Greasus, your boy. Looking like an absolute G out laying on his pile of treasure. I would straight up rock that model. That thing is cool, man. Yeah. Thank you guys for sending it. Thank you for sending it. That could be way worse. I was expecting a monstrosity. I was expecting an old school Marathi or something like that. But that really wasn't that bad. I feel bad for that person who gets a great seed only to have to face Hadri's. Yeah, it's part of it though. It's part of it. So about your tournaments, what about restrictions? If I'm a confident in person, I'm not sure what you're saying. So random word, maybe shoot me a message in Discord. That would be more helpful. My tournaments are open to anyone. There's obviously, I think there's been a couple players who we've restricted in the past just because they've either cheated or smurfed or things like that. But my tournaments are open to anyone to play. As long as you treat people with respect and keep it about the game and just don't break any rules or smurf or do any shady behavior, you're going to be fine. Yeah. Yeah, they're open to anyone. If you're looking for ugly models, check out the Rat Ogres or Crocsgores. Oh man, old Crocsgores are pretty terrible looking. Yeah, they're pretty bad. I actually like this Ogre build coming in. Yeah, it looks like it's like an Ogre Rush. He's got some Iron Guts in there and bulls and bulls and bulls on parade, and that's it. All right, guys, here we are. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. And let us take a look. Spawning on the north side of the map, it is going to be Hadries in this 1-to-1 series. And he is going to be playing the Warhammer Slavs. He's going to be playing the Kislevites. Ice Tempest, Gust of True Flight for extra range on cannons and Streltsy is always pretty heavy metal. And aside from that, it's going to be... Oh my god, he's here with Mass Streltsy and Mass Cossars. I love it. That's so cool. So the whole build is just range shooting, which we saw Anticity win with earlier. Anticity put on a great clinic earlier against... was it the Ogres or was it someone else? I can't remember. Now, looking at the Ogre Kingdom's army, it is going to be Tim the Wilder, currently, I think, number 5 or 6 on the leaderboards, holding it down, doing a great job, hosting events as well every Friday. So big shout out to Tim and Houseplant and all those folks who have been hosting events, keeping the community going strong. It's going to be Iron Fists backed up by Iron Guts and Bulls and just a big Ogre rush. So all these big, thick boys just going to be charging downtown and looking to overwhelm the Kislev shooting lines. But they're probably going to hide until the objectives open up, and then they will emerge from the shadows and pounce on their opponents. So that is going to be that. Should be good. GG, well played indeed. GG, well played indeed. Great armies on both sides. Now for the Ice Witch, the magic is going to be Hailstorm, which we've seen used to pretty good efficiency against Ogres. We do see the Snowflake Pendant to give the power recharge, and then also the Gust of True Flight. Now the reason why Ice Witches are played more than Katarine is because they have a summon. They can summon the Snow Leopards, which are very, very strong. Those guys can cause a lot of problems indeed. Gojira, yes, the epic showdown does continue. It's going to be a great duel of fates between these two players. Little Grom, a huge asset. Granted, not going to be an Ogre shooting build. I feel like an Ogre shooting build would lose to a Kislev shooting build. I feel like Kislev would just kind of march them down and push them into the corner, and that would be a little bit grim for sure. Be a little bit grim. Now in the back corner, Ogres are postured. We have the Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists. So they are deploying some of their army out in the open field, right? We have these guys kind of chilling out, getting ready to party. But a lot of them are hiding in the bushes. So there's going to be a fair amount of mystery here as the battles load in, players setting up their armies. I bet Professor Pone smurfed in my tourneys. No, it's just like if someone is like a really well-established player, you know, like for example in tournaments, and they make a Smurf account and are just like beating up beginners and trying to get better seeds and better bracket positions. Like this is more old because my seeds are all random now in tournaments. It's all random, but yeah. So people should know who they're playing against. So typically if somebody changes their name or their, you know, whole, you know, identity in that regard, as long as they just tell me, like it's fine. But yeah, like Smurfing is usually something that most of our tournaments will restrict. But yeah. Another question in chat, has Falcon been playing in these tournaments? He has not. He's not playing Warhammer 3 at the moment. I would imagine he'll come back when the Immortal Empires comes back. We'll see him make his glorious return. I know he was in the middle of a big move and everything, so he had a lot going down. All right, guys. So the forces of Kislev have a very nice position on the battle for Itza. Essentially what you do is you just form like a battle line like right here, and just, you know, or like right here, and you get to control 2 objectives with your shooting army. The Gust of True Flight is active. 585 range. Oh, I love that. That's so cool. And look, the Ogres can't even hide on the back of the map. Oh, I love it. 4 or 5 of the Ogres of Tim just get pounded right there by the Gust of True Flight. The 585 range artillery piece using the Kislev Tempest magic. It is a super, super cool niche. I love that spell. So they're going to literally have to run into the Shadow Realm to get out of range of that cannon. I think it'll rip one more shot maybe. We'll have to see. Hey, you know, talk about a little bit of territorial control. You do kind of force those guys back, and yeah, and that is that. Now, over here, the Ogre is still hanging out in the bushes. It looks like the Ogre Bulls are going to be moving up, probably in preparation to get that objective, which is smart. That's one of the free objectives, and this is very common on this map. If somebody has a big shooting army coming at you like this, you go, you get the top objective, and then you crash down the hill like this, because you kind of have some terrain to work with. You have these pillars, there's some line of sight blocking, so it's very neat. But now the Little Grom is probably going to start shooting at these. You can see he's trying to get in range. Little Grom is certainly a very cool artillery piece. It is a cannon being pulled by a bear. which is very, very strong indeed. So there they go. Oh, is he going to be able to reach? Not quite. These ogres are still well hidden in the bushes. These ones are a little bit far back. Objective's going to be opening up very soon. And for summons, yeah, baby, we get the Oath Brothers of Tor. These are like just such a cool looking ROR. I love how the screaming wings are like kind of have that cool reddish color in them. Yeah, it's pretty rad looking. But the bear cavalry are here, so if the ogres want to get aggressive, these mighty bears are going to be ready to meet them tooth and claw. We will see what happens for sure. And yeah, we'll have a good time. So some of you guys still discussing, we can talk about, yeah, some more questions about smurfing. We also, in Warhammer 2, had a couple individuals who would regularly, like, kind of cheat in tournaments. So if they were losing a game, they would, like, drop and pretend it was lag and ask for replays. Or they would, you know, kind of break army limits in hopes that they wouldn't get caught or noticed. So they might be, you know, banned from playing in tournaments for a period of time. And they would just make new accounts and sign up again. And, yeah, it can happen, but honestly, Domination will get rid of a lot of that kind of stuff because you can't really cheat in Domination. And I've taken a more strict stance on crashing, so... Yeah, Professor Pone probably has 10 Smurf accounts. He's probably playing both of these accounts right now. He's probably playing as Hadries and as Tim the Wilder here. That would be my ultimate conspiracy theory. All right, still shooting downtown. Objectives, I can't help but dislike how far back the ogres are, but I understand. They're really far back. They got to start moving because Kislev is just going to get these two objectives, and ogres are going to pay the troll toll pretty hard. Yeah, so this opens up. It's going to be captured by the Kossars here. The Gust of True Flight, once again, I love that. I love that this spell is being used. It's pretty cheap wins and magic-wise. You can pretty much spam that. Yeah, Pone is guilty of all that. That's correct. That is correct. So the Capture Cat and the Kossar is going to be holding this one. I wonder if we're going to see any Ice Guard with halberds. Occasionally when I play against ogres with Kislev, I'll bring like a single Ice Guard halberd to try and, you know, fight some of these guys. It could be good. It could be good for sure. But there you have it. Victory location 1 and 2, or 3, I mean, are going to be taken by Kislev. Top one is going to be taken by the Noblars. And I wonder if what the ogres are doing is just going to be massing like a Doom Legion and just trying to rush. This is not an easy position to rush. For anybody who says that, you know, entrenched kind of positions don't work, it's they certainly do. So the Oath Brothers of Tor looking to get some freebies. They might go over here. And you know something I feel about the ogres? I feel like Gorgers have a place still. Like I feel like their stock and their, you know, their stopping power has the potential to steal objectives. Like maybe like a couple Gorgers creeping over here and like hitting this side flank. I don't know. It's ambitious, but I don't know if I agree with this because what might happen is the ogres might summon out. Like Tim the Wilder has like 4,000 banks. Oh my god. What does he summon here? Man-eaters with great weapons. Yeah, so he summons in a man-eater great weapon to deal with the bears. So the bears are going to just hammer into the Noblars, and then they're just going to pull back. At the very least, I actually like that play from Hadries because he baited out a man-eater great weapon, but there's no more comeback mechanic, man. I don't know if I like how conservative the ogres are being. I feel like they need to get their hands dirty for sure. And up here, we have the two Capture Cats from Hadries, a beautiful cost by Dervish charge. Noblars are going to get wrecked by those. But now the ogres are going to move on to the objective, and Kislev will for sure lose this point. Despite the Capture Cats, you know, ogre bulls have good capture weights, and they'll be able to get that. Now, the question is, how well will the ogres envelop this Kislev army here? Value lead is obviously there for Hadries. It's not like point of no return. Man-eaters with great weapons are being shot by Little Grom, so the bear artillery shooting from downtown. You can see ripping glorious shots for Urson. As the bear riders, the Oath Bears, are going to be running back. We'll call them the Oath Bears. Yeah, the bears who fulfill the oath. Kosovo Dervish is probably going to be used as a roadblock, and the Capture Cats are fleeing the scene. And the Dervishes are going to be sacrificed, holding back the Ogre Tide and allowing the Capture Cats to escape. Very, very happy. Marco says, Atomic Sim, yeah. Pone loves the Atomics in Dune Spy Swords. It's his favorite thing ever. Ooh, beautiful cannon shot. It hits the Ogre Lord and also takes out a couple of those Ogre models. Ogres, I can't wait to play against ogres with like the Empire or dwarves and just have like organ guns blasting them down. Oh my god, it's going to be great. So now this is the big do or die moment. Is the ogre army, I mean this is a big, big army. Big Chungus army. Is it going to be able to crash and crush this Kislev force? This is very thematic. Like just look at this. The ogres just charging on all fronts. We got bows unleashing hell on them as they just charge in here. And the Kislev army stands firm against the onslaught of the Great Maw. Wait, is that a what the hell is this? A Manticore summon? What is this, 2018? There's a Manticore summon from Tim the Wilder. Some wild shit. Well, I guess it's his name. And here comes the onslaught. Will Kislev be able to hold? That is a lot of stopping power. Triple Capture Cats intercepting the Iron Guts over here. Streltsy continuing to shoot. More bombardments going down, doing a little bit of friendly fire damage on those. And Kislev has suffered the wrath of the Ogre charge. The Ogres immediately getting a big, big value spike as Streltsy are being taken to town by the Iron Guts. Granted, the Streltsy are still able to return some shots. Layers of firing. And the Ogres have finally pulled the trigger, and they've also taken the middle objective during all that. And a Manticore summon, I do not know what's going on with this. That's so cool. I mean, maybe it's going to be good for shutting down some missile pieces. Some Ogre units here being dragged down a little bit. The Oath Riders, I'm not sure where they are. Kossovite Dervishes being sacrificed to hold back the Ogre Bulls. More and more Winged Lancers coming out, so this is the answer for the Ogre pressure for sure. Kislev Cavalry is very, very good at just getting big charge bonuses on lightly armored Ogres. Granted, the middle is kind of folding a little bit. The Ogres have gotten through. The Ogre Bulls have pressed. The Kossovite Kossars are now going to be breaking, but their By Our Blood passive will keep them fighting. Manticore causing a little bit of a... Dude, hearing that Manticore sound brought back just all the bad memories from Warhammer 2 multiplayer. I was like, oh god, not another Manticore summon. You know what? The Ogres are doing really good. They're behind a little bit in value, but they have captured the objectives effectively, so they might be able to nullify that difference. The second Manticore summon has come out, but it's not active at this point. Kislev holding the front line very well. The Kossars with Spheres, of course, very, very good at anchoring these positions. And the Oath Riders and the Capture Kitties doing a great job over here. You can see the Capture Cats able to break some of the Ogres. And that's the problem with Capture Cats. If they take you down, they're going to go just steal all your objectives, like just all over the place, man. Going to be very, very tough. Second Manticore moving in. The other one didn't seem to do too much, although it did buy some time. Winged Lancers knocking off the Noblar Trappers. Although it looks like they had a charge order to go a little bit deeper in. But yeah, more Bear Riders would be good. Griffin Legion would also be very, very strong here. But the Capture Cats will emerge. Triple cap currently by the Ogres, which makes sense. Their big card has been played, and they have managed to get the triple objectives. That is for sure. Streltsy are trapped in melee combat. Thankfully for Kislev, Streltsy are not terrible in combat, but Iron Guts will beat the hell out of them. It's going to be a pretty rough fight. Gust of True Flight going down to give the passive of the spell passive. But nonetheless, the Ogres have gotten into melee with most of the shooting, and it looks like maybe Kislev needed some Zargard or some meat in the front line. I guess the Ogres would like that, but they would need maybe some basic Kossars with a little bit of armor. It seems like they've gotten overwhelmed on many positions, but Hadri's still up by about 900 value. We do have the Oath Riders of Tor, who are trying their best to drag down some of the Iron Guts. Iron Guts, of course, have big armor piercing too, though, so the Warbears are going to be taking a lot of damage in return, and it does not look like there's a Patriarch to heal those. Now, what I would wager is Hadri's will go for the value trade here to free up the Bear Riders, and then get the Capture Cats to go start stealing objectives. So take some Winged Lancers and Capture Cats up to there, and try and get an objective back on the board, because you can't stay triple cap for this long. This is getting a little bit precarious, and it seems like the Ogres are really, really piling in there, and starting to accrue a massive amount of value. And the Oath Riders are doing great. I would imagine they're probably up over 1,000 value at this point. Let's check. 1,200 value, Capture Cats trading. Kislev has now almost been caught. The value differential is only 700. The Ogre charge was actually very masterful. And, you know, I take back all my criticisms of Tim's initial play. I thought he was going to be letting Kislev get too much of a point lead, but he mustered a big enough army, enough critical mass to push in, and he certainly made me eat my words. So well played by Tim there. Now, big bombardment going to be going down on the Noblars. Noblars getting punished. Ice Wish doing all those cool animations, and that seems like a pretty cost-effective spell for removing said chaff. However, the Kislev Bear and Cat squad could potentially be in a position to get some good captures back on the board, but they better do that soon, because right now the Ogres are coming to get you. They're coming for that meat. And two Noblars moving on to the point, so really nice. Boom and boom. Capture Cats trying to get a little bit of weight on it, but it's not going to be enough. I like the Manticore summons going after the Snow Leopards, because since it's just like kind of a throwaway summon, might as well get some good SCM damage on those guys. So Ogres are finally pushed back. It seems like right now we do see the Kislevites, you know, enduring, pushing back the wave of Ogres, but is it too late? The Ogres have a good spread all over the battlefield. Kossar's moving in, but going to get wrecked by Noblar Trappers most likely. And the Ogres are really good at just stuffing you back in your deployment zone, and that's kind of the risky run of having a little bit too much shooting. One of the Bears does fall. Ogres karate kicking. The Oath Riders getting worn down. Numbers getting very, very sparse. Capture Cats might be able to do some magic, but ultimately it's looking like the Ogres are in a position to get this. The Ogres are only down by 300 value, and I don't think they have any healing, so this is actually a very accurate representation of the state of the battle. However, Iron Guts getting peppered in the back. They do have armor, so they're going to be somewhat more durable than their other Ogre Bull cousins. Streltsy also shooting. Capture Cats trying to move over there, but they're going to have to get some objectives soon. We're going to need to see something like Winged Lancers or Griffin Legion come out from Hadri's, and the Griffin Legion go clear out the Noblars, and then the Cats follow them to get the objectives. Because it's getting to the point where it's going to need to be a triple cap, and there needs to be some heavy, heavy Trixie traps coming soon. That is for sure. It is a triple cap situation. Kislev will probably pull ahead in value because the Ogres are sacrificing units to keep them pinned. Zargard are moving up. Ogres have great capture weight though. Noblars and all those units certainly not going to be giving it up. We get another Warbear Rider coming. Maybe the Warbear Rider goes up to the high ground because he needs to start planning for the long game. Granted, I think Hadri's is in a lot of danger here. I think Tim the Wilder showing that he truly is the master of the maw. And yeah, he's holding it down, man. I'm going to go feast like an ogre after this for sure. The Ogres are looking good this patch. 100% agree, Anticity. But what? Here's a question for you, Kraken King. Why are the Ogres doing better than they did in the previous patch? If shooting got buffed, you know, maybe the Ogres are looking good because everyone is focusing so heavily on the shooting cheese that they're not like accounting for the objective control as much. I don't know. It'd be interesting. But Ogres are looking very good. They're looking very, very good. Maybe Cathay needs to be the answer to them. Granted, I think this game was winnable for both players, for sure. Maybe just a slight build variance. A little bit more actual melee for Kislev. Well played, man. That was a really good game. I actually thought Tim was going to be in trouble with how defensive he was playing, but he made me eat my words. Like, Kislev got a lot of objective time for free. A whole lot. But great play by Tim, also by Hadri's. Maybe a little bit too all in on the ranged. I think you need more melee. Like, maybe you sacrifice a couple of these guys, like the 2 archers and maybe 2 stealthy and get some infantry, and then I think maybe you hold a little bit better, or maybe get more cav. I don't really know. We will have to see. So that is going to be 2-1 for Tim in this best of 5. And let us go ahead and get to the next match. Value on these units. Yeah, it was honestly just a great ogre swarm, man. You see, he didn't fall into the trap of trying to use like lead belchers. Maybe it's the comeback mechanics being gone. Yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot of changes. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 2-1 series. Hadri's on the back foot, down but never out. And let us go ahead and see the next map. So the next map for the day is going to be the Crossing of the Sea of Claws. Okay, maybe Khorne is going to make an appearance. It's a map you don't see terribly often, but I actually like it. I think it's very cool looking. Khorne isn't being used as much, so ogres are coming to crump other factions. There you go. Good assessment. Good assessment indeed. So let's head on over to the picks and ban screen. Clear these out. You guys ready for the Cathay pick? We have to chant Cathay's name 3 times and they will appear. All jokes aside, probably not going to happen. All right. Some good water. Some delicious water. Yeah, Iron Guts are good. I like Iron. Yeah, that's another thing. Ogres had bugs with Man-Eaters and also Iron Guts. They had trouble attacking infantry and stuff. So now that they're fixed, maybe Ogres are going to be better. I don't think they're OP. I think Ogres seem like they're in a very good spot. They seem like they're in a very good spot. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff, man. Yeah, you know, honestly, just jumping right into multiplayer is a great way to learn it. Especially if you have like a friend who would play with you. I think that's a pretty big variable too. Have like a training partner essentially that you can like bounce ideas off and all that. Ogres have done pretty well against Khorne. I would say in the beginning Ogres beat Khorne and then Khorne was favored against Ogres as of late and then maybe it switched back. We don't really know. Yeah. We don't know. All right. Dude, the Manticore summons were cool. Yeah. We don't... Dude, taking us back to the Warhammer 2 days. Cathay's not going to get picked on this map. There's no way in hell. Crossing of Sea of Claws is more of like a brawler map. Doesn't have the best line of sight, so... Although Cathay could go crossbow spam and just stack them on top of each other. But no, it's going to be Slaanesh. This is a Slaanesh map. Hardcore. So Tzeentch and Slaanesh for Hadri's. And what is your boy Tim the Wilder going to be picking? Yes, yes. Yeah, ogres seem good. I like how ogres are playing. I hope they continue to do well into the old world. They have really good capture weight. They have a lot of things that play very well into domination mode. Just like 53 speed infantry with good mass to block people and good capture weight. Like, what's not to like? Seems pretty good. Dark Age Rush says Cathay is good now. Well, you know, we are playing at the pinnacle of play today. We've had pretty much all the top players in the community playing today. At least a lot of them. And we haven't seen Cathay have success yet. I think they might have won a game in the earlier rounds, but there's been many opportunities to pick them and nobody has. We'll see Dark Age Rush. I hope they are. I want Cathay to be good. As a powder enjoyer, I really want them to be good, but we'll see. So Tim the Wilder On the pick here, it is Slanesh and Tzeentch for the Skaven King for Hadries. Yeah, Dark Age Rush. I'd love to look at your replays, but it depends on who they're against. Like, if you're beating other top-level players with them, then I would value that, like, assessment a lot. But if you're just, you know, beating up players who you're probably a better player than, it doesn't carry as much weight, you know. We will see. Crossing of Sea of Claws. Very good for the speedy factions. A lot of like weird choke points and alleys and avenues to go down. So typically you won't see shooting factions as much here. Optimus Pine, in retrospect, yes, it does. My cat thinks that the random word saying his cat is a fan of Miao Ying. There you go. She actually saw some play. I saw Anticity playing with Miao Ying earlier. Was it Anticity or someone else? I can't remember. I was watching some games. What do you think you need for Cathay to be good? I don't know, man. It's a pretty complex issue. A lot of Cathay's suffering, guys, might not come down to Cathay necessarily being bad across the board, but it might come down to the fact that the other factions in the game are good against them. And that when there's more factions in the game, maybe we see Cathay coming in and karate chopping some of the old world factions. You never know. You never know. You never know indeed. The Dragon Cat, yes. No mercy. Kislev and Ogre Kingdoms are here for the previous match. Waiting on the picks and bans, the players with the big think. In the meantime, let us take a look at some minis here. So here we go. Got your boy Wurzag. Karl Franz has a great model. His model's really good. I actually have a fully painted Karl Franz. He's pretty cool. This is his old model. This is the retro Karl Franz. It's just so janky. Look at this. Oh my god. Look at this absolute beast of a model here. Oh, just the blob of paint. I love it. You knew that was a model that was painted when someone was like 12 years old. This is the new Franz model, though. This one's really good. This is the one I have. It got made at the end of 8th edition, I think. Yeah, it's pretty solid. He's got Deathclaw there. He's looking mighty. This is actually a really nice paint job. I'm surprised it's only $50. They even have the cheetah stripes on the back, which is kind of hard to do. Who else? I wonder if Malekith has a model for sale on here. Malekith, did I spell his name wrong? Oh, it looks like somebody might have picked up that model. Somebody might have picked up the model. Okay, so Vampire Coast obviously doesn't have any models. You guys like the original one? It's so great. It's such a classic. That was the OG Franz. I don't know if he's going to be on here. Let's see. Do they have the old school one? No, they don't. They only have the new Nagash model. They don't have the old one. Let's see if they have Heinrich here. No, they don't have him. I think they have the new Manfred model where he's riding on the big beast. Yeah, here's... Oh. No, wait, that's not Manfred, is it? Yeah, see, this is like the old school Manfred. He's here. It's actually not a bad... I kind of like that paint scheme. It's very, like, retro. Like, you can see there's just years and years of dust on this poor thing, so it's kind of hard to tell the quality, but... Also, his flesh tone in this paint job is a little bit too human for me. Like, the more of the pallid flesh tone, I think, suits him better. What is this? Who is this guy? Oh my god, is this like a Dracula like remake there? Ariel? Oh, I wonder if she's here. Wonder if they have her. This website doesn't have everything. No, she's not on here, unfortunately. Do the Sisters of Twilight have a model? Let's see. Let's see if they do. Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Oh, they do have it. They have the original Sisters. Look at that. Yeah, this is Troll Trader. Yeah, we're on Troll Trader right now. Dude, look at the original Sisters of Twilight. That model is actually really sick. Oh man, look how small the base is too. Dude. Look at this. This model is retro as hell. Oh, and you have the one sister up on the top and then the other one's like riding on its head down here. And then what is this thing? There's like a little like gremlin. There's like a little like frog like attached to the dragon. Oh, that's rad. That's rad. Look at that. All right, guys, we got to get back to the picks and bans here, so let's do that. So we got Korn from Tim. So Korn making a comeback. And it is going to be from Hadries. We don't have the pick yet. I see him typing. I have the original. Yeah, that's a cool model, actually. Slaanesh. Okay, we got Slaanesh versus Khorne. This is a fun matchup. And boom. No, wait, wrong one. Jeez. I'm just seeing skulls everywhere I look. There we go. All right, Slaanesh versus Khorne. The die is cast. Let's get this party started. Thank you all for joining. I know it's getting a little bit late for many of you in Europe. 5 p.m. Today is our big once-a-week tournament day, which I'll try and have at least one of these a week. We'll see. I wish I was that that gremlin. You want to just be the little gremlin like attached to the dragon there? Yeah. Yeah, those are little fairy things that gather around the wood elves. Yeah, those things like it looked like a little like chameleon, like a lizard man or something. Oh my god. It was one way to lose weight, just sit here casting for like 5 hours, just sweating profusely. Man, we're at the 5-hour mark? Jeez. Why are the games taking so much longer today? I mean, they haven't even been that laggy. I guess we started early too. Slaanesh versus Khorne. If Tim the Wilder wins this, it is game blouses. It will be game over. So we will see who will claim victory this day. Will it be the Blood God or the Prince of Decadence and pleasure and all sorts of good things? 1:56 a.m. Hey, you guys are troopers staying up this late, man. This one's going long. It's definitely going long. Slaanesh versus Khorne. It begins. What do we see here? Probably Marauders. Just crappy Marauders. Exalted Demonettes actually got massively buffed. Oh yeah, does Hadri's just go ham with like 5 Exalted Demonettes in the RORs? Yeah, the pregame show was like an hour. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. Yeah, tomorrow I got some family coming, so I was going to be casting an Age of Empires EGC tournament tomorrow, but my family just randomly announced they're coming, so I had to cancel that, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm excited to see my family. It's going to be great. My stepdad's coming down. I'm going to do all the 4th of July preparation. Going to go buy a bunch of hot dogs. Good times. All right, so Hadri's is ready. Exalted Demonettes, it's time. 7 p.m. for you. Where are you from? By the way, if it's 7 p.m. for you. All right, Tomoko says, fun question, who would win? Okay, I need to see this. Are we going to get into like Steven Seagal versus Chuck Norris type territory, or is this actual units? I'm down for either one, man. I'm down to party. Hey, Thane, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. I hope to see an Exalted Demonette build. I just want to see like a really grindy, hard-hitting Slaanesh build with like the buffs from the lore of Slaanesh to give a ton of melee attack. I think that could actually really be super, super devastating. Demonettes are really good. They got a pretty big damage increase. Hey, you forgot you're in the live stream. You're literally, hey, I do appreciate that, Light Gaming. Thank you. Who would win? AoE 4 Lanzknecht or the Marauders of Slaanesh? I don't know. Well, okay. That's an easy one. Because AoE 4 Lanzknecht are already represented in this game. They're Great Swords of the Empire. Great Swords of the Empire are just modeled on historical Lanzknecht, the mercenaries with the Zweihanders. So yeah, the Lanzknecht would win all day because Marauders of Slaanesh would get their butt kicked by a Great Sword. So yeah. That was an easy one, man. That was a very easy one. Oh, you're in Arkansas. Very cool. Very, very cool. It's 3 a.m. for you in Ukraine, huh? Taking the night shift. Well, happy to have you here, my friend. Slaanesh versus Khorne. I want to look at the build so bad, but then if they're on stream, they're going to see the other person's build. I hate the waiting. I hate the waiting, man. That's one thing. Someday the wife and I are going to move back to, we're going to obviously probably, I don't know, stay in the States for a while, for, for the next 5 or 6 years. But something we've talked about is living in Poland for a while, like, while we're still young and spry, and go and, stay in Poland for a couple of years and have some fun, and kind of, we could do like a big trip and come visit a bunch of you guys out in Europe. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Hey, Tomoko, that was a good one though. No, I appreciate it. Sherm, happy 4th, Turin. Glad the game is in a better state so you can stack your bread up. Thank you, I do appreciate that. The bread is stacking. What's your opinion of the high start positions? Thane, I don't know them. I haven't looked. I kind of, I'm just kind of, surprising myself a little bit. Oh, Heir of Carthage is great. Heir of Carthage is actually the reason I started doing YouTube. He was my inspiration. I was working at, I wouldn't call it an office job. I was an athletic director, so I worked out of this office in San Jose. I was the only one in the office. It was just me. It was just filled with like sports equipment and random shit and a ping pong table. And yeah, we had I used to just like turn on and watch Air streams, and I was just, I don't know, I got inspired to just try recording a video because of him. So Air of Carthage is a true legend. Yeah, he's a really nice guy too. I got to meet him in person a couple times through some of the Creative Assembly events back in the day, and he was just such a gem of a person. Just really nice. Oh, dude, pierogi? Dude, I would feast on pierogi all day. Yeah, this is best of 5, Adam. Best of 5. Best of 5 indeed. He got you into Total War also? Hell yeah. Shout out to Air of Carthage, man. I would love to do a co-cast with him. That'd be really fun. He's got a pretty busy schedule though, because I think he works like a day job, and I usually only like stream and stuff during the day, but maybe I'll do some work, coordinate something with him. What's the Kislev versus Matchup Empire going to be like? Ooh, I actually think Kislev might be favored there, because like their infantry will beat state troopers. I don't know. It would really have to come down to the artillery of the Empire and their magic. That's what they do better than Kislev. But Kislev shooting is really strong, and I don't know. Yeah, the ping pong table is sports equipment, technically. Lord Noob, you said, I saw in one of your videos that you went to Crete for vacation. I'm from there. Did you go? I don't remember exactly where we went. Where did we go in Crete? So we went to the Temple of Gnosis. We went to Spinalonga. We stayed in a really small village, like a coastal village. I don't remember if it was in the north or south. It was like I'm not a rich man. So we went to one of the cheaper towns, and it was great though. It was amazing. I was just eating gyros every day, and I love the Greek food. It was awesome. Yeah, it was so good. Yeah, it was good times. I loved Crete. It was a blast. It was just, there was something magical about sitting on the shores of Greece at night when it was just like this warm weather and like looking. Okay, what are they doing? Okay, they're saying screw range units. There you go. They're just chatting and just looking out over the you could just like feel the history in the earth when I was in Greece. You know, you could just feel it, which is really cool. Yeah, Kislev might perform better than the Empire in many regards. Yeah, for sure. But the Empire, I think, has better lord choices. Like, the Empire is often carried by, like, Volkmar, Karl Franz, like, all these characters.
I can't even tell you what was magical about those nights in Greece, darling.
That's right. The wife coming in, saying hi. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, we had a really good time, Lord Noob. It was great. Don't you worry that range factions may struggle against melee factions that can contest points better? Yeah, for sure. I think melee factions are typically a little stronger on domination mode. And, I mean, even if you look at Warhammer 2. So, Inticity, are you still here in chat? If you're still lurking. Who are the top 5 factions, in your opinion, at the end of Warhammer 2? Greenskins, Vampire Counts, you know, melee-centric factions, right? Like, in Warriors of Chaos, we're even actually pretty top tier. Yeah, so I do think that is a bit of an issue, is like the dominance of melee. Like, range factions are much harder to play. And this is coming from someone who mains Nurgle. I used to play Chaos a lot. Like, every time I played the Empire, I felt like I was sweating bullets and microing super hard, whereas with melee, it's just kind of like, I don't know, it wasn't as hard. Speaking of Air of Carthage and his multiplayer. Oh, yeah, I've seen that Thane. I saw that. Yeah, Inticity, what do you think were the top 3 or 4 factions in Warhammer 2? Yeah, probably. Wood Elves are Beastmen and Chaos for sure. Yeah, Beastmen, Chaos, Vampire Counts, Greenskins. Boom, you're done. All melee-focused factions were powerful, and I think the same thing's going to happen in Domination mode. Granted, I think there will be some niche matchups in which, like, Sigmark... I actually think Empire might do okay against Beastmen. Like, Grenade Launchers, Pistoliers, Knights of the Blazing Sun. Like, they have a lot of things that are pretty good there, but they're much harder to play. Much harder to play. Wood Elves are a little different, because Elven shooting isn't obstructed by line of sight. So they don't have as much of an issue playing the shooting game. Vladia says, you got blessed by Nurgle, feeling a little bit rough, staying up in Belgium. Hey man, hopefully you feel better. I had a pretty bad cold like a couple weeks ago. I feel like I probably had the Rona, because I've just had this like annoying cough that just won't go away. I don't really know. But we just basically bunkered down for like a couple weeks, and I'm obviously all better now, but Who the heck knows? No, Beastmen are top tier. They're really strong. Yeah, dwarves have always been kind of bottom of the barrel, sadly. Skirmish cav in 20 minutes. Yeah, skirmish cav, having skirmish cav is really important, but the thing is, greenskins have skirmish cav, Chaos has skirmish cav, Beastmen have skirmish cav, you know. They can all play that game too. Like, static missile builds just always felt harder to play. With only 12 minutes on Domination, I think skirmish factions will suffer a bit. I agree, Anticity. The meta is just going to change. Yeah, Wood Elves take a lot of skill to play. They're very tough. I mean, there's a couple mouth-breathing Wood Elf builds, but generally they're very tough to play. Zyphos was so good at them. I used to love watching Zyphos play Wood Elves. Always a good time. All right. So, Game 4, ladies and gentlemen. Hadries versus Tim the Wilder. Taking a look here, we do have Hadries with the Herald of Slaanesh. On top of that, it's going to be some Demonettes, and Exalted Demonettes. Ooh, double Exalted and some Hell Scourges. I'm super excited to see how these Exalted Demonettes trade after they've been buffed. So if you ask CA to do a... no, Wilson, I think the community has given their feedback. Like, I really only have opinions on multiplayer stuff, and I don't think it's too egregious in multiplayer. The range stuff, I don't really think it's overpowered at all, actually. Maybe a little bit in very niche situations, but... yeah, I'm sure they'll just roll it back based on the single player. Because the game, they need to please their single player audience to do well, right? So... now, looking here at the Forces of Khorne, it's going to be Bloodletters, Spawn, Halberds, dual weapons. Yeah, just mostly a melee grind, man. And we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence of the Blood Shrine characters, which I think is cool. Blood Shrine of Khorne. Oh, it's a Blood Shrine with the Blood Reaper on it. Yeah, Tim has been doing this today. That's just the hero. And he does have the Totem of Bloodletting, which gives nice buffs. And yeah, it's a pretty cool character. I dig it, man. Yeah, this map is pretty cool. You get some good fights on this one. It's not great for like shooting, but it's good for other things. It's good for like these type of matchups. Ezekiel says, hey man, huge fan. Been away from home, haven't been able to play. Your videos keep me in the Total War. Hey, I got you, Ezekiel. Ezekiel, hopefully I'm saying your name right. My apologies if I'm not. So let us know in chat, who are you guys rooting for? You rooting for the King of Skaven, Hadries, or the wild man himself, Tim the Wilder? He is not only wild, but he is wilder than you. I wonder if his name is like Tim Wilder in real life or something. Who knows? Does Empire... yeah, Empire was pretty weak in Warhammer 2. They were definitely a niche counterpick faction. They were not the strongest, but they certainly try their best. They certainly try their best. So moving across, Spawn of Khorne, Chaos Warriors with dual weapons, Halberds, all that good stuff. We have a little bit of time before the objectives open up, so I'll take a couple more questions from chat. Turin, if you could make a new multiplayer game mode like Domination or Land Battle, what would it be? So, here's the thing. If I was given the full reins of the new game mode prior to the launch of Warhammer 3, I probably would have found a way to do land battles with objectives on them. And maybe have a very minimal amount of reinforcements, like very minimal. Just enough to account for build roulette. I do enjoy Domination. It's not like everything I want, but I would probably lean more towards like having like a set army with like maybe minor objectives and like land battle style, because there's something so magical about those. Granted, it's very tough to balance, so I can't really say. Like from a balancing perspective, Domination's probably better than that. So I'm not a game designer, so you know I'm not gonna give, you know, it's because I record videos for a living doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about as it pertains to game design. So I mean a little bit. I do have a lot of RTS experience, but yes, hard to say, my friend. Slaanesh moving up on the objective. Very interesting. Khorne taking the more chill approach, letting Slaanesh get up on the middle points. So Slaanesh might be able to just roadblock you here. I like that Hadries is going for like a fighty Slaanesh build. I think that's very fun. Khorne, a little bit hesitant to move down here. You can see on the other side, these guys are not moving down there. Probably because of Seekers. Exalted Demonettes also can bounce out and fight really, really effectively over there. Shogun 2 multiplayer was cool, but it wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. There was like, because Shogun didn't have like magic and things like that, there wasn't as many like ways for abuses, and like SEMs also weren't as much of a threat. Total War has a lot of unique issues with like SEMs and magic and balance. Another whip of Slaanesh coming down. Oh, you better be careful, lady. Oh, you better get going with your 100-speed chariot. The Khorne Dogs had been able to kind of surround these characters. Yeah, and you know, Medley, I hear you. Domination is pretty much everything I want, you say, except the maps. Indeed. And I think if Domination had launched with like 15 to 20 maps, which were more open field, and also we hadn't had the Immortal Empire's waiting room situation, I think that it would be exponentially more well received. Like the maps have been an issue. The faction variance has been a big issue. But Domination, I think, has a lot of potential, and I'm eager to see what it's like once we get everything in the game. So, again, I don't like drawing quick conclusions. You guys have heard me talking about ranged. I'm like, I don't want to like say it's freakishly OP until we see evidence, and I'm kind of the same way with Domination. I'm not going to really draw a big conclusion until we see it fully fleshed out, which will probably be soon. So, let's see what happens, my friends. Let's see what happens. Herald of Slaanesh chilling out. Objectives opening up in 8 seconds, and it looks like your boy Hadries is going to be cackling on objective number 2. So he's living the best Slaaneshi life. We get Hellstriders moving out. Hellstriders are the anti-large variant, so they're very good against spawn if they can catch them in isolation. And yeah, Khorne's just going to have to move. We got objective 1 here and 3. Slaanesh is really good at playing this game here. Like on this map, there's like all these little avenues. Their cav can just sweep and roadblock. And Hadri seems to have a pretty good little stranglehold on the center for sure. However, Khorne is going to be coming in like Miley Cyrus here, straight up wrecking ball, moving down, and that's a lot. My only concern with Tim's positioning here is that we have the dreaded spawn of Khorne in an avenue that if Slaanesh sends some Marauders and spawn of their own there, they can just trap them in this like choke point and they're just never going to escape. It's going to take like 500 years to get there. It's not going to be fun at all. So yeah, you definitely want to roadblock this. Get some stuff in the way. That will heavily mitigate the effectiveness of this Khorne army, which obviously has a lot of damage it wants to spread out, right? It seems like Tim the Wilder really taking his time with the engagements. Granted, when you're in a 2-to-1 cap situation, I don't think it's like a huge stressful rush. Like you can take time, position, look at the angles you want to press, and he's pressing over here. So we do see the spawn coming. Some Marauder Spears would be so clutch right here, man. But yeah, the dual weapons plus the spawn, the amount of DPS that these corny units can throw out is so good. 190 plus 57 with a bonus versus infantry of BVI is it's just so crazy. Like Marauders of Slaanesh will get Shrek'd here super bad. So here they come. Here they come. Isaiah asks, what are the conventions on readying up? So I usually will get all my stuff deployed. I'll wait 1 minute and then I'll start the game. But everyone kind of does their own thing. Everyone kind of does their own thing. So, Chaos Warriors with dual weapons moving out. Gonna be surging forth. Hadri's not quite responding to this yet. Oh my god, a slicing shards here would be so backbreaking. If Slaanesh would be able to get some infantry here and get a fat slicing shards on them, that'd be so strong. Yeah, Khorne really looking to just play the middle. Nice whip of Slaanesh going down. Does do a lot of HP damage against those Khorne Warriors. Fury's also waiting in the wings, probably to rear charge, I would imagine. And here comes the Khorne onslaught. So it's going to be coming from 2 sides. The Exalted Demonettes here need to really just do a ton of work. And I like that the Haggard Marauders are taking the initial beating. And then maybe the Exalted Demonettes can just, kind of tickle the pickle and move in there and lock those guys down. Furies with the rear charge, they'll actually do okay damage, but they are infantry sized and will die very quickly to spawn and, different types of units like that. Marauders getting beaten down, and now Hadri's is going to have to hold this big push from Khorne. So Tim moving in. The walls are being pressed. How effective will the Demonettes be? Hellstriders need to come in here and intercept these Khorne Dogs, which I think is what they're doing. It looks like the Hellstriders are moving around the flank. Khorne Dogs may go for a bit of a rear charge here, but Slaanesh really going fisticuffs with Khorne here. Opting to kind of face them in their own game. Again, Slaanesh is kind of a fighty god as well. Value's pretty even. And we do get the Hellstriders charging into the back of the Khorne Dogs. Very nice charge right there. Khorne Dogs going to take a ton of damage. And the Exalted Demonettes are now engaged. So they have, whoa, was that 60 weapon strength I saw for a second? Let's see. So yeah, the Soul Scent is going to give them stats as they do business here, based on the leadership of enemy units. So as the Khorne units kind of waver and break, potentially they could get a little bit stronger. Hellskirt is holding up here. More and more spawn moving in. And, Slaanesh is capturing some pretty good weight here. Now, this is where if Slaanesh kind of starts to feel this isn't going super well, what you do is you grab some big scary cav, like some Heartseekers, and you go massacre those Chaos Warriors over there, and bring some Furies to help as well. Another whip of Slaanesh going down, whipping those Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. Exalted Demonettes will take a lot of damage from these dual weapons, but on that same coin, the Exalted Demonettes will win this fight head-to-head. They just have crazy stats. They also debuff enemy stats. And there's also a big Chariot just kind of running amongst them and doing a lot of work. The Charm, their melee attack is down to 28, which is incredibly low. And Hadri's is doing a very good job with this slippery lore. The Herald of Slaanesh and the Chariot seems to be doing good. And honestly, the fact that the value is close, I think, is a big win for Slaanesh here. Slaanesh moving in some more calves, some Hellstriders, to try and help out with the Khorne Dogs and wherever they can. Fury's getting up and around the back here of these Chaos Warriors and then charging into these guys. But overall, it's just kind of a knockdown, drag-out fight. Back objective not being contested. The Hellscourges, as a matter of fact, have been pulled into the middle. But it looks like Hadri's is just barely edging out some of these trades here. There's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down here. Maybe fascination. Yep, fascination going down on the exalted bloodletters to try and rampage them. Do a little bit of damage as well. What the hell is this? A cultist? No, no. It's the... Oh no! Hadri's threw his lord in here. His lord moved into a spawn box. Oh man, and there's not much Slaneshi support. There's a couple Marauders nearby, but somehow Hadri's got his lord in the box of spawn. He summons Furies to try and help. He does also pop the Locus of Grace, which is going to be giving melee defense and physical resist, which will buy a lot of time for that character. Certainly a big play, but overall that is potentially a game-losing situation if that character dies. I do not believe he brought Slicing Shards. He just has the cheap spells to spam the Wurzag-style play. More and more, the Chariot character does manage to escape as the Furies do move in there, but Khorne does take over the value lead, but the only reason... Oh, big Chariot charge getting in there, running over a bunch of those elite infantry. This Chariot's actually been quite a menace this game, I have to say. But a lot of the value that Khorne has isn't necessarily from the fighting, it's more so from like gooning this relatively expensive lord there. So, you know, we'll see if the Herald of Slaanesh is going to be able to kind of get the wheels rolling. So looking around the battlefield, no funny play on the sides. Very much like, this is like what you would see in a land battle with these two factions fighting. It's just kind of their melee assets grinding against one another. But I think the Exalted Demonettes might carry the day. They overall seem to be just healthy. Like 90 kills on these ladies. Oh my god. And what kind of value? Yeah, almost 1,000 value. Exalted Demonettes giving the dirty to the Halberds and to the Bloodletters. Just doing excellent work. Hadri's being attacked by Tim the Wilder's Harpies here, or I should say Furies. And the middle objective is actually being contested by Khorne a little bit, but Hadri's has enough of a lead that I think he can kind of take it easy. And yeah, he's committing everything he has to the center fight, not wanting to lose it. Obviously, there is a play on the table for going for the back objective here, but I think Hadri's is confident in his trading. He's up by a couple hundred, considering how low his lord is. That's probably favorable for him. And the Exalted Demonettes, once again, proving to just be huge powerhouses after some of the buffs. Another charge from the Chariot, Ramsteining that spawn in the face, but got to be very careful with that. Back objective being threatened by some Hellstriders. And look at this, we'll see. Yeah, nice. Fleshhounds of Khorne from Tim might be able to get that, actually. Khorne has this objective, the middle is held by Slaanesh, and this is held by Slaanesh as well. The grinding fight continues, and it seems like Slaanesh actually outgrinded Khorne. Exalted Demonettes, I think, were the MVPs. Very, very strong stuff, dude. Like, the spawn and dual weapon warriors are getting brought down, and I think a big reason for that is because of the debuff. The Exalted Demonette, every single unit that it hits is going to be getting charmed and losing melee attacks. So in these like big fights, having them saturated in is just so cost effective. How's Khorne looking here? Spawn are pretty low in numbers. Value is up for Hadri's, which is even worse than it looks because, again, all the Khorne value is kind of tied up in the Lord. However, Khorne might be able to get the Lord here. The Fleshhounds getting in there, feasting, collecting the skull of this mighty Slaaneshi Lord as the glorious lag appears. Hey, guys, it's giving us a slow motion action shot. You just have to look at the bright side of life. Oh, down she goes. But the Portal Glyph is active. The Chaos Furies are here, and the back objective is actually being taken. Okay, interesting. So even though Hadri's is up in value, Khorne might be able to pull off some magic with the cap here. A couple Marauders moving over there, but Fleshhounds are just going to give the absolute business to these guys. Here they come. I think, or maybe the Fleshhounds missed their charge. They did. So a little bit of a lapse of Micro there, and he does miss the charge. But the Fleshhounds will still win that fight. The middle is owned by Slaanesh. Demonette's grinding down the last of the Khornate forces. And yeah, Slaanesh actually wins this fight too in the alley. And now what you could do potentially is go kill these dual weapon warriors. We'll have to see. You know, Slaanesh actually has some really interesting fast cap options. You do have the Fiends of Slaanesh, which have really good capture weight. They actually have the capture weight of infantry, which is pretty wild. Close game though, man. Close game. I mean, Khorne is doing good on the objectives. The Fleshhounds over here, probably going to be able to take it. Slaanesh, oh, Seekers have come. So the Seekers of Slaanesh with the Sweet Sorrow. The Seekers will be able to kill the Khorne Dogs. Khorne Dogs are demons. They have physical resist. If they get there before the Khorne Dogs capture, that's going to be pretty huge. Now, Tim needs to fight on the edge or run, because it would keep him off the objective, and he might be able to still get it. But we get Marauders from Hadri's moving over, as well as the Seekers of Slaanesh. The Khorne Dogs here going to be hammered pretty hard by these Slaaneshi demons. And it's a good thing the Khorne Dogs turned to fight the Seekers. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the devastating flanker. Hadri's also brings in some Furies and really, really controls a nice objective there. Now, this game's pretty much over. The only chance, I think, was if Khorne had gotten that back objective and also got the middle with, you know, this reinforcement pool. The Exalted Demonette's just being so heavy metal. But in this case, yeah, there's no way. The Slaanesh mobility was able to get down there. Seekers are such a good cav unit. They're so cost effective. I love using Seekers. There's great stats. Poison, devastating flanker is really good. Khorne gets broken off that objective, and even if they double cap them here, it would be enough. Like, one objective will win Slaanesh the game. GG, well played! What are your thoughts on Corn Bulls versus Slanesh? I don't really like them that much. I feel like they're gonna... Yeah, Corn Minotaurs I just don't like. I haven't been a fan of them, Colonel, but maybe other people will have success. I haven't myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 5, and you know what that means. It is potentially Cathay. I'm sorry I forgot to look at value. I was so excited that we might get a potential Cathay pick that I jumped out. Arnheim is here. Arnheim is the place. So, if there ever was going to be a Cathay Grand Final rubber match, it would be here. It is 2-2. Thank you all for sticking around. Make sure to drop a like if you're enjoying the stream. It helps me out quite a bit. And here we are. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff. All right. Here we go, baby. If there was ever a time for Grand Cathay, it is time. It is time indeed. Yes. Get hyped, guys. It's happening. Corn Bulls still trade poorly into Maneater Grey Opens. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Minotaurs. Spawn just seem better. They're unbreakable. They have the same capture weight. Yeah. Unless you're talking like the Butchers of Kalkengard with the Beastmen, like they might be better because they have regeneration and like, you know, silver shields and stuff. Or they have some sort of a shield, I think. I don't know if it's silver. I don't think it is, actually. Yeah. How much money is online? I think it's $25 or $50, but the more important thing about this tournament is that it gets you potentially qualified for the Season 1 Grand Finals, which is going to have, you know, potentially $1,000+ up for grabs. So it's more about like qualifying for the end of the season type thing. The Cathay chants have risen from the deep. Hadri says gentleman's agreement for no Cathay. Oh my god, he's trying to be the villain today. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to influence their decisions. Okay. So we are in the rubber match. Hadri says he's just joking, of course. Tim the Wilder. And Arnheim is the map. Let's go ahead and go to the picks and bans. See what they're going to do. All right. So it's my 3, yes. So they're going to do their picks now. Cathay Mirror sucks. Yeah. It doesn't sound very fun, honestly. Hey, you know what? Cathay might come. I like Cathay a lot. They were the one faction I wanted to play a lot, but I just got so frustrated losing over and over with cultists that I had to switch off them a little bit. We'll see, though. I believe in a thing called love. I don't know if they even still have left. Honestly, their factions have got to be running a little bit low now. So, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Jerami says, thanks for hosting. Great tournament, giving us a chance to see what's really true about the new patch. Yeah, exactly. That was kind of the main thing about today's tournament. I wanted people to really see for themselves if the shooting mechanics are OP. And I think many of us have drawn some conclusions, myself included. I don't think it's that overpowered. I think in a very niche situation it might be. But overall, I don't think it's like game breaking or like anything like that. I do think it's aesthetically not like super like cool when there's like a bunch of guns just stacked on each other shooting. Like having the formations and the checkerboards, there's a lot of like richness to it. But on that same coin, you know, powder factions tend to suck a little bit. So they do need some love, but I don't know if this is the right way. It's just hard it's hard. What's your opinion on the new ROR? Okay, so I like them all. I think the Khorne one is kind of the most boring to me. And the Khorne and Slanesh one's like, I don't know. I'm not super hyped on them, but the other ones I enjoy. I really like the Nurgle ones. The double debuff is insane. Because the Nurgle ones they have 2 auras basically. They have their poison and then they have their aura. So they can lower your weapon strength by like 45%, I think, or 40. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. I think Anticity put up a really cool video on that, like lowering the weapon strength. Yeah. If you haven't seen it, he did something on his channel with that, which I loved. It was pretty great. I actually didn't know about that until he posted it. Gojira getting ready for Spice Wars. Gojira's eternal foe in Spice Wars is the Sardaukar. They just come because he never pays his spice taxes. It's the classic Gojira experience. Okay, he's going Tzeentch, Cathay, and Nurgle. Ooh. So Hadri's going Tzeentch, Cathay, and Nurgle, and he bans Cathay. Interesting. The Blessed Nurgle Mirror or the hated Cathay? Oh. So then, Tim the Wilder will ban Tzeentch and pick Nurgle. Okay, so banning Tzeentch. And then he picks Nurgle. So now, Hadri's has to play either a Nurgle mirror match or Grand Cathay. Are you guys ready for this? Oh my god, what's going to happen? Oh my god, what's going to happen? The Blessed Nurgle mirror match? I'm going to laugh so hard if Hadri's picks Nurgle and just refuses to play Cathay. Everyone's in chat is like, no! Could an AoE 4 Imperial Age English survive a Chaos Invasion? Yeah, they could. Yeah. England is that OP at defending. They could survive for sure. Oh yeah. They would have like cannons and shit. Handguns. Yeah. They would have overpowered foot squires with like a ton of armor. Hadri's is typing. What's it gonna be? Do you believe? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. What's it gonna be? Oh my god. He's creating anticipation. He was typing and then he stopped. So Hadri's, please. If you're listening, Hadri's, I want you to play what you think you'll win with. Don't play to appease us. Play, because this is big for you. Because if you win this, you actually qualify for the grand finals of season 1. So play what you think. Play what you think is best for you to win. If that's a Nurgle mirror match, I want you to play the Nurgle mirror match. I don't do it to appease. He says it's Nurgle time. Oh man, it's Nurgle. There you go. All right. Cathay's reign of suffering continues. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I put the wrong one. It's actually Nurgle. I didn't do that on purpose, though. All jokes aside. Good. Yes. He's letting the hate flow today. He's letting it flow. All right, guys. It is a Nurgle mirror match in the grand finals. I have no idea how this is going to go. Sorry, guys. You're getting the stinky Nurgle mirror match. Hey, play different flags, though. Hadri says he's never played Cathay before, guys. So we can't expect him to do that. Different flags, please. All right, I'll tell them to use different banners at least. Hopefully one of them is listening and we'll do that. Let's put salt in the wounds. I wanted to see Cathay too, guys. I love that like everybody's like, oh my god, Cathay shooting's gonna be OP, and we just don't see them get picked once. I think they got picked once in the earlier rounds. I'm sure Anticity played them a couple times earlier. He's good enough to pull them off. Christian Gonzalez just wanted to say thanks for the content. You do an amazing job. Thank you, Christian. Hope you're doing well, man. It's a very generous donation, and I'm doing very good. I'm having a great time. Today has been just filled with memes. Filled with absolute memes. This is going to get disgusting. It will. There's going to be toads rubbing on one another, that's for sure. You know what? Do we see a Nurgle cultist here? Probably not. The Nurgle cultist, I think, needs to be reworked a little bit. I think he's a little bit too hard to summon with. A little bit too hard. Yeah, the Nurgle mirror match is great. It's going to extend the duration for another hour, perhaps. So John Smith, Cathay had like something like a 15% win rate in the big tournaments recently. So yeah, they're pretty bad. Sure, Turin, and Palpatine wanted a free republic. We know your schemes. No, I honestly did want to see Grand Cathay. I really did. I'm not like disappointed because I want them to play their best. Because I would feel really bad if like Hadri's picked Cathay just to appease us and then he lost. Like that would be a bummer. That would feel really bad. Cathay's been banned a couple times today. They always get banned on Arnheim. This is like their shooting map. Yeah, let the Nurglings feast. They will. Another fun question. Would Cathay be top tier faction, i.e. if they had Grenadiers from AoE 4? Yeah, probably actually. So Anticity says, I take Cathay versus Ogres and Nurgle. It's too scary trying them without training though. Yeah, Anticity. So you played in today's tournament. You are a top player, right? What was your Cathay win to loss ratio today? How many times did you play them, and did you win all your games? Did you lose all your games? I'd be curious to hear about that. Only seven factions, actually. Everyone always forgets about Cathay. He was looking good with Kit. Yeah, he can pull it off. No, I didn't see the new sync animations for the Nurgle Cultist. No, I didn't. I need a hero. Dude, are you guys ready for just two giant Kugaths just rubbing their sausages together? You ready for this? It's going down. It's going down, man. We'll see. So Outer Region says, I fought Anticities. I think I beat Cathay twice. No. You playing as Cathay Anticity. Like, what was your record with Cathay, if you played them at all? Yeah, and winning on ladder doesn't count. Yeah, no, it doesn't count. No, in the tournament. Did you actually play them in the tournament? That's what I would be curious to see. Yeah, I don't know. I want some first-hand accounts of people who actually played with Cathay today that can tell us how it went with some of the changes. Everyone's like, hell yeah, I want the Kugath sausage party. Plague Daddy mirror match? Yeah, it's what's going down. Okay, so Tomoko asks, would you rather be a Sterling Free Company militia, Sterland, or a Bretonnian yeoman? Oh, for sure, a Free Company. They're so much cooler looking, and they have like badass hats and eye patches and pistols. Come on. So Anticity says he didn't play Cathay at all today. Okay. He did not play Cathay at all. So yeah, like I still think they're not going to be popular even with the shooting stuff. Outer Region says Anticity used Cathay versus Mike Kislev and the game was lost. Okay. Yeah, so Cathay's still struggling. The Nurgle Cultist one is very goofy. I'll go check out his video afterwards, yeah. They're really watered down Empire, yeah. I don't know. The one nice thing about Cathay versus Empire is you have like armored infantry. So you can kind of endure a little bit. Anticity says, correction, he played Cathay once and lost. Bill Sullivan knows the quote. Yeah, it's good times. So I bet this is going to be a land battle. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be like, I don't know. Okay, so I have like this really weird conspiracy theory about this matchup where you go with like mass plague toads, and then you just get a Rotfly character and you just like outmaneuver the slower Nurgle player with like your anti-infantry toads. But I feel like that's kind of janky. I really haven't practiced this matchup, so I don't really know. You know, I've mainly been casting lately. I've been taking a little bit of a break from playing Total War myself. Would you rather be a Nurgling or a Skaven slave? Oh, a Nurgling, 1000%. Come on, man. Skaven slaves have like the worst existence, like ever. Nurglings are just these jolly little sausages hopping around. Cathay versus Kislev is fairly even trades, but then capture cats are so hard to beat when trading is even. Exactly, yeah. Capture cats are pretty OP. 90 speed is gross. Okay, guys, the Kugath sausage party is here, and it's literally just going to be plague bears rubbing their meat together. Oh my god. We got 6 plague bears on one side with 2 exalted, 5 on the other with a spawn. Oh my god. Oh god. This is going to be pure misery to watch. This is just pure suffering. Why? Free Company, I think, will be good in Domination, yes. In my Empire build, will always have 2 Free Company because they have Vanguard deployment and they have infantry capture weight. Or they should at least. And I'm gonna always have a couple in reserve to go try and get an objective on the side because Empire needs that kind of stuff. Bill Sullivan, I've seen the outtakes of that scene. Dude, it makes me laugh every time. Like watching the actors try and keep it cool when Will Ferrell's going ham on that is so funny. This is just so grindy. Like, how do you even have a winner here? Dude, look at his giant feet, dude. He's got like just NBA player feet. Well, I guess they're not that disgusting, but they're giant for sure. You're welcome, Modest. You're welcome. All right, well, Jim says see you in 2 hours. Dude, this is pure suffering. There is no pleasure in this match. This is like watching a vampire count matchup of the days of old. Like, I just have nightmares of just watching. Like, it was always like Evenstar. I feel like Evenstar was always a part of that. He was just always ended up in a vampire count mirror match somewhere. And it's just like 2 Helman Gorsts just like arm wrestling in the middle of the map. Is this worse than the vampire counts mirror match? It might be. I don't know. Vampire counts at least have some cool cavalry that they could be like fighting on the flanks. Like here, it's just kind of, yeah. I don't know, man. This is something. Well, let's see what happens. I normally would have like good analysis for you. I could be articulating the nuances of each unit as to why they're good against X, Y, or Z. But here, it's literally just the same shit marching into one another, and there's no joy here. There's only suffering. No, I'm done. After this game, I'm done. This game is going to take the last of my energy to get through. It's just, this is it. I could feel it down in my plums. Strong, powerful thrusts. Dude, I love that scene. I wish we could just watch that on stream to show you guys. Because I quote Eastbound and Down all the time, especially that scene. And I don't know, I feel like I would get copyright slapped. Like Twitch, people, like streamers on Twitch will just straight up watch like entire episodes of TV shows and get away with it. But on YouTube, if you try that, like to even watch like 10 seconds, it'll just shut your stream down. Dude, I don't know who wins. I don't know. The Nurglings are going to feast. Well, actually, there's not even any Nurglings on the board, so I don't know if they really will. All right. So, yeah, they're going to march up, I guess. Let's see the Kugaths do battle. You guys remember in that movie Troy with Brad Pitt? What they should do is they should each send forward a champion to fight. And, you know, like it was Boagrius versus you know, Achilles. They should just each send a champion up. And whoever wins, the battle's over. Just to save us the time. Why don't they just send their Kugaths out, and whoever's Kugath wins just wins the tournament? I'm just joking. Don't do that, guys. But, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of getting there. We're almost at 6 hours. Yeah, it's a deep one. Oh my God, they're Nurging here. They are, dude. It's Nurgin time. Oh my God. Well, oh my God. He got hit in the face. The Kugaths are literally throwing at each other. Here comes the toilet seat bomb. Let's track the missile. Oh, look at that. MLG camera work. Okay, not very good, actually. I'm sorry. Flop there at the end. Oh. Oh, nice. Right on the Festering Stooges. That is a great one. So, the Nurgle of Hadri's is throwing at the Kugath here, as if either Kugath is going to die this battle. Literally, no Kugath is going to die here. I actually like the Hadri's approach a little bit better. Like, getting the objectives here is going to be so massively important, right? So I think you need to push up and fight for this. I don't know if like pulling back here is the right play. Kugath is going to be throwing his toilet water here. Here he comes. Ooh, another nice shot. Really good shots here from Tim the Wilder. But you need to get up on the forward objective, like right now. I think you move up like and get right up on the edge and make sure your opponent can't get on. I think that's the play. Did I just watch the entire last episode of Stranger Things come here and the finals are still going on? Yes, Samurai. And to your eternal enjoyment, we are actually in a Nurgle mirror match. Just pure misery, man. Pure misery. Well, we're going to see. So Hadri's gets the initial jump on the objectives, and we do have some Nurglings going for the high ground point, which I really, really like. I think the objective control is going to be massively important. We get Beast of Nurgle and Plague Chosen Nurgle coming up. But, you know, I think Tim the Wilder probably will get this center point, maybe. He looks like he's throwing his entire army. And you know what? This might actually be a winning thing. He's got triple Exalted Plague Bearer with the grenades, so he might be able to go after the Kugath of Hadri's. Although maybe he's just going to be able to heal through it. I don't really know. We're going to find out. So this Kugath is going to want to run. I don't know if he's aware of the Holy Hand Grenades. We see the Plague Bearers of Nurgle pushing. Objectives opening up very soon. So Hadri's will for sure get a double cap. Here comes another bombardment. It hits the tree, unfortunately for him. So the Kugath's just kind of randomly throwing and having fun. And there he goes. That one's going after the Festering Stooges once again. Might as well just cast like a Fleshy Abundance on them. I think that's going to happen. And yes, objectives opening in 8 seconds. Hadri's is all up on this point. Whoa, what the? Oh, the grenades! The Holy Hand Grenades! Hadri's Kugath is dying! Oh, he better heal himself, dude. Oh my God, he didn't realize the Holy Hand Grenades were coming. Oh, wow. 3,500 value instantly for Tim. Fleshy Abundance might be able to save him. Oh no! The Holy Hand Grenades! 14,000 damage. Hadri's is very, very close here to dying. Another volley of Holy Hand Grenades coming in. Does he have Fecundity? Oh my God. Oh my God. Hadri's with the triple cap though. And I think his Kugath is going to live just barely. Oh man. That was big. Dude, the Holy Hand Grenades do so much damage to big targets that can't dodge them. Wow. Hadri's is unstable. He's going to need another Fleshy Abundance. He just needs to keep his Kugath back for now. But look at the holy hand grenades of Hadri's. They're getting down the enemy Kugath as well. Yeah, Hadri's has these 2 Exalted Plague Bearers in guard mode going after the enemy Kugath. So both Kugaths are just in danger. This one might crumble down just because it can't stabilize its leadership. Okay. Negative 29. He was at like 2 leadership for a second. It looks like he might have stabilized. This Kugath gets the Fleshy Abundance. Hadri's would normally be in a good situation if his Kugath had not gotten caught by the Holy Hand Grenades. We get a Beast of Nurgle coming. Negative 29. Homeboy's just crumbling. Fecundity is active. That will counteract the healing. And then he needs to get a Fleshy Abundance as well. So Hadri's is pulling back. He is fleeing the scene. Plague Toads are moving across. And for Hadri's now, it's more a situation of just like, you need to just hold the points and try and win that way. Hadri's finally does stabilize his Kugath, and I think he's fine now. If he casts the Fleshy Abundance, he should be okay. I mean, the triple cap here is very, very strong. The value is actually relatively even, all things considered. And Hadri's, though, needs to get his Kugath active to get his Mortis Engine going. Because right now, Tim the Wilder is getting a Mortis Engine, and Hadri's is not. I would imagine another Fleshy Abundance very soon. Nothing guarding this objective. And how is the high ground objective looking? Okay. Secret Agent Nurglings of Tim the Wilder sneak past the defenders of Hadri's, and they are able to get on that objective. Now, middle objective is taken by the big Nurgle, by Tim the Wilder here. Another Fleshy Abundance is going down right there. So he has fully stabilized, and honestly is going to be healing up pretty heavily. I would imagine he moves this way to defend that objective. We do get a Cultist of Nurgle coming out, so check this out. It's a big blob fight, right? So the Cultist of Nurgle, he actually doesn't even have the gate. He rather just has the AoE desummon. So perhaps a little bit of a change in the meta, right? We're not seeing Cultists so much for their summons, but more so for their AoE debuffs. I do like that, and I think that's a little bit more fun. Top objective going to be going to Tim, it looks like. Unless Hadri's to summon some Toads or something, Tim the Wilder with the Holy Hand Grenade opening was able to really secure a nice initial push. Although I think Hadri's needs to find a way to hold on to objective 3. I think that's more important for him than fighting down here. Overall, the value differential is it's actually even, but because all the damage value is mostly on Hadri's, his big Kugath. But the problem is his Kugath hasn't been able to get in Mortis Engine, whereas this Kugath is just Nurgle time. He's got 2,000 value. This one has got 500 give or take, which is a pretty big difference. But now he's going to move in and try and get those drains going and see what he can do. Plague Bears moving on to the side objective with the Forsaken. Very nice comeback here. High ground objective is owned soon by Tim the Wilder. For now, it is owned by Hadri's. Plague Toads hustling across. So here they go. I'm going to be jumping on top of the Plague Bears of Nurgle. And yeah, it's been a very interesting battle for sure. I think the double Plague Toad should get it. We do see the Curse of the Slug going down on this Forsaken, which is a very clean play. I like that. Mortis Engine popping off here in the middle for both players now. But I think the Kugath... Oh, the Kugath duel. The giant toddlers are looking to fight, man. Looking to fight. Hadri's somehow holding on to this objective. I don't know how. Oh, the Nurglings moved off the objective. Okay, that's a little bit unfortunate. It does give Hadri's a little bit more capture time. The Plague Toads will be outcapped by Plague Bears, but... Well, actually, no. It looks like it's a stable now. There's enough Plague Bears dead here that the Toads are able to get the job done. And the Toad mobility is actually very good. Like, if we saw a single Plague Toad up here, these 2 Nurglings might have died, and then maybe Hadri's would be in an okay situation. His big Chungus is fleeing. Virulent Contagion is applied right now. My stomach is growling. Getting hungry after a day of sweating and casting these very intense games. The dreaded Nurgle mirror match of suffering continues. The Holy Hand Grenades are very good. See some more Forsaken spawning from Tim. Hadri's has got Nurglings and nothing on the high ground, so he's kind of given that up for now. Maybe he just forms a Helm's Deep on the side. I don't know if Hadri's has enough to just one-on-one objective. I don't think he quite does. It's very close. It's very close. Dude, the grenades fired me up. Dude, yeah, that was super funny. I was not expecting that. Like, and they both got caught by it. Hadri's got the worst of it, but overall, look, Kugath is fleeing on his toilet seat. He's kicking it into overdrive, baby, but he's poisoned. Dude, look how slow he is. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is the mass on this big man? 9,000 mass on Kugath. Jesus. That has got to be a record. I don't know if anything else has that kind of mass. Plague Toads do have the good capture weight. That's right. And they move over here. They clean up shop. Some spawn also get there, though, and one of the Plague Toads has fallen. Hadri's going to be sending some Nurglings over, but he would have to capture another point. I think Tim the Wilder probably has this game, because Tim the Wilder has the big AoE debuffs, too. He's got the Barons of the Bog, which are debuffing the stats of nearby units by almost 40%, and he has the Cultists, and it looks like the Kugath of Hadri's is in major danger. Curse of the Leper active, going to be giving Kugath a little bit of armor, which will help against the Cultists, not so much against Big Daddy, but Cultists don't have crazy good AP. Granted, his armor is being sundered. More Plague Toads being summoned in. These are actual Pox Riders. Okay, Pox Riders moving in. Top objective, very safe right now. Hadrius does have a point lead, but the side is looking very, very precarious as the spawn have moved over, and Tim the Wilder seems to be doing very good with his debuffs. He's got the Cultist, he's got the Bog Riders, he's got like all kinds of crazy stuff. What an excellent series, though. This has been just a full day of shenanigans and memes, and you know, obviously people sweating pretty hard, man. People sweating pretty hard indeed. Box Riders with Nurgle, hustling across, 64 and 64. Looks like the Bog Riders are going to get in there, though. The Barons of the Bog, pretty cool. Looking extra green. Looks like a Nurgling green with some sort of a nice wash over it. But these guys have nice debuffs. The Miasma of Rot will increase vigor of nearby allies, which is cool, but the Wasting Sickness is so good. Lowers base weapon damage by 25%, and if you stack that with poison, that's another 15%, so 40% in total. Hadri's realizing that that's probably not going to work out. He has triple caps. His Kugath is getting his butt kicked, and I think it's only a matter of time before Hadri's realizes this one is probably over. Because now the triple cap points are coming in. Kugath is on the run. He's waddling. I mean, he looks like he's on death's bed, but it's funny. He still has 2,000 HP. Toad Rider's going to come and try and save the big man. Oh my god. The other one just throwing bombardments at his back. Toads are moving in. And it looks like Hadrius is going to turn and fight. He's accepted his fate, and that is it. GG, well played. Tim the Wilder is going to win the series 3-2. What an excellent series. Maybe Hadrius would have preferred to play Cathay after that. But honestly, it just, you know what it came down to, guys? It was the Holy Hand Grenades in the beginning. That was it. 2,000, 2,000, 1,900. Holy shit, those grenades got good value. Not much to say in terms of tactics. It really just came down to the Holy Hand Grenades. Also, I think maybe defending the top objective a little bit harder would have been better. But that's about it. So congratulations to Tim the Wilder. He has won today's event. He is going to be further solidifying his place on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the breakdown. They will, of course, report the scores, but we're going to head on over to the tavern real quick and take a look. Well played to Hadri's, a true champion. He's just getting into Domination and is clearly showing here in the Grand Finals that he belongs here and will always be a champion. So, heading on over to the news. We're looking here. So, Tim the Wilder is going to be climbing, although, oh no, did the tavern get the hug of death? No, that wouldn't make sense. There's not that many people here. So Tim got his third tournament win. That will be letting him pass Void Lulls. So he's going to be taking over the number 5 spot. He will not have passed Evenstar because Evenstar just has way more wins in games played in general. But very nice by Tim. That's his third tournament win, and he'll be claiming it. GG, well played. Hadri's, of course, still very possible that he could qualify for the end of season. If we take a look at him, he had a nice set of wins today. So I believe he will be, he's got a lot of wins today. So he's getting closer to the top. Let's see what position he's in right now, actually. Yeah, probably somewhere in the top 30 or 40. Yeah, somewhere around there. All right, guys. Was so tired I forgot about how well grenades melt. Yeah, dude, Hadri's, don't stress it, man. You'll be back. You did a great job, dude. Hold your head up high. So, on that note, congratulations to the big man, Tim. GG, well played. I want to sincerely thank you all for joining. Today was a super fun stream. And, man, I'm tired and hungry. I'm going to go hang out with the smoking hot wife. Hadri says, I'll be back and not playing Cathay another time. That's right, man. You got to be the villain. And we will return. GG, well played. Congratulations to Tim the Wilder, showing why he is on the top of the leaderboard like a true champ. And we will return. We will return in the deep of night with more tournaments, more goodness. Tomorrow is my day off, but we'll be back soon. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. Thank you to the new members. And to all the generous donations today, guys, you guys make a world of difference in the life of myself and my wife and also help us pay for these tournament prizes. But it was a lot of fun. So take care. See you on the other side. Congrats to all. And that is it for now. Take care, guys.